everyone in the virtual room.
Yes,
Ganda
Mahal,
umaga
thank you so
po.
much. Yes, magandang umaga. So, I was wisdom outweighs strength. It is actually an African proverb which played in my mind when I heard another forum of today's topic on halal certification. Now, we really must not stop seeking for more knowledge, and this is what PDSTD is actually doing to us all. Our wisdom to enrich our knowledge, expand our grasp, extend our assistance with only one goal in our hearts. That is actually to be of service to the country. It speaks why we are here today. Good morning to all our valued participants, of course, to the organizers of this forum led by our very own energetic Dr. Mil Flor Gonzalez, the Chief of the Technology Diffusion and Technology Service Division. On behalf of the staff and the management of the DOST-FNRI, I'd like actually to welcome all our valued and honored guests and participants in this forum webinar on halal certification awareness. So what is in our mind if we hear the word halal? Now, some of us knew that the word halal is an Arabic term which means permitted or lawful. It is used to refer to any behavior or object that is permitted under Islamic law. And therefore, halal foods are foods that are allowed to be consumed under Islamic dietary guidelines. The foods that are not permitted are called haram, meaning forbidden in Arabic. And that is why the term halal is most commonly associated with Islamic dietary laws, especially meat. And Muslims must be sure about how the meat they are consuming is sourced, processed, and prepared to be edible for them. In addition, the Islamic jurisprudence clearly specifies which foods are halal and which are haram. In large metropolitan areas, halal has also come to casually mean Middle Eastern cuisine. And this webinar, I'm pretty sure that we would be able to know that halal is not only exclusive to Muslim brothers. It is for everybody. We would be able to know how important halal is to us who live in a global community. We at the OSTFNRI, its implications to our existing dietary standards, food safety, and good manufacturing practices in relation to the transfer of the DOST-FNRI technologies. And to our technology licensees who are ones of the entrepreneurs classified as MSMEs, which contributes to the Philippine food industry, how halal foods could widen their market share. This webinar, MSMEs, illuminates the significance of halal and its strength to attract consumers and to be encouraged to utilize technologies to enhance productivity and quality. Increased awareness, culturally acceptable foods improves our ability to meet the needs of a diverse society. It is vital to take into consideration each individual's perspective with respect to cultural and religious practices. With the growing demand for halal food in the global market, the Philippine MSMEs may possibly gain additional overseas markets and offer more halal products. Now, if you are planning to market halal products, it is necessary to obtain the halal certificate for running the business. This is whether you are in the manufacturing or selling category. You must know the importance and purpose of the halal certification to execute the business. The halal certificate enables you to market all your products and items to different countries where majority of the people are Muslims. Apart from Muslim consumers, you can also captivate non-Muslim consumers after knowing the benefits of the halal products. Now, halal in the Philippines is in its early stage of development with the Department of Trade and Industry, and I would like to express my recognition that DOST, particularly DOST-12, is spearheading in widening the halal approach, and other DOST regional offices have followed suit. Not only Mindanao, where our Muslim brothers are numerous, but it is also here in Luzon. Not to mention, our DOST Secretary Fortunato T. De La Peña vowed that the DOST shall continue to provide scientific and technical knowledge in support of the development of the halal industry, since there is really a huge potential of economic gain from halal products. If the government may sustain its support to this niche industry, as there is big demand for several products in the global market at present. Please allow me then to take this opportunity to thank our regional director, Dr. Engineer Sami Malawan, and all the DOST Region 12 for affirming our request for a resource person and helping our technology licensees to understand on what halal is all about and how halal certification would impact their business operations. Thank you so much, Engineer. And thank you also to Ms. Marichu Sinulingding, Science Research Specialist to the Technical Services Division of Region 12 for being our resource person. And with this closing, I'd like to say that have a great day, and let's all take this knowledge very precious because this is our first time to actually offer such a webinar. Maraming salamat to you, and over to you, Maha. Thank you so much.
What I command.
Wonderful. Thank you very much po, Doc Mel, for gracing this webinar. Ang ganda rin po nung intro natin na quote and yung pagtatanong po natin sa audience na ano po bang naiisip natin if we hear the word halal? Maybe po our participants can share their thoughts po in the chat box. Kung ano po ba yung naiisip nila sa salitang halal? Again po, thank you, Doc Mel, for welcoming our participants and giving us a brief background on our topic for today and its importance like expanding our licenses businesses in the international market. Maraming salamat po, Doc Mel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Doc Mel. And may we request for a photo of Maha and Doc Mel habang fresh pa ang lahat.
Okay po, Doc. Okay po, requesting everyone po to please open our cameras po. For
Hello,
our
Engineer
photo op.
Sami. Good morning.
All right po, we have 7 panels po. I'll give po a signal po when it's time to smile para hindi po tayo mangawit. Okay po. Ready po, smile. 1, 2, 3. Smile po.
Wait lang.
Okay po, next panel po. 1, 2, 3. Smile po. Okay po, third panel. Wala na pong naka-open camera. I think that will be all po. Thank you po for opening your cameras.
Thank you.
Yeah, moving right
Morning,
along.
Dr. Mil.
Alright po. Moving right along, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Regional Director of DOST Regional Office Number 12, Engineer Sami P. Malawan, for his opening message. Good morning po, Engineer.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mama, for that. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. My courtesy is to Dr. Imelda Angeles Agripa, Scientist 2 and Director 4 of DOST FNRI. Our kapamilya DOST from the different regions in the country, participants of this virtual seminar comprising mostly of micro, small, and medium enterprises, personnel and staff of DOST FNRI, my fellow DST-12 staffs who also participated in this webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, isang ligtas at malusog na umaga po sa ating lahat. Nagpapasalamat ako sa DOST-FNRI sa pakikipag-ugnayan sa DOST-12 sa usaping halal at sa pag-organize ng Halal Certification Awareness Seminar ngayong araw. Isa sa malawakang isinusulong ngayon ng DOST ang halal. Gaya po ng sinabi sa atin ng ating FNRI Secretary, Ma'am Mel, ang halal ay salitang Arabic na ang katumbas sa English ay lawful or permitted. Sa makatwid, ang halal ay nangangahulugang legal o pinahihuntulot sa relihiyong Islam. Haram naman ang tawag sa kabaligtaran ng halal. Subalit, nais ko pong linawin na ang halal ay hindi lamang para sa mga Muslims. Ito rin ay para sa lahat, anuman ang relihiyon at lahi. Higit lalo kung pag-usapan pa natin ay ang market na maaari pong maabot sa mapasok ng ating mga MSMEs, lalo na sa industriya ng pagkain. Kadalasang akala ng karamihan, ang halal ay simpleng kawalan ng karning baboy o pork sa produkto. Ngunit hindi po. Basta ganun ang halal. Lalo na kung ang pinag-uusapan ay pagkain. Manatili pong makatutok sa seminar na ito at ipapaliwanag po ng maigi ng ating speaker mamamaya ang tungkol sa technical aspeto ng halal. Hindi po natin may kakaila ang kahalagahan ng siyensya sa pagunlad ng industriya ng pagkain sa bansa. Bilang ahensya na nanguna sa pagpapaunlad at pagpapalawak ng mga research and development or R&D endeavor sa bansa, ang DOST sa pamuno po ni Secretary Fortunato T. de la Peña ay nagpapatupad ng DOST Halal S&T program bilang suporta na rin sa Republic Act or RA 10817 or an act instituting the Philippine Halal Export Development and Promotion Program, creating for the purpose the Philippine Halal Export Development and Promotion Board and for other purposes. Patunay ang naturang batas na kinikilala ng pamahalaan at ang buong bansa ang kahalagahan ng produktong halal sa lokal at pandaigdigang merkado. Kasalukuyang nasa mahigit 7 milyong ang populasyon ng kapatid nating Muslim sa bansa at nasa 2 bilyon mahigit sa buong mundo. Ang produktong hindi halal o yaong may haram na sangkap ay hindi mabenta sa mga komunidad na binubuo ng halos mga Muslim. Subalit, ang halal na produkto ay maaaring tangkilikin ng kahit mga non-Muslims. Sa pangkalahatan, kung ang target market mo ay mas malawakang merkado, maiging sikapin na matatakan ang halal ang inyong mga produkto. So you can cater to both Muslims and non-Muslim markets. Lalo po sa mga mag-angkat ng kanilang produkto sa ibang bansa, malimit na mas lamang ang mga tatak na halal sa sertifikadong walang halo nitong sangkap na haram. Prone sa contamination ang produktong pagkain kaya mas maiging dumaan sa pagsusuri sa laboratorio. For information of everyone, DOST has currently 4 halal verification laboratories in operation nationwide in Calabarzon, Region 11, and Region 12, as well as the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao or BARM. In Region 12, we have the Philippine National Halal Laboratory and Science Center located here in Barangay Paraiso, City of Coronadal. These laboratories of DOST provide laboratory tests and analysis of products for halal certification by the halal certifying bodies. DOST does not certify, but can definitely be of assistance to MSMEs in the process of acquiring halal certification in terms of technical aspect, including laboratory services. Today, more and more companies and MSMEs, especially in the food sector, are requesting for assistance in guiding them towards availing halal certification. May we learn more in this seminar and avail more of these services for the development of the halal industry. Amid the pandemic, let us stay strong and do our best in everything we do. Thank you very much, and wassalam.
Thank you very much po, Engineer Sammy, for joining us this morning and for your message po. Naintindihan po namin yung deeper meaning po ng halal, no? At 7 million po pala ng ating kababayan are Muslims. Tama po ba, Engineer?
Yes po.
And ang halal certification po pala can make our food products inclusive for everyone, for Muslims and non-Muslims. Again po, thank you very much po, Engineer Sammy, for also assuring our licensees na tayo po sa DOST can assist them in their application, in their halal certification.
Thank you.
Maraming salamat po, Engineer Sammy. And now, here is Mr. JPS De Juan, the head of the Business Development Unit of the Technology Transfer and Commercialization Section, to introduce our participants. Sir JP, magandang umaga po.
Good morning, Ms. Maha. Ayan po, muli po, magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Para po sa inyong kaalaman, meron po tayong 250 registered participants po. Pero po ang nasa Zoom natin ngayon ay nasa 300 participants na po. Coming from licensees in different regions po, mula po sa Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao. Ngayon din po kasama din po natin ang mga participants po natin, ang mga kasamahan natin sa DOST Regional Offices at Provincial Science and Technology Centers po. Hindi ko na po siguro iisa-isahin yung mga kasamahan po natin sa DOST dahil medyo marami rin po sila. Wala po sa Region 1 hanggang Region 13. Kasama din po natin ang CAR, NCR at BARM po. So muli, maraming salamat po sa pagkakataong ito at makapagbigay po tayo ng dagdag kaalaman hindi lamang po sa ating mga licensees bagkus sa mga kasamahan po natin sa iba't ibang panig ng rehiyon. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat.
Thank you very much po, Sir JP. And thank you din po sa ating DOST FNRI adapters at sa ating pong DOST partners and other agencies po for patronizing our technologies po. Alam niyo po, kayo po ang aming partner in ensuring optimal nutrition to all Filipinos. Alam ko po that we are all excited. Ano nga po ba ang halal certification? Now, without further ado, we will turn the time over to Mr. Alexis M. Ortiz, the head of the Technology Transfer and Commercialization Section, to introduce our speaker for today. Sir Alex, the virtual floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Maha, and magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. My honor po to introduce our resource person for today, who is a chemist by profession. She took her Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from the Ateneo de Davao University and earned her Master's in Public Administration Certificate in Governmental Management from the Mindanao State University, Maguindanao. She also took a special certificate course in Halal Science from August to December 2021. Currently, she is a science research specialist too at the Department of Science Regional Office 12 and serves as the laboratory manager of the Halal Verification Laboratory since August 2020. Then she attended several trainings here and abroad. And para sabihin lang po yung iba, includes po dito yung Halal Product Analysis training at the Laboratory of Halal Services Halal Product Research Institute from the University in Putra, Malaysia, and Halal Forensic Laboratory Training Course at the Halal Science Center in Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, Thailand. Yan po. Then, she is also a certified Halal lead auditor by the International Halal Integrity Alliance Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and she also trained in internal halal auditing. Yung UAE 2055 Part 1 2015, GSO and UAE Scheme PNHCS of 2018, PNS 267 2008, and ISO 19011 2018 by Prime Certification Inspection Asia Pacific Incorporated. Talaga pong natin ng ating resource speaker ngayon. Kaya wag na po natin patagalin. Mga kasama, let us all welcome our resource person, Ms. Maritzu P. Salipada Sinolinding. Ms. Maritzu, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Alexis, for the kind introduction. Okay, allow me to share my screen na po to start para hindi na po tayo magtagal. Wala yan. Nakikita na po ba ang screen ko, Ma'am Maha?
Yes, ma'am. We can see your slide po.
Okay po. Thank you. Okay, let me start. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To our Regional Director, Engineer Sami P. Malawan, Sese. To Dr. Imelda Angeles Agdepa, Director 4 and Scientist 2 of DOST FNRI. To the 300 plus participants of this webinar, personnel and staff of DOST FNRI, colleagues from DOST 12, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning. It's a great honor and privilege to take part into this event on the Halal Certification Awareness Seminar. And on behalf of our Regional Director, Engineer Sami P. Malawan, our sincere appreciation to DOST FNRI for the invitation and the warmest congratulations to the event organizers. This morning, I will be presenting the Philippine National Standard or the PNS 2067-2008 on halal food general guidelines. Okay, so PNS 2067-2008 provides general guidelines for the food industry on the preparation and handling of halal food, including food supplements, and to serve as a fundamental requirement for food product and food trade in the Philippines. So this standard should be used together with the acceptable food safety systems as hazard analysis, critical control point, and its prerequisites. The application of halal system to food shall cover from farm to plate. That essence is the whole coverage of halal food quality assurance to promote hygiene and good health as prescribed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So it starts from halal farm. So the source of raw materials must come from halal farm. And then the food safety standards. Food safety and halal goes in tandem. So implementation of food safety standards like the basic food hygiene, the food handling, basic food handling, and then current good manufacturing practices, the standard sanitation operating procedure, and other food safety standards is a must before implementation of halal standard and use of halal standard. And then the use of halal ingredients. That is why so webinar food safety standards we're conducting on our foods usually on our halal awareness. We conduct a food safety standards. So kasi included po siya sa mga prerequisite program po. And then halal processing, where the utensils and equipment and facilities are dedicated only for halal food production. And then the halal logistics, dedicated vehicles for the transport of halal food products, dapat dedicated lang po siya. And then the display section must also be dedicated to halal food in retail stores. And of course, now we can have a halal food to our plate. So the scope of this standard, the Philippine National Standard, provides general guidelines for the food industry on the preparation and handling of halal food, including food supplements. So the normative references, so from the Quran and Hadith, and then halal technical guidelines of the Muslim Mindanao Halal Certification Board Incorporated, and then the MS 1500-2004 halal food production, preparation, handling, and storage general guidelines. And then of course the recommended International Code of Practice, general principles of food hygiene HACCP guidelines, and then the ASEAN general guidelines on the preparation and handling of halal food, Yusuf Ali Arabic translation. And then for the definition of terms, first is what do we mean by adequate? It means that which is needed to accomplish the intended purpose in keeping with good health practice. And then another definition is ante-mortem, conduct of visual and physical examination, like the blood sampling of animal for laboratory prior to slaughtering. And then accreditation. It is a third-party attestation related to a conformity assessment body that conveys formal demonstration to carry out specific conformity assessment tasks. So here in the Philippines, it's the Philippine Accreditation Bureau who accredit the halal certifying bodies who certifies halal products for export market. And it is the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, or the NCMF, who accredits halal certifying bodies that certifies products for domestic market. Okay, and then for next, another definition is batch. It means a quantity of manufactured food produced in a given cycle of manufacture that is uniform in character and quality. So another term is clean area, an area with defined environmental control of contamination, constructed and used in such a way as to minimize the introduction, generation, and retention of contaminants within the area. Another is cleaning. It means the removal of soil. So ang cleaning, i-remove lang natin yung soil, then yung food residue, the dirt, the grease, and other objectionable matter to include color, taste, and odor. Another term is the certification. It means attestation of a certifying body related to products, processes, systems, and person. And then another term is component. It means any ingredient intended for use in the preparation of food, which include raw and packaging materials, including those that may not appear in the finished product. And then another term is contaminant. Any biological, chemical, or physical matter or substances that are not intentionally added to food that may compromise food suitability or food safety. And then another, contamination. It means the introduction or occurrence of contaminant in food or food environment. And of course, the critical control point. a step, a point, or procedure at which control can be applied and is essential to prevent or eliminate contamination that will render the food non-halal. This also includes strict conformity to Islamic guidelines in food processing. Okay, then another cross-contamination, contamination of raw materials in process and finished products brought about by any agents and handling that may compromise halal food safety and stability. Another definition is the disinfection. It is a step, a point or procedure at which control can be applied and is essential to prevent or eliminate contamination that will render the food non-halal. And this also includes strict conformity to Islamic guidelines in food processing. And then another is establishment. So it means any building or area inclusive of its surroundings under the control of the same management wherein food is manufactured, prepared, and handled. And then of course, food, it means any substance, whether processed, semi-processed, or raw, which is intended for human consumption and includes drinks, chewing gum, supplements, and any substance which has been used in the manufacture, preparation, or treatment of food but does not include cosmetics or tobacco or substances used only as drugs. And then another term is food handling. It means any operation, processing, packaging, repacking, storage, transport, distribution, sale, and service of food product. Then food hygiene means all conditions and measures necessary to ensure the safety and sustainability of food at all stages of the food chain. Then, of course, the food supplement, it refers to those used for supplementing or fortifying the ordinary or usual diet with many vitamins, minerals, or those dietary property. Then ito na yung halal, ito yung pag-uusapan natin throughout this morning and then of course in the afternoon. So halal means an Arabic term na mention na po ni Ma'am Depa and of course si Sir Sam. It means permissible or lawful, permitted, and then of course allowed for Muslim consumers. And then haram, it is an Arabic term. Ito yung kabaliktaran ng halal, an Arabic term which means not permissible, forbidden, and prohibited, or it means not allowed or unlawful, like the intoxicants and of course pork and its derivatives. And then another term is the haya masbuha, and an Arabic term which refers to state of life to the time of slaughtering. And then haya mustakira, an Arabic term which refers to natural strength of death. And of course, hazard, it means a biological, chemical, or physical agent in or condition of food with the potential to cause an adverse health effect. This includes non-conformance to Islamic guidelines and handling food. Then, of course, hazard or the hazard analysis critical control point, a system which identifies, evaluate, and control hazards which are significant for food safety. And then ingredients, it means any substance used as a component in the manufacture or preparation of a food and present in the final product in its original or modified form. And then Islamic guidelines is a guidance in accordance with Sharia law. And Islamic laws, it's a Sharia Islamia from the Holy Quran and Hadith. Hadith means words and actions of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And then, of course, the other sources are the ijma, the consensus of Islamic scholars, qiyas, the interpretation or analogy of the Islamic laws, urf, or the norms and the practice customs. And then ihtisan is a juristic discretion, means to consider something good. And then maslaha, it's for public interest, and istihab is the presumption of continuity. And then in the manufacturing means a complete set of production activities inclusive of quality control, procedures start from acquisition of all the materials through processing, packaging, storage, and distribution of the finished product. And of course, microorganisms, so it refers to yeast, molds, bacteria, and viruses, and includes but is not limited to species having public health significance. Then this is another term, no? So, najis is an Arabic term which means filth or unclean. So najis as per Islamic law means those that are themselves not permissible, such as wine and its derivatives like and the blood and of course carrion. Kaya bawal po sa mga Muslims ang dinuguan. Okay, another as per Islamic law, najis, halal foods comes into direct contact with things that are non-halal. So as you can see in the first photo, no, usually sa mga food packaging yung mga yung sineserve na no sa mga fast food chain na naghalo-halo na po, nagmix up na po yung like yung mga hotdog, mga pork, and then yung chicken. So nagiging non-halal na po siya. Ito po example din. Sorry. Another is this one po, yung sa mga like mga cafeterias or mga karinderya, nagme-mix na po yung mga menus or dishes po ng with pork and of course yung mga halal. So nagiging yung halal, like ito halal po itong shrimp or other chicken. So when it mixed with non-halal, like mga pork dishes, so nagiging non-halal na po siya kasi na-contaminate na po siya. And then another, as per Islamic law pa din, najis is any liquid and objects discharged from the orifices of human beings or animals such as urine, excrement, blood, vomit, pus, sperm and ova of pigs and dogs, except sperm and ova of lawful animals. And of course, carrion or halal animals that is not slaughtered according to Islamic law. So chicken, it's halal, but if it is not slaughtered in Islamic slaughtering, so nagiging non-halal na rin po siya. Okay, so there are three types of najis. So first type is mughalaza, which is considered as severe najis, which are dogs and pigs, including any liquid and objects discharged from these orifices, descendants, and derivatives. So yung severe najis. And then another type of najis is mukaffafa, which is considered as light najis. The only najis in this category is the urine from a baby boy at the age of 2 years and below who has not consumed any of the food except his mother's milk. It's mother's milk. And then another type of najis is mutawasita, which is considered as medium najis, which does not fall under severe or light najis, such as vomit, pus, blood, alcoholic drinks or kamar, carrion, liquid, and object discharge from the orifices. Okay, another definition is a pest, any objectionable animals or insects, including but not limited to birds, rodents, flies, and others. And then plant, another term, plant, the building or the facilities or parts thereof used for or in connection to the manufacturing, packaging, labeling, or holding of food products. And then another term is post-mortem, conduct of veterinary inspection of internal organs and muscles of slaughtered animal or fowl for possible diseases. And then, of course, premises, it is a plant and plant grounds within the bounds of the industrial establishment. Then, quality assurance means the activity of providing the evidence needed to establish confidence that the quality function is being performed adequately. So another term, no, it is shubaha or mashbu, an Arabic term which means doubtful, suspicious, and questionable. So, say for example, di kayo sure, it is the gray area between halal and haram, yun yung mashbu. So, hindi tayo sure kung halal siya or haram. So, ang tawag po doon is mashbu. doubtful, suspected, or questionable. And then suitability as of course conformance with the provisions of the Holy Quran and Hadith. So our next number 4 of the standard is the Islamic Competent Authority. It refers to the eminent ulama and muftis who crafted and endorsed this standard for promulgation and originally bonded themselves as the national competent body recognized by the government as represented by the 6 agencies under the Memorandum Order 201 dated 23rd of December 2005. So what are the sources of halal food and its restrictions? Ano yung mga restrictions? So of course, all animals, both land and aquatic, are lawful except, of course, may mga exemption. So these are the swine. Ito yung mga exempted. So swine, dogs, monkeys, cats, tigers, lions, and elephants. And then another exemption is, of course, snakes and some reptiles. Another exemption is carnivorous animals with claws and fangs, such as lions, tigers, bears, wolf, and other similar animals. And then birds of prey, such as eagles, vultures, and other similar birds. Then pets, such as rats, insects, centipedes, scorpions, and other similar animals. And then animals that live both on land and water, like frog, turtles, and crocodiles. And then again, another exemption is all poisonous and hazardous aquatic animals except when poison is removed. So as you can see in this example in the photo, it is a puffer fish. So when product becomes halal when the toxin or poison has been removed during the processing as permitted by Sharia and Fatwa. So pag na-remove na po natin yung toxin from the fish or the puffer fish, so magiging halal na din po siya. So again, contaminated animals, aquatic animals which live in najis or intentionally or continually fed with najis or non-halal feeds. So commercial feeds have blood meal or bone meal from non-halal source. So nagiging non-halal na din po ito siya. And then of course, dead animals or carrion. And then types of dead inland animals, examples are the types are the beaten, an animal which has been beaten to death by a club or similar object, as you can see in the photo example. And then the strangled, an animal that has been strangled by rope around its neck or suffocated. And then the fallen, an animal which dies as a result of a fall from a high place or falling into a ravine. And then the gored, an animal which dies as a result of being gored by the horns of another animal. So here in the Philippines, sometimes in the may mga festival pa rin na merong mga carabao fighting. So pag namatay yung carabao po doon, as a result po ng kanilang fight, so magiging non-halal na po yan siya. And then, of course, another type of dead inland animals are animals which has been partly eaten by wild beasts. So, an animal which has been partially devoured by wild animals and dies as a result. So, hindi na po siya pwede, magiging non-halal na po. And another is animals for food which are sacrificed to idols. Yung ino-offer na mga food for the idols. Magiging haram na din or non-halal. Then another is animals which are not slaughtered in accordance with Islamic law. So as you can see in the picture po, totally po na-cut yung head ng animal. So hindi na rin po ito siya, non-halal na rin po ito na slaughtering. So animals tied and starved, another is animals tied and starved to death. So hindi po pwede na starve to death na po natin yung animal. Magiging non-halal na din po siya. So, okay. So, the purpose of slaughtering is to let the blood. Bakit nga ba nagsuslaughter? So, ang reason po dito is to let the blood out and use the flesh of the animal as food and thereby remove the slaughtered animal from the category of dead animal. So in Islamic method of slaughtering, the maximum blood drain, hence better quality of meat. Another is a consumption of flowing blood from animals. It's also a non-halal. And then, of course, reasons for prohibition of eating dead animals and consumption of flowing blood. So, ano yung reasons for prohibition? So, under D.1.1, eating the flesh of dead animal is repugnant to civilized taste and is considered by thinking people in all societies to be contrary to human dignity. So, ito po yung mga reasons. Sa prohibitions of eating dead animals. So, yung mga botcha or yung mga dead, double dead, so magiging non-halal na po yan siya. And then another reason is if the animal died a natural death, it is quite likely that it died of some acute or chronic disease, through eating a poisonous plant or infected by deadly microorganisms or other similar causes. Hence, eating its flesh would be harmful. Another reason is the prohibition encourage the owner to guard the animals from any diseases, and in case the animal is sick, the owner will be quick to find a cure. And then the point 2, the reasons for the prohibition of consumption of flowing blood. Ito po kung bakit binabawal sa amin ang dinuguan. So, ang consumption ng blood. Reason for this prohibition is both that the drinking of blood is repugnant to human decency and it may be injurious to health. So another exemption is animal slaughter dedicated to anyone other than Allah. So as you can see in the photo, no, it is the practice of a Hindu animal sacrifice. So goat being sacrificed in a temple festival in Tamil Nadu. So another sources of halal food and restrictions. So all types of plants and plant products and their derivatives are halal, except those that are poisonous, intoxicating, and hazardous to health. So that is why fruits and veggies must be washed properly to remove pesticide residues and toxin. So the product becomes halal when the toxin or poison has been eliminated during processing and as permitted by Sharia and Fatwa. So other unlawful things are alcoholic drinks. So all forms of intoxicants and hazardous drinks, all prohibited hallucinogenic drugs, substances such as like shabu, marijuana, opium, ecstasy, and other similar drugs. And of course, food additives derived from haram sources. So under item 6 of the standard, so it is subject to laboratory analysis. So doubtful processed food to trace and identify the following, harmful, like the harmful microorganisms. And of course, kailangan ipa-analyze natin kung may lard content siya, kung may pork, and of course pork derivatives, and then the blood byproducts, and that of course yung ethyl alcohol. So halal ethanol guidelines varies in different countries. So in Malaysia and Thailand, the maximum permissible industrial ethanol is 0.5% in the final product. For example, in ready-to-drink beverages. But for Indonesia, you can use ethanol but has to up to 0% in the final product. And in Brunei, it's totally prohibited. And then the maximum permissible naturally produced ethanol like vinegars should be 1% based on Thailand standard, and then maximum permissible ethanol for Malaysian standard is for Thailand rather is 1.5, and then for Malaysia is 1%. Kaya po tataka kayo kung bakit po kasama po sa laboratory analysis ang ethanol. Kasi meron pong mga maximum acceptable limits po for the beverages po or mga food products. And then doubtful process to trace and identify the following pa rin. Of course, the gelatin. Gelatin should be analyzed in the laboratory, whether to check kung ano yung source na whether from either from a animal or plant source. And then of course the lead, and then yung resins, yung mga solvents, additives, extenders, and then yung preservatives, and then yung coloring. And then for fresh and frozen food, there is also subject to laboratory analysis, like the pesticide and then herbicide residues, and then of course the hormonal and antibiotic residues, and then harmful microorganisms. For the feeds naman intended for consumption of lawful animals, they're subject for yung meat niya, and then yung blood, bone meal, and then raw materials from unlawful sources. So usually yung mga commercial feeds po natin are meron po siyang bone meal and blood meal. So we need to subject for laboratory analysis din po siya. And then for the food service establishments, of course, subject to laboratory analysis, the harmful microorganisms in water. Of course, we need to have a potability test in water, and then the pork, and then yung lard, then yung pork derivatives. No, ito like yung bacon, so hindi po siya pwede yan. And of course, the ethanol, and then yung food coloring. And then another is the human-derived substances and other unlawful substances. So like the fetus, and then yung placenta, and then yung hair. So sa human fetus kasi, they're usually used for the, in cosmetic preparations, used in beauty products as anti-aging. So usually no, itong ginagamit sa mga anti-aging na mga cosmetics. And then another is it is being used for the formulation of flavor or scent additives. And then also fetal cells used to test treatments for some degenerative conditions such as Parkinson's diseases. And then it is also used to grow the viruses that are used in certain vaccines, since viruses cannot easily be replicated without the cell to host them. And then human placenta, it is used also again as anti-aging and rejuvenating treatment. So usually no, sa ating mga sa women na ginagamit natin na mga pangpaganda. So usually yung mga placenta. So we need to have to check it for laboratory analysis. And then of course ang human hair, used as food additive. So ginagamit po siya, no? It contains L-cysteine, an amino acid used to prolong the shelf life in products such as commercial bread. So may mga buhok pa na pala, no, mga human hair. So can be found in duck and chicken feathers and cow horns, but most that is used in food comes from human hair. So kailangan po natin siya i-subject for laboratory analysis. And then third item in the PNS is the slaughtering. So sa slaughtering, the choice of animals for slaughtering, of course, it begins with the halal animal chosen for slaughtering according to Islamic rites. So for example, yung mga cow, yung mga chicken, there are halal animals. So and then an animal should have come from farm where feeds being provided have been certified as halal. So i-check din po natin kung yung mga from poultry products natin from certified po ba yung ating mga halal farm, and they're using the certified feeds po, halal certified feeds po. And then it should be healthy and alive and free from any open or unhealed wounds, disease, or any form of disfigurement when brought to the slaughterhouse. So kailangan healthy and alive yung mga animal before being brought to the slaughterhouse. And then another animal should have been handled humanly when being transported and allowed adequate rest prior to slaughtering, at least 6 hours for large animals and 30 minutes for poultry. So usually no, me personally may nakikita ko na ganito po yung pagpa-transport ng mga chicken. So kung ganito po yung way ng pag-transport, actually hindi na rin po siya pwede, no? Kasi mas stress yung animals. So we will allow them for poultry 30 minutes po na iparest. And then of course for large animals, nasa 6 hours po before slaughtering. Then another, any ill treatment, no, the choice of animal for slaughtering, any ill treatment, beating, and acts that may cause stress or fear are strictly forbidden on all animals for slaughtering as per Animal Welfare Act. And then So the Islamic teachings on the welfare and slaughter of animals are explicit or clear and obvious, no? So the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, advised to, of course, the nourish animals well, and then save animals from hunger and thirst, then show kindness to animals, and do not hit or mark animal on its face, and then do not shoot arrows or cattle or bird tied up or held up, and do not fight animals for sports or recreation. So, hindi po siya pwede yan sa Islam po na teachings. And then, of course, quarantine of 3 days for scavenging fowls, like chicken and ducks, and then 40 days for large animals and 7 days for small ruminants. So, if hindi po tayo sure kung saan po galing yung mga animals natin, before slaughtering, like for large animals, we can quarantine po ng 40 days for large animals po. And then 7 days for small animals. And then halal animals with natural deformities are allowed but will not be certified for commercial purposes. So ito na po yung procedures under 7.2, the procedures for slaughtering. So as a rule, the slaughtering of the animal should be fully isolated from those that are considered haram, like pigs, dogs, crocodiles, etc. As I have mentioned earlier po, ano po yung may mga restrictions po. So hindi po pwede na in a slaughterhouse, magkakasama po yung cow and then yung mga pig na habang ina-slaughter po yung halal animal. So again, it must be carried out or performed by a Muslim certified by Islamic competent authority who is of sound mind, mature, and fully understands the fundamentals, rules, and conditions related to Islamic way of slaughtering animals. So, ang slaughtering po, halal slaughtering shall be performed by a Muslim po slaughtering. And then, under 7.2.3, the act of halal slaughtering begins with the positioning of the animal laid on its side, preferably in the direction of Qibla, followed by the incision in the neck at some point below the glottis. A Qibla is, of course, the direction of the prayer. And then the phrase Bismillah, Allahu Akbar, in the name of Allah, Allah is great, must be immediately recited and invoked during the act. So the main objective of the slaughtering is consciously only for the sake of Allah as prescribed in the Holy Quran. Again, the slaughtering must sever the trachea. Ito po yung way ng slaughtering, no? The esophagus and the carotid arteries and the jugular veins in one stroke to bring about an immediate and massive blood flow. Okay, so the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in hadith stated that certainly Allah has decreed proficiency in all things. Thus, if you perform slaughter, perform it well, painlessly. Let each one of you sharpen his knife blade and let him minimize suffering his slaughters or sabiha. So kailangan very sharp ang knife, preferably a stainless one is recommended use for slaughtering. Okay, so another procedure for slaughtering is the sewing action of slaughtering for large animals like cattle is permitted as long as the cutting device is not lifted. So once na-lift mo siya, nag-end na yung slaughter. So any lifting of the knife is considered as the end of one act of slaughtering. So in other words, multiple slaughtering acts in animal are not allowed. So hindi po pwedeng pabalik-balik po yung yung sewing action. And then slaughtering of false and other unhalal animals by mechanical knife is not permitted and will not be approved by the Islamic competent authority. So hindi po pwede ang mechanical knife. Okay, so under 7.2.8, as a veterinary and quarantine requirement, a post-mortem have to be conducted on the slaughtered animal or fowl to determine that full-blown or incipient diseases in the internal organs and muscles do not exist, and finally cleared for processing, cold storage, and eventual trade and consumption. So after po ng slaughtering, meron pa po kinakonduct na post-mortem. And then so stunning under 8 of the standard. a requirement of the standard. So it used to render the animal days prior, stunning means used to render the animal days prior to slaughtering. It is an aid to the slaughtering process to avoid wild movements of the body of the animal. So for large animals, either the mechanical non-penetrative percussion stunner or pneumatic air pressure stunner can be used, while electrical stunning using water bath stunner is employed on chicken and other fowls. Stunning is generally practiced in an integrated meat processing plant in high volume abattoir. And of course, the use of stunning equipment must be at all times under the control of a Muslim supervisor or trained or experienced Muslim slaughterer. So kailangan po siya na ang supervisor po, Muslim supervisor po, ang be at all times under the control po yung sa stunning. To make sure po na yung pag-stand po is proper, hindi po siya namatay, i-check po niya kung hindi po namatay yung yung fowl or yung chicken before slaughter po. Kasi once po na namatay during the stunning, ang animal, so magiging isolate na po siya kasi hindi na po yun magiging halal. Magiging non-halal na po yun. Okay, so as a rule, stunning must not cause death. Ito na po, death or permanent injury, and the life of the animal must remain in the state of haya mustakira, full strength natural state of life, and not in the state of haya masbuha, state of life at the time of slaughtering. So a stand animal with broken skull, would be classified as non-halal and would be separated from halal carcasses. Once na na-broke po yung skull, so magiging non-halal na din po siya. Again, so the electrical stunning of course is of low and controlled voltage as prescribed and approved by Islamic competent authority. So however, it is preferable not to stun animals. So here in the Philippines, so hindi naman siya nire-recommend na mag-stun kasi nga iniiwasan natin yung mamatay na yung animal before po siya ma-slaughter. In the Malaysian standard and the UAE standard, stunning, hindi na po nila ina-allow ang stunning to do. So if ever na meron kayong, like ang inyong product is chicken na gusto nyo i-export to UAE or in Malaysia, so better not use na lang po ang stunning method kasi hindi na po nila ito ina-allow under the standard po, halal standard. So it is preferable not to stun animals because stunning method cause an increase in blood pressure and elevate levels of catecholamines or stress hormones in the blood. So catecholamines or dopamine are released in response to stress and directly stimulate glycogen mobilization, thus influencing meat acidification. So ito yung reason kung bakit siya iniwasan po na ma-stress kasi stunning can cause stress po for the animals. So magre-release po siya ng hormones po, na stress hormones, which can affect the meat quality ng meat. So dressing and cleaning of carcasses must only commence after ascertaining that the animal is pronounced dead and ready for processing. So hindi po pwede na buhay pa yung animal, alam po natin na buhay pa, na itatanggalan na po natin ng mga i-defeather na po natin sila. And then visceral and other process rejects inclusive of shavings, hides, and feathers have to be disposed immediately and properly in accordance with waste disposal regulation by the government. So under item 10 of the standard, the guidelines in preparing, processing, manufacturing, handling, packaging, and serving of halal food. So under 10.1, cleanliness, hygiene, and sanitation. Of course, hygiene has been given strong emphasis in Islam. And it includes aspect of personal hygiene, clothing, equipment, and working premises for food processing, manufacturing, and food services. So the objective is to ascertain that the food in its final form is clean and pure. Kaya po, ang requirement is halal and of course tayyib. Tayyib means clean and pure. And of course, kailangan po natin na i-implement ang mga CGMP or the food safety standards before the implementation of halal standard. Again, hygiene can be defined as free from najis, contamination, and harmful microorganisms. And then, of course, all food shall be prepared, processed, packaged, transported, and stored in such a manner that they are in strict compliance to hygiene and sanitary requirements of Codex General Principles of Food Hygiene and the general concepts of good manufacturing practices or GMP. Again, sa processing under 10.2, processing and handling naman, processed food is halal if it meets the following conditions. So the product of its ingredients does not contain any component or product of animals that are non-halal by Islamic or Sharia law, or products of animals that are not slaughtered according to Islamic guidelines. So ito yung meat without halal slaughtering certificate. So nagiging non-halal na din po siya. So again, processing and handling. The product does not contain anything in any quantity that is decreed as najis by Islamic guidelines. So like yung blood, for example, no, pork sausage, chicken, but not slaughtered in Islamic way, and then of course yung mga non-halal bacon. And then again, so for the processing and handling pa rin, the product or its ingredients are safe, are not harmful. Like of course, yung mga preservatives, coloring, flavoring, and then of course yung mga heavy metal contents should be checked din po siya. Like ito po yung mga preservatives, coloring under po sa yung FDA po na guidelines, yung kanilang maximum acceptable limits po. I-check po natin yun. And then for the product and the processing and handling, product is prepared, processed, or manufactured using equipment and facilities that are free from contamination with najis. So yung mga material not from najis or haram sources. And then core or supporting process not contaminated with najis or raw materials. So yung mga equipment po natin na ginamit natin prior sa processing po ng halal. Like say for example, yung mga equipment po natin, nag-process tayo ng mga non-halal products. So i-check po natin yun siya na before natin gamitin for the processing of halal foods, mag-undergo po siya ng CER2 or the ritual cleansing po. And then processing and handling pa rin, during its preparation, processing, storage, or transportation, it shall be physically separated from any other food that does not meet requirements as specified in items 2.1 to 10.2.1 to 10.2.4 of the standard, or any other things that are decreed as najis by Islamic guidelines. So ito po na nakikita po natin sa photo, like yung display po no, sa mga supermarket, dapat dedicated lang po for halal products. And of course, yung sa mga meat products, dedicated lang din po for halal meat. Hindi po pwedeng mag-mix up po yung mga pork po dyan with halal animals for halal meat. And then of course, during the transportation, dapat dedicated lang po yung mga transportation vehicles po. Ito po sa picture na po is actually sa mga airlines po, no? So talagang nakalagay po siya, naka-separate, and then may label po siya na halal. And then again, sa other devices, utensils, and machines and processing equipment pa rin, devices, utensils, and machines and processing equipment used for processing halal food shall, ibig sabihin requirement, no, shall not be made or contaminated with najis and shall be used only for halal food. So dedicated lahat ang mga equipment po natin for the processing of halal food. Okay? And then again, devices, utensils, and machines which are previously used in contact with najis al-mughalaza, the severe najis, diba yung na-mention ko kanina, severe najis, shall be washed and ritually cleansed as required by Islamic law. So ginagamitan po siya ng, like ito po yung Halclean, it's a product I think in Thailand. So it's a clay, a soap, so during po sa ritual cleansing. Pero pwede naman po, meron naman pong process. So later ma-discuss ko po siya. And then sa processing lines used for haram and those exposed to najis can be converted to halal production lines by washing and ritual cleansing in conformity with the Islamic law. So conversion shall be done once. So this procedure shall be supervised and verified by the accredited halal certifying body. So for example, nag-process po kayo ngayon ng non-halal products. So if you want to convert it into halal food processing, pwede naman po siya if you want to convert. Pero kailangan po natin siya i-wash yung production lines, and of course may ritual cleansing that is supervised and verified by accredited certifying body. Pero hindi na po natin siya pwede nang balikan. Say for example, ngayon process tayo ng halal food, bukas naku non-halal naman. So hindi na po pwede kasi hindi na po siya, irreversible na po siya. Once na-convert na po natin, hindi na po natin pwedeng ibalik ulit ng processing, gagamitin yung equipment for the use in the processing of non-halal products. For the storage under 10.4 naman is the storage, transport, display, and serving. So all halal products that are stored, transported, and displayed either for sale or subsequent consumption must be kept segregated from non-halal products to prevent them from being mixed or contaminated. Any contact with haram products in strictest sense would automatically render the halal products non-halal. So transport, storage, and display facilities would have to be thoroughly cleaned prior to its use. So dapat po dedicated po yung ating mga transportation vehicles for the transported halal products. So the driver should observe, of course, the good hygiene practice, and then hindi po pwede na magdadala po sila ng mga non-halal products po dun po sa transportation vehicles to prevent po contamination. Ang example po, magdadala po sila ng mga pork or ng mga liquor or mga intoxicants. So only halal product po. Dedicated po yung transportation vehicle na yun for the halal products. And then for the packaging naman, 10.5 packaging and labeling, all packaging materials to be used for halal products starting from ingredients to finished products should be halal in nature and must not be contaminated by najis. Truth in labeling is a must as prescribed by international and national guidelines. Then for the national guidelines, we need to follow the FDA Administrative Order number 2014-0030, the rules and regulations governing the labeling and prepackaged food products distributed in the Philippines. So as you can see now in the first photo, potato fries, which were wrapped with newspaper. So the inks or the text from the paper will possibly migrate now to the food. So it will become najis. And then second photo naman, candies were wrapped with plastics which are not food grade. So the toxic materials from the plastic wrapper also migrate to the food. And again, it will become najis. So sa packaging pa rin and labeling, each container shall be marked legibly and indelibly, or a label shall be attached to the container with the following information. So for example, hindi ako nagpo-promote ng product na to, just an example, no? So the name of the product is, example no, is Skyflakes. Net content expressed in metric system or SI units, or as you can see here, no, into 200 grams. And then name and address of the manufacturer, importer, and or distributor and trademark. So nandito po siya yung address ng manufacturer, MY Sun Corp. So may address siya in Cainta, Rizal, Philippines. And then of course the list of ingredients. Nandyan po siya. And then of course the code number, identifying date and or batch number of manufacturer, and then expiry date. And then of course country of origin if imported yung product. Again, for the packaging and labeling pa rin, for meat products, in addition to requirements specified in 10.5.2, the label or mark shall also include the following information. So yung date of slaughter, and then of course the date of processing, and then of course the expiry date. Sa meat products po ito. Kailangan po merong halal slaughtering certificate. And then again, so number 11 of the PNS, Halal certification mark. Each product shall be marked with the Halal, Arabic term, certification mark, provided the product conforms to the requirements of these standards. So name of the certifying body should appear together with the Halal logo. So for example, here in the Cadbury po na chocolate, so meron po siya, kita niyo po ito, this is the Halal logo, Malaysian Halal logo. And this one naman po is in Indonesia, Majelis Ulama, and then IPAN CC in Canada naman po ito na Halal certifying body. So ito po yung mga Halal logo po nila. So additional requirement, no? So under 12, additional requirement for Muslim employment, the company shall employ or contract an appropriate number of Muslims in conjunction with the personal requirement of the company. However, a Muslim production supervisor and halal quality assurance officer shall be employed. So dapat employed po, Muslim po siya, yung production supervisor. To check po doon sa halal integrity po ng ating product. In assurance for the halal integrity of the product. Again, sa requirements for Muslim employment, the said employee must be a practicing Muslim of legal age, have a technical capability, and then have education and training relevant to the nature of position, and then of course be certified by Islamic competent authority. And then another requirement is halal compliant company shall provide a prayer room or its equivalent. So magpo-provide po tayo ng mga prayer room po for our Muslim employees. Room po, hindi naman po need na kailangan malakihan po talaga. It's small room lang po for us, the prayer room. And then under 13 or the new sciences and technology, the perspective 13.1 perspective on organically grown foods. So organic foods are more correctly termed as organically grown foods, and they are grown without using growth hormones, antibiotics, or synthetic fertilizers, herbicides, and pesticides. And then organically grown foods are fertilized with manure and compost, and alternative methods are used to control pests and weeds. And organically grown foods are acceptable to the Islamic competent authority and can be promoted for consumption as long as the manure or compost used as fertilizer come from halal sources. So usually, di ba, itong mga organically grown foods, gumagamit talaga ng manure. So make sure na hindi po yung manure na galing po sa mga non-halal animals po. Again, under 13.2 perspective on cloned animals, cloning is simply creating a copy of living matter such as cell or organism. So scientists use cloning techniques in the laboratory to create copies of cells with valuable traits. Their works aims to find practical application for cloning that will produce advances in medicine, biological researches, and industry. Then from Islamic point of view, this subject indeed a very challenging matter to deal with, as it could bring into question Islam's belief about Allah's attribute as creator as raised by the Islamic Faith Academy. While cloned animals are yet to be produced commercially, it would be soon be a source of raw materials in food and non-food products. So example po na sa animal cloning, yung si Dolly, very popular si Dolly, yung Dolly the sheep. And then since ito namatay na si Dolly, so si Bonnie naman yung kanyang clone naman ni Dolly. Okay, so sa under 13.3 naman, perspective on genetically engineered food and drinks containing products and or byproducts of genetically modified organisms or ingredients made by the use of genetic materials that are halal according to Sharia can be certified halal. So example po noon, ito yung sa M&M. So may nakalagay po no, partially produced with genetic engineering, and then ito po may mga GMO label po nakalagay po dyan. And then ito naman po na example po ng sa first photo, chicken were genetically modified with pig DNA. So as a result, featherless na, kaya magiging non-halal na rin siya kasi ginamitan po siya ng pig DNA. And then, of course, ito po, in the second photo is pig genetically modified with sheep DNA. So, result is a pig sheep. So, of course, automatically non-halal na po siya. So, perspective naman on hormones and antibiotics. Hormones are used for for a variety of commercial purposes. In the livestock industry, growth hormones increase the amount to lean non-fatty meat in cattle. It likewise increases milk production in dairy cows, or to increase the success rates of artificial insemination and speed maturation of eggs. And it is a chemical that transfers information and instruction between cells in animals and plants, as the body's chemical messenger hormones regulate growth and development and control functions of various tissues, support reproductive functions, and regulate metabolism. So, ito po no, very po na ginagamit po sa mga poultry po natin, no? Yung hormones and of course yung mga antibiotics. So again, antibiotics on the other hand are used to kill or inhibit the growth of infectious organisms. And then antibiotic refers to antibacterial. In the livestock and poultry industry, any abuse in the use of antibiotics or any other drugs on the animals and fowl could have potential adverse effect to humans who eventually consumes the meat and its byproducts. So nagiging issue na rin po ito, no, yung mga excess usage of hormones po sa ating mga poultry. So indeed, it is acknowledged that growth hormones and antibiotics are regularly used in commercial livestock and poultry farms, with fresh meats are distributed in wet markets and supermarkets. So it is also acknowledged that there have been instances on the use of these hormones and antibiotics in animals and cows that its residue will be harmful to human health. So under Annex A of the PN of the standard, the divine guidance, the Holy Quran states under Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 168, it states that, O ye people, eat of what is on earth, lawful, means halalan, and good, tayyiban, and do not follow the footsteps of Satan, for he is to you an avowed enemy. So this is the basis on why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala commanded Muslims to eat halal and tayyib. Of course, halal always comes along with tayyib. We cannot implement halal standard without implementing first the food safety standards. Then again, in the under Annex B of Hadith of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, it was narrated by Muslim that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "I swear by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in whose hand is my life, when a person eats a tiny piece which is haram, none of his deeds are accepted by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for 40 days. When the flesh of the body is built from haram, then his body only deserves the hellfire." So that is why Muslims avoid eating haram, especially for practicing Muslims who perform the 5 times daily prayer. So it times by 40 days. So there are 200 obligatory prayers which will not be accepted for 40 days. Kaya po, very careful po ang mga Muslims when it comes to consumption of mga food po natin. And then the method of washing and ritual cleansing, ito na po siya, if you want to convert your food processing from non-halal to halal production. So ito na po yung method of washing and ritual cleansing according to Islamic and Sharia law of yung najis mogalaza, which was contaminated with najis mogalaza. So the general requirements is the najis, whether visible, ainiya, or invisible, or disappear or dried up, is named hukmiya. So to cleanse the najis, it is required to wash 7 times, one which shall be water mixed with soil. And then the first wash shall be to clear the existence of najis. Even if a few washes are needed, the water from the first cleaning shall remain behind, and the next wash shall be counted as the second wash. So the next is the amount of soil used is just enough to make the suspension. Okay? Ito po yung procedure ng SER2 or the ritual cleansing. And then the method of washing pa rin, yung condition ng soil. The condition of soil are of course free from najis, free from other impurities like oil. So not musta'amal or soil which has been used for dry ablution, tayammum, except after subject to heavy rain. So may mga conditions din po yung soil na ginagamit po doon sa ritual cleansing. Okay? Again, yung conditions of water naman, the conditions of water shall be natural, mutlak, and then not musta'amal, Musta'amal is the water that is less than 2 kula or approximately 270 liters that have been used for cleansing. So of course, free from najis. Ito po yung conditions of water. So again, ito po yung slogan po ng DOST Halal program po. Halal is not just for Muslims, but for everyone. And shukran for your attention. Okay po.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Marichu. Talagang that's a plenty food for thought po. Ang dami po naming natutunan pong mga bagong concept at terms po na bago sa amin, katulad ng haram, najis, shuba. Tama po ba yung mga pronunciation ko po, Ma'am
Mashbu,
Marichu?
shubha.
Shubha. And po na yung mga animals po pala na hindi din po kinakain, katulad po yung frog, kasi minsan po sa ibang lugar, di ba po, delicacy po nila yung frog. And bakit po ba ba't hindi po ba kumakain ng mga animal na stress na, yung mga types of dead animals? At kailangan po pala yung mga shubha. Tama po ba, Ma'am Marichu? Ay, minsan po ay nilalagay pa natin siya under laboratory analysis po para po ma-clear if it's certified halal. And we also have the divine guidance po na part ng ating appendix. Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Marichu. Moving right along po, we will go ahead and take some time for questions now. Ma'am Marichu, ready na po ba kayo to answer the questions of our participants?
Opo. Wait lang po.
Okay po. All right po. Thank you again po, Ma'am Marichu. The first question we have po is from Ma'am Selena Navarro. Sino daw po ang nagsicertify ng halal farm?
Ang nagsicertify po is the accredited po na certifying bodies dito sa Philippines. Say for example po, if you want po na for domestic consumption lang po, pwede na po yung halal certifying bodies na accredited po ni NCMF, for the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. But if you want to export your product, accredited po dapat ni Philippine Accreditation Bureau ang certifying body na kukunin po nila.
Dalawa po pala, ma'am, yung magsicertify po, no? Kung mag-e-export po ng products. Tama po, ma'am?
Accredit po, ma'am, ang term
accredit po.
Ang nag-accredit po pag sa mga certifying bodies, pag pang-export po yung product, it's the Philippine Accreditation Bureau. And then pag sa domestic consumption lang po, it's the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. Sila po yung nag-accredit ng certifying body po na magsa-certify naman po sa mga food product, mga manufacturers po natin.
Talagang masusi po yung ating accreditation po. Parang talagang ensure po yung halal. Nakita po namin kanina may mga modes of washing pa po, no, ma'am?
Yes,
yes, may post-mortem pa po.
Opo, kompleto po siya.
Opo, to ensure po talaga na halal po talaga na certified yung ating mga food products. Thank you po, Ma'am Marichu po for clarifying that. We have another question po from DOST-6 po, from Sir Joben Gubatanga. Ang question niya po, Ma'am Marichu, is, would like to request po to expound on the qualifications ng mga slaughtered, ng mag-slaughter sa animal. Paano po ma-determine kung mature na ang certified na or authorized ang mag-slaughter? Thank you po.
Ayun sa slaughterer.
Yes po.
Yes, kailangan din po sila, mayroon po din silang certification. Yung mga slaughterer, Muslim slaughterer.
So, kailangan...
Sa ano area mo?
Region 6 po.
Opo. Yun po yung requirement po sa standard.
Usually po yung magsa-slaughter po, siguro po to follow up po yung question po ni Sir Joben. Sino po ang nag-certify po dun sa slaughterer po o yung parang butcher po?
Ang according sa standard, it's the Islamic Competent Authority. So pwede po silang kumuha, say for example dito sa Philippines, they can find po dun sa ang Islamic Competent sa mga fees, no, yung sa Darul Ifta, pwede naman po silang mag-hingi na lang po dun mga certification. Baka pwede po sila magbigay on the certification po as competent slaughterer po sila.
Thank you very much po, Ma'am Marichu. Ang ating pong next question ay from DOST-3. Si Miss Aurora Arian Espirito. May requirement po ba ang SME in terms of size para makapag-apply po?
Sa pag gusto magpa-certify, ma'am?
Yes po, ng halal certification or yung mga micro-enterprises po ba qualified po for halal certification?
Lahat naman po is qualified mag-apply po ng halal. For as long po na mag-conform lang po sila sa standard.
Thank you po, Ma'am Marichu. So lahat po pala ng ating mga SMEs, kahit po maliit sila.
Opo, pwede naman po. For as long po na mag-conform po sila sa standard, wala naman po problema doon.
Thank you very much po for clarifying, Ma'am Marichu. And thank you po sa question ni Miss Aurora. If ang ship po, next question po tayo, third. If ang ship po ba nag-undergo ng shearing, considered na po as haram?
Ano po yun siya, ma'am?
Yung sheep daw po, pag daw po shinir o yung siguro po ginupitan, inahit yung buhok, consider daw po ba yun as haram?
Wala naman pong issue doon ng non-halal. Kasi ang pala naman nun, ma'am, is pag slaughter siya eh.
Mm-hmm.
Wala namang issue po doon. Pag na-slaughter po siya, magiging halal po siya.
Okay. So wala pong problema kapag po inahitan yung ating sheep po, no, bago po.
As long as hindi naman po siya talagang yung parang yung talagang binunot mo siya na parang na-stress na yung animal. Pero yung shaving, I think hindi naman siya stressful dun sa animal. Pero kung stressful na siya, magiging nanalal na yun.
Kaya talaga pong iingatan yung animal po sa
kasi under yung sa Welfare Act po, Animal Welfare Act.
Thank you po, Ma'am Marichu. And meron po tayong question na mag-a-ask daw po directly si Sir Gilbert from the Life Giving Products and Specialty Corporation. Sir Gilbert, morning po. Sir, you're muted po.
Okay, good morning, Mama Ha. Good morning, Mama Maricho.
Good morning po din, sir.
Gilbert po, Ma'am Maricho from the Life Giving Products.
Opo.
Here in Cagayan de Oro, Mama Maricho. Actually, Mama Maricho, yung company namin, we've been a halal certified way back when we started here in Cagayan on December 2010, and the halal certifying body who certified us was Ulama Conference of the Philippines. Are they still around, ma'am?
Dun po sa list po sa NCMF na accredited nila, I think pa naman po sila. Nag-certify pa rin naman po sila.
So they're still around, Ma'am Maricho.
Opo. Later this afternoon, sir, we will be discussing po kasi the PNSCS or the Philippine Halal Certification Scheme po. So ma-present ko po doon yung iba pa pong mga halal certifying bodies na pwede, may mga options naman po kayo kung sino po yung gusto niyo po na mag-certify pa rin sa inyo. Kung magre-renew kayo or ano po.
Actually, Ma'am Maricho, ang status ko yun is for renewal. But I did not renew because the last time I called them, the fee for per SKU is very high already. Because before, when I registered with Ulama Conference of the Philippines, it was a package. For example, I have 10 products. The package is something like 30,000. But now, the last time I called them, it's they ask for 5,000 per SKU per products. Meaning to say, if I have 10 products or 20 products, I have to pay 50,000 if I have 10 products. So it's costly, and then of course when they visited us here, I have to pay their planes, I have to pay their hotel, and even their food. So and then sometimes they brought 4 persons, so I have to shoulder all their expenses. So it's very costly to us, Ma'am Maricho. That's why I'm happy because I understand that we have already here in Mindanao. So I don't know how much is the cost of per SKU, Ma'am Maricho, here in Mindanao. I don't have any knowledge.
Actually, sir, depende pa din po siya sa halal certifying body. But this afternoon, sir, I will be presenting po yung 9 na certifying bodies po dito sa Philippines. So at least you have an option, sir, to contact them po kung kanino po kayo. Tsaka yung siguro, sir, mas malapit na po sa Cagayan de Oro, sir, no?
Yes,
So
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I think mas prefer na lang po na yung here in Mindanao na lang din po. Yung kasi ang ulama I think is in Manila ba sir, no? Ang
Yeah,
kanilang-
Manila, Quezon
Yes.
City.
So meron naman dito sir like the Minha, Mindanao Halal Authority. So here based in General Santos City. And then yung the Muslim Mindanao Halal Board in Cotabato City. So later this afternoon sir, merong ako ipapresent na mga certifying bodies po na accredited po ng NCMF. So you may kwan po dun sa address and then you can may contact them po para po sa renewal po ng inyong certification. So with regards to naman sir no dun sa inyong sa amount, so depende po kasi talaga sa halal certifying body po yung kanilang mga fees. Pero when siguro sir kung ang advantage naman sir kung nasa certified po talaga yung inyong product, so you have I mean mas pan po yung market niyo, mas malaki po yung mata-target niyo na market. Especially Cagayan de Oro is populated din po siya na may mga Muslims din po dyan.
Yeah.
Tsaka mas malapit po kayo sa mga Muslim populated areas. So yun na lang po isipin natin kasi once lang naman tayo mapa-certify, I think applicable lang naman siya no, for a year or 2 to 3 years, depende po yan sa halal certifying body, yung kanilang expiration. So yung market po, malaki po, mababawi din po natin. Kasi yung market natin mas lalaki po. Kasi hindi lang po for Muslims, but for non-Muslims as well po yung magiging target customers po natin.
Okay, Ma'am Maricho, with regards to that big market for the halal business, Ma'am Maricho, this is what I experienced in Cagayan de Oro. Actually, Ma'am Maricho, the Life Giving product is my own company. But before I started my own company, I was engaged in many companies already in Manila, and also actually one in Zamboanga City, where all these companies I certified it for halal because I was used to certified halal because that's my thinking way back 30 years ago, that the business of halal is very big. That time maybe it's about 8 billion business halal in the Philippines. So that's the reason why I want to be halal certified, and then where in fact my company is halal certified. And then this is my experience, Ma'am Maricho, because my products is in the supermarkets. All supermarkets in Cagayan de Oro, our products is there in SM, Robinsons, Ororama, Gaisano, Prince, Pure Gold, all of the supermarkets here. And then when I roam around and then try to observe and look at how our Muslim brothers like for example patronize halal products, sometimes I'm sad, Ma'am Maricho, because there are many, especially when I was in the shelves in the supermarket, and I tried to push, ma'am, good morning, ma'am, this is halal certified products, ma'am, manho, ma'am, because that time, Ma'am Maricho, I'm the only bakery company in Cagayan de Oro who is halal certified. Now Gardenia is already now halal. So and sometimes there are our Muslim brothers, especially the higher, the class A, the class AB. Of course, they choose even before Gardenia is not halal, they pick up Gardenia because of course Gardenia is untouched by human hands. Of course, us is totally far away from the process of Gardenia. So sometimes, ma'am, Gardenia. Sometimes I really argue with them, ma'am, this is our products is halal certified, yet then Gardenia is not. Why are you not getting our products? Because we were trained that all our Muslim brothers will really pick up the halal certified products, and then of course they will not answer. But sometimes I get frustrated. Though when I saw some our Muslim brothers, I cannot really judge, but sometimes in my judgment also maybe class C, D down, they will. But the class A, B, they are very particular of the products. They really pick up Gardenia. Though Gardenia now is halal, but before they are not halal. I'm the only one halal in Cagayan de Oro. So that's why when we have a halal meeting with sponsored by DAR, here in Cagayan de Oro, maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago, before the pandemic, I really mentioned this situation that I had with with halal. So that's why I suggested to them, can you also, ma'am, sir, that time imam, I forgot his name, also teach our brothers that because we are halal, of course they have to patronize, because actually whether we like it or not, the process of halal is much better than all processes. Mas maganda talaga. Isipin mo ang linis, lahat wala.
Tama po.
Sa atin sa iba nga paglinis ng ano parang wala lang, pero sa process ng to make your product halal, talagang ang linis, scientific lahat. Hindi lang spiritual tradition, pati science nandoon lahat. Wala talagang walang sa Bisaya pa wala yung makalupig sa process. Ang ganda talaga. No question, is perfectly done. Maganda talaga yung halal. So, yun lang, Ma'am Maritzo, ba yung ano, paano kaya natin maturuan yung mga brothers natin na talagang patronize din yung halal products.
Actually, sir, no, thank you for, tsaka sorry po dyan sa yung mga company, yung mga observations po niya yan. Actually, honestly, sir, marami pa rin po talaga mga Muslims din po na hindi rin po talaga aware kung ano po ba talaga ang yung halal. So as here is a DOST po, para po makatulong no sa mga food manufacturers po na gusto po mag-engage into halal business. That is why po kagaya po nito ng FNRR, ginawa po nila is the awareness po sa halal certification, and then sa ginagawa po namin sa nationwide, marami din po no sa sa DOS other regions po na nagkakandak po ng mga halal awareness po para hindi lang po sa mga non-Muslim, pero sa mga Muslims din po, kasi sila mismo din po medyo ang iba hindi pa rin po talaga nakakanaintindihan din po talaga kung ano po yung halal na, which is halal is prepared, yung food po prepared in a hygienic manner. And then ang iba po, honestly yung iba, hindi naman sa lahat, no, pero yung may iba na medyo kulang pa rin po talaga yung awareness para rin po sa halal. So kami po sa DOST, yung nga po, we're willing po na isa po kasi sa program po nga ng DOST is to yung parang awareness po sa mga food manufacturers at saka sa consumers, especially sa consumers po, kung ano po ang halal, ano po yung mga benefits pag ang binili po nila is halal product po.
Thank you very much po, Ma'am Marichu and Sir Gilbert po for the question. For the interest of time po, mag-proceed po tayo sa next question po.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you po, Sir Gilbert. Next question po, Ma'am Marichu, is from DOST-4A po, from Miss Ezra Raisa Noel. Her question is, with the additional procedures like inspection, etc. po sa halal products, nagkakaroon din po ng increase sa cost of production. Just want to know po, paano po ito ina-address, lalo na po ng small enterprises? Thank you po for your very informative presentation.
Okay, thank you po for that question. Yung sa inspection, paano po natin?
Ma'am, she's asking po kung paano po yung mga additional procedures na nagkakaroon po ng increased cost, paano daw po kaya yun ina-address sa mga small enterprises po na maging accredited po na halal?
Opo. As yung sa presentation ko po no sa standard. So ipa-follow lang po talaga nila kung ano po yung sa standard po. Kung if in case man na may increase sila dun sa production nila, like yung sa mga processing, kasi meron lahat naman kasi chine-check yan during sa inspection po kung nagko-conform po sila doon. So pag wala namang problema, nagko-conform sila dun sa standard. So nothing is panpat ata dun sa problema naman dun sa pagdating po sa certification ng kahit ng mga small enterprise po.
Marichu, paano po kaya, kasi ang ano po ay parang increased cost, nag-i-increase daw po yung gastos ng mga small enterprises. Paano po kaya to madalas po ina-address? Meron na po kaya kayong experience po nito or narinig po? Kung paano po ina-address yung mga small enterprises po yung add-on cost po ng pagiging halal certified or halal
Okay po.
accredited po?
Apo, kasi yun nga, expected naman po talaga no na mag-i-increase naman po talaga sa price. Pero as Muslims po no, ako mismo pag kahit na may difference pa po sa price na i-add doon sa product, I am sure na halal po talaga. Wala po kaming problema sa price. Kaya po pag na-target niyo po yung mga Muslim customers po natin, tapos and they're aware of yung pan po talaga ng halal, hindi po problema ang price. Kasi automatic naman po talaga mag-a-add yun doon sa price kasi syempre yung magpapacertify ka, then of course the process, kailangan, nakita naman yun po yung sa presentation, no? Yung yung sa standard, very po siya, strict po siya. So talagang po na may additional po talaga na cost din po sa product. So I think wala naman pong problema sa price.
Thank you very much po, Ma'am Marichu. Ms. Ezra po, if may clarification po kayo kay Ms. Marichu, pwede rin po tayo mag-raise hand or i-chat po natin sa chat box. Ma'am, meron pong additional question si Sir Joben po ng DOST-6 kanina. May age limit po ba yung halal or pwede po ba babae yung mag-a-apply daw po?
Yung sa employee po.
Opo, or siguro po yung owner po ng entity na mag-a-apply po as halal accreditation po.
Wala naman po. For us lang po, kung mag-apply po kayo as yung papacertify po kayo, wala naman pong limit yun. For us lang na magko-conform lang po talaga at ma-certify po talaga ng certifying body na nagko-conform kayo sa standard. Wala naman pong problema doon.
Thank you po, Ma'am Marichu. Ang next question po is from DOST NRI po. Si Ms. Samsida L. Mamakaw. Ang tanong lang yan daw po, ano daw po yung legit certification logo po ng halal dito sa Pilipinas? Kasi marami daw po siyang nakikitang logo ng halal, pero iba-iba daw po sa packaging.
Mamaya po i-represent ko po under sa Philippine National Certification Scheme po, yung logo. Ano po yung dapat na ginagamit po talaga.
Thank you po, Ma'am Marichu. Yan po pala yung yun po pala yung aabangan natin mamaya.
Thank you po.
May question po dito kay Sir Richard po from DOST-FNRI po. On the average daw po, gaano kabilis po ang pag-certify as halal or yung accreditation po ng halal?
Later this afternoon, makikita nyo po yung presentation ko, yung sa certification scheme. Once po naman na ma-comply po ninyo lahat ng requirements po ng halal certifying body, so hindi naman po ata nagtatagal yan. Siguro mga a month, mga ganyan lang po. Kasi i-inspect nila, and then of course yung mga documents, i-audit po talaga, ocular inspection po. And then of course yung mga documents. So kaya po, you need to prepare po talaga yung the HAS manual, the Halal Assurance Manual. Yun po yung ginagawa namin sa DOST na we could help po on yung sa preparation po ng HAS manual.
Halal, okay po ma'am. May manual po pala kapag nag-a-apply po for halal accreditation
Halal
po.
Assurance System manual po.
Ma'am, may interesting question po from JCG Marketing Group. Si Miss Faith po. Sabi niya, kailangan daw po ba na may employee na Muslim para makakuha po ng accreditation of halal?
Under the standard po, it's a requirement.
So kailangan po meron
nasa requirement po yan. Nandun sa standard po, na-mention ko po kanina.
Opo. Ang next question po ay from Bake Masters Incorporated, si Miss Angela po, Ma'am Marichu.
Yes.
Yung list po ba of other certifying body here in the Philippines beside HDIP and IDCP, pwede nyo daw po ba kaya silang ma-provide ng listahan po?
Later this afternoon, ma'am. Yun po yung nasabi ko kay Sir kanina na ipapresent ko po. Yung mga certifying bodies po na accredited po ni NCMF. And of course ni PUB. Abangan na lang po nila para makakon po sila. Opo, para may options po sila kung sino po. At saka ano yung mas malapit po sa kanila na halal certifying bodies, doon na lang po sila. Para yun yung na-mention ni Sir kanina, na at least hindi na rin po mas magastos. Kasi kung, say for example, Cagayan nga, tapos Manila, so kasi nasa pan po talaga yon na sila po yung shoulder ng mga like yung fare, plane fare, yan yung accommodation. So kung mas malapit, at least hindi naman po ganun kalaki po yung medyo magagastos po nila.
Ma'am, kapag daw po ba chocolate product and bakery product po, question po ulit ni Miss Faith, required pa po ba yun ng accreditation po ng halal?
Yes po ma'am, lahat po. Kasi when it comes po sa yung bakery products, like kanina na-mention po, no, pwedeng possible magagamit ng lard. Di ba po? It's a pork fat and lard. So ma-check po natin yun dapat i-check po yun sa laboratory bago po siya ma-certify ng certifying body. Lahat po yan. May mga shubha na mga ingredients. So requirement po yun bago po tayo magpa-certify ng halal.
Okay po, para po dun sa mga doubtful po or suspicious po na mga content po,
yes,
no, ma'am?
Ingredients. Opo. Yun po ang pinaka-critical po kasi is the raw mat. Kailangan din po certified po siya na halal. Yung raw materials po na gagamitin natin for the processing po lalo na po yung sa mga bakery products or any food products po.
My question po from CM and Sons Food Products. Sila daw po ay pasalubong products. Posible po ba na yung production plant po mismo po nila yung ma-certified po na halal?
Sila po mismo nagpa-process ng products nila?
Opo, ma'am.
Yes po, pwede po. Basta in conformance lang po talaga sa standard, wala namang problema. And then yung sa certification scheme po mamaya na mali-discuss po, yun po yung i-check nila. Pag naka-comply naman po sila doon, wala naman pong problema for the certification. Madali lang naman po.
Thank you very much po, Ma'am Marichu. Paano daw po pagka yung warehouse storage ay third party po na pinaglalagyan po ng halal products? Kasama din po ba yun sa mga requirements po para maging halal certified?
Yes, ma'am. Opo, kailangan po din i-certify, di ba? Ang warehouse, it's part of the logistics. So, kailangan po siya i-certify halal na hindi po siya nagmi-mix up. Na dedicated lang po yung warehouse na yun for the storage po ng mga halal products. Part po siya, it's the logistic part po sa halal.
Ma'am Marichu, ito po another interesting question po from Ms. Ezra ulit ng DOST-4. Kapag daw po ba naging halal certified po ang Philippines po, I think po ang ibig niya pong sabihin is as a whole, considered certified na rin po ba siya internationally?
As I have mentioned po kanina, ma'am, no, na kasi different countries have different halal standard. So, pag gusto niyo po nga po mag-export, so, magpapa-certify nga po kayo dun sa halal certifying body na accredited po ni Philippine Accreditation Bureau. Kasi po, sila po yun na nag-accredit ng mga certifying bodies na mag-certify naman po sa mga manufacturers na for export market. So, usually pag na-conform naman kayo to the PNS, may konti lang naman po na differences on the halal standards. Say for example, as I mentioned earlier po, no, ang standard po ng Malaysia at saka ng UAE, hindi na po sila talagang nagpa-practice or talagang ginagamit ang stunning sa standard nila. So sabi ko kanina, pag mag-export kayo sa Malaysia or UAE, na bawal na po sa kanilang stunning, hindi na po talaga kayo pwedeng mag-export ng, say, for example, poultry po, na poultry products na i-export nyo na gumamit po kayo ng stunning method. Yun po. So yung i-check din po natin, kasi mamaya sa presentation ko, no, later this afternoon, yung mga mga halal certifying bodies po, kung saan din po. Kasi meron din po recognized lang po siya ni NCMF but not accredited pa ni PAB. Pero recognized sila ng other countries like Thailand and Malaysia. So pwede po din sila doon magpa-certify na halal certifying body.
Ganun po pala yun, ma'am. Kailangan niyo po ulit magpa-certify doon sa country po based po sa requirement nila doon ng halal.
Opo. Say for example po, i-check niyo po kung saan po ba talaga gusto niyo mag-export. Say for example, gusto niyo mag-export sa Malaysia, it's the Malaysian standard po dapat ang gamitin ni certifying body sa pag-certify sa inyo. Or else, ibang standard ang gamitin niya, na gumamit siya, so say for example, stunning, which is hindi na nga ginagamit sa kanila, so hindi rin po, mababalik din po yun. Kasi si-check po yun doon sa halal certification po ng inyong product kung anong standard ang ginamit.
Thank you very much po, Ma'am Marichu. Sabi po ni Miss Ezra, I thank you daw po for your good answer po sa kanyang question.
Thank you din po.
From another question po is HACCP now incorporated na inclusive na ba ang halal?
Yes, halal critical control point.
Yes po, ma'am. HACCP daw po ba? Incorporated
Opo.
na po ba siya sa
Meron
halal?
na po, opo. Meron na po siya sa under po yun sa halal HACCP po. Yung part lang po ng halal na medyo critical, yun lang po yung i-check din doon. Part po siya. Halal HACCP po ang tawag yun.
Thank you very much. May mga nagtatanong po ng procedures para daw po sa magiging halal certified. Ito po ba, Ma'am Maricho, ay di-discuss po natin mamaya?
Mamaya po, yun na po yung sa scheme na Philippine accredited yung sa certification scheme po.
Okay po.
Standard lang po yung na-discuss natin this morning, and then afternoon is the halal certification scheme na po, Philippine National Halal Certification Scheme. Kung paano po sila magpapa-certify, ano po yung mga requirements na hanapin po ni certifying body para in preparation po sa halal certification po nila.
Meron po tayong last question po siguro po, ngayon po, ay from Sir Abdullah Hadjula. Hi ma'am, how can halal help the economy of country?
So, yun na nga po sir, no? So, we can help po sa economy ng country natin. Say for example, if we can produce more halal products and export to the global market, so we might as well maka-increase po ng ating revenues po dito sa ating country.
Thank you very much po, Ma'am Marichu. Ma'am Marichu, meron lang po sana kami i-consult po sa inyo no, before po tayo mag-proceed po. Ma'am, maaga po tayong natapos. Do you want to proceed po ba dun sa next topic or should we proceed po na as usual po mamayang hapon na lang?
Kasi 11:10 magpe-pray na din kasi ako, baka medyo maalanganin tayo sa oras na rin.
Okay po, ma'am.
Later, mga past 11 na rin kasi, ma'am.
All right po, ma'am. Thank you po. Thank you again, Ma'am Marichu, for your presentation and for answering those questions. Maraming salamat din po sa ating participants for asking those questions and further clarifications po. No? Talagang yan po yung nagbibigay buhay sa ating mga seminars. Okay po, we will now have a lunch break and we will be back in a while po. There's still another lecture by Ma'am Marichu. For now po, let's enjoy our lunch and we will see you later. Yung mga questions niyo pong iba, sasagutin po yan ni Ma'am Marichu mamayang hapon. Again po, thank you very much.
Mga 1 o'clock, ma'am, no? 1 o'clock?
Yes po.
Okay, good.
We'll back po at 1 p.m.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you po. Thank you very much, everyone po, and we'll see you at 1 p.m.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you po. Happy lunch, everyone. By the way po, our Zoom po will remain open so you can stay po if you want or you can just re-enter po later at 1 p.m.
Isang maganda at malusog na araw sa inyong lahat. Nandito muli ang DOST-FNRI's Buwan ng Ulat kasama ang iyong lingkod, Dr. Imelda Angeles Agdepa. Sa Buwan ng Puso, hindi nagpatinag at isinapuso ng DOST-FNRI ang paghatid ng aming mga pag-aaral at mga serbisyo para sa mga Pilipino. DOST-FNRI launched 2 additional variants of the enhanced Nutriban. In addition to the squash, carrots, and yellow sweet potato variants, the DOST-FNRI developed 2 additional variants of enhanced Nutriban. These are the orange and the purple sweet potato variants. These were launched virtually on February 16, 2022. Like the previous variants, the new 2 sweet potato variants have significant amounts of energy, protein, iron, and vitamin A. Both products are shiny on the outside and round in shape, with colored swirls in the inside and with a delicious milky taste, and can last until 6 to 7 days at room temperature. The DOST-FNRI is calling on bake shops, community bakeries, MSMEs, and private individuals and institutions to be licensees of the enhanced Nutriban to help address hunger and malnutrition among our children. Currently, we receive a lot of new licensees, and relative to our call for these licensees, 30 new DOST-FNRI technology licensees from various regions of the country were forged in February 2022. Could you just imagine, only just for 1 month or 15 days after the launching, we already received 30 licensees engagements. They were trained to produce the enhanced Nutriban and Tubig Talino technologies of the Institute. Of course, since they are our adapters of the technology, they are expected to commercialize these products in various communities to be one with the Institute in the fight against malnutrition, a debilitating problem of the country. So, a warm welcome to our new technology licensees. As of February 2022, we have hired 515 contractual staff. And after the orientation of the Institute's mission, vision, and mandates, as well as organizational setup and work assignments, they were deployed to the respective workplaces in the 4 divisions of the DOST. However, most of who were hired were actually deployed as research field workers for the National Nutrition Survey. To our new ICOS, or Institutional Contractual Office staff, welcome to the DOST-FNRI. Last February 14, araw po ng mga puso po yon. So the DOST-FNRI participated in an outreach program dubbed as Paslit Busugin ng Masustansyang Pagkain at Pag-ibig, led by our very own DOST Secretary Fortunato T. de la Peña at Tibig, Bulacan, Bulacan. The Odyssey Foundation Incorporated was also one of the sponsors. The DOST-FNRI's 2022 Menu Guide Calendar and Pinggang Pinoy Materials Health and Nutrition Kits were distributed to mothers, caregivers, kids during the outreach program. The Odyssey Foundation, one of the Institute's partners in Nutriban technology, donated food products and Nutribans. Another is a very important project of FNRI, the My Gene, My Diet trial study. The DOST-FNRI's intervention study to examine the effectiveness of the DNA weight management recommendation developed by the DOST-FNRI has officially started this month. To date, there are 20 qualified participants for this trial. They were screened for levels of blood sugar, lipid, cortisol, thyroid hormones, and other anthropometric measurements. Take this opportunity to be one and to be among the first recipients of the DNA-based weight management recommendation created by Filipinos for Filipinos. Interested participants from government offices within or near DOST Bikutan can register their intent by visiting the study's website flashed on your screen. A virtual feedback conference on accelerated nutrition advocacy for kids, or Project Anak, was conducted in the province of Sultan Kudarat last February 17. Results of the research were presented along with the sharing of experiences in implementing the Project Anak. Project ownership by the LGU and beneficiaries was highlighted at the conference. DOST-FNRI complementary foods soon to be produced in Sulu Province. As part of the DOST-FNRI malnutrition reduction program, through a partnership with the DOST Provincial Science and Technology Center of Sulu and the Sulu State University, the DOST-FNRI complementary foods will soon be produced in Sulu Province. The designated staff of the Sulu State University were trained on producing the DOST-FNRI's rice mungo complementary foods through technology transfer. So DOST-FNRI conducted 3 Thursday classes for February 2022. Thursday classes aims to equip DOST-FNRI staff on the basics of technology transfer. So 2 kinds of technology transfer on the content of the technology transfer plan have been discussed with the participants. In addition, a sample technology transfer plan of DOST has been presented. 2 more capability building workshops organized by the Business Development Unit are on the way to ensure that each DOST staff has the capability and clear understanding of the Institute's goals. For the Nutrition and Aging Project, 2 coordination meetings were conducted in Tacloban City and Davao City. Data gathering is ongoing in Tacloban City. This project will determine the association of body composition with the functional capacity and quality of life of older persons in selected cities in the country. Now, for our data collection for the 2021 Expanded National Nutrition Survey, the DOST FNRI research teams are now in Catanduanes and Leyte for data gathering. Meanwhile, data collected from the following areas, flash on your screen, underwent data cleaning, organization, machine and content validation. Maternal nutrition and gestational weight gain in selected areas in the Philippines aims to determine the desirable maternal nutritional status and gestational weight gain per trimester associated with optimal pregnancy and childbirth outcome. At present, the DOST is conducting interviews among our 224 pregnant women in 35 provinces and highly urbanized cities across the country. Project orientation was also conducted among public health midwives, municipal and city health officers in the following areas. The findings from this study will serve as inputs to a planned large-scale study to develop a weight gain reference chart for Filipino pregnant women in the future. And 6 nutrition policy statements are undergoing review for release. And these titles are flashed on your screen. These policy statements are currently being reviewed and will be released on our official website. The following training and webinars were also conducted by our institute. Quick rundown of our other activities. So we had a first meeting of the NNC Technical Committee, wherein DOST FNRI led the first meeting of this committee to discuss first the theme of the Nutrition Month, the Philippine Multi-Sectoral Nutrition Project, the results of the field trial on alternative weighing scale, the results of the 2021 Scaling Up Nutrition Joint Assessment Consultation Series, as well as agenda forecast for 2022. The DOST-FNRI also participated in the meeting with the Interagency Committee on Statistical Information Management and Dissemination, which aims to enhance the data management and dissemination of statistical information in the Philippine statistical system. A total of 6 information resource materials were added to the DOST-FNRI catalog. Titles of these materials are flashed on your screen. DOST-FNRI made 53 appearances in various TV and radio programs, print and web postings for February 2022. About 17 million pesos worth in media value and 19 million pesos in PR value were generated from the media citations. These are the milestones of the DOST-FNRI for February as part of our continuing efforts and initiatives to fulfill our mandate to define the nutritional status of Filipinos, develop and recommend policy options, strategies, programs, and projects that address various nutritional problems. This buwan ng ulat ng Direktor particularly contributes to our mandate of diffusing knowledge and technologies in food and nutrition in providing science and technology services to our relevant stakeholders. Thank you for your support, and let us all keep safe and be nourished in both body and mind. Sa lahat ng ating tagapakinig at sa lahat ng ating taga-subaybay, pagbati po mula sa DOST-FNRI. Ngayong 2022, patuloy pa rin ang We Can Conquer Childhood Hunger.
Our esteemed DOST-FNRI Director, Dr. Imelda Angeles Agdepa. Yeah. Let's give Director Agdepa a virtual round of applause. Over to you, Dr. Agdepa.
Yes, thank you, Charlene. So, let me start this way. Buzz Aldrin once said, if we can conquer space, we can conquer childhood hunger. Good morning, everyone. Isang mapagpalang umaga po sa ating lahat. Kanina po, nakinig po tayo sa awit ng mga dalawa naming singers dito sa FNRI. Kinanta po nila yung DOST hymn. At ang isa doon, ayaw ko pong kantahin, baka po lahat kayo ay aalis. Ang nakapaloob po doon na statement ay, dumating na ang bagong pag-asa. So ito pong launching po natin nito ay isa sa mga pag-asa na galing po sa DOST-FNRI. So to our distinguished guests, Cabinet Secretary Carlo Alexis Nograles, our beloved DOST officials, led by our very own Secretary Fortunato Boyd T. De La Peña, our DOST Undersecretary for Research and Development, Dr. Rowena Cristina L. Guevara, DOST Undersecretary for Regional Operations, palagi pong nakukuha po namin ang kanyang suporta, Engineer Sancho Maborang, DOST Undersecretary for Scientific and Technical Services, Yusek Renato Sulidom Jr., our DOST Assistant Secretaries and Bureau Directors and Division Heads of the DOST, Deputy Director of DOST-FNRI, we have our very own Dr. Anthony Calibo. Our MANCOM members are always with us in terms of different accomplishments of FNRI. Our former DOST as directors, Dr. Mario Capansana and Dr. Barba, different local government units representatives, DOST regional and provincial directors, other former DOST officials and management committee members. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Of course, I'd like also to have or to greet special mention or special greetings to our prospective technology licensees, friends from the media, and partner or institutions like DepEd, DSWD, and NNC. Maraming salamat po muli sa iyong walang sawang suporta po sa DOST-FNR projects at nutritious food products. We are extremely happy as we are truly blessed because today we are going to launch new sweet potato variants of enhanced Nutriban. These are, of course, nakita na po yung ating oops, no? Orange and purple sweet potato variants. This event with the tagline, oops, may bagong variants ng enhanced Nutriban, is a much anticipated development. In October 15, 2021 to be exact, we successfully launched the Nutriban Yellow Kamote variant. Backtracking from this, we have last April 28, 2021, we launched the carrot variant. And a year before that, it was the squash variant. Ito po yung unang-unang variant po natin. Again, ang masustansyang Nutriban ay muling binigyan ng kulay upang higit na maging appealing at appetizing sa ating mga kabataan. In nutrition, if a product or a food is colored orange, it indicates carotenoids. And meaning to say, if it is carotenoids, it symbolizes antioxidants, no? Or it gives us a supporting activity as antioxidants. When we say purple, ito po yung violet, it indicates anthocyanin. And this anthocyanin also is another antioxidant that help boost the immune system, which also have an anti-cancer and anti-inflammatory properties. Now, one serving of enhanced Nutriban orange sweet potato variant has 502 calories, 17 grams of protein, 6 milligrams of iron, and 401 micrograms vitamin A. It can provide actually 100% of the recommended dietary intake of vitamin A. The product has shiny and round-shaped outer appearance, while inside, it has elaborated white and yellow-orange streaks. It has a sweet, delicious, and milky taste. Now, one serving of enhanced Nutriban, the purple variant, has 500 kilocalories, 17.5 grams protein, 6 milligrams of iron, and 384 milligrams of micrograms of vitamin A. It can provide about 96% of our dietary requirement intake for vitamin A. Now, the product has a shiny and round-shaped outer appearance also, which while the inside, it has elaborated white and purple streaks. Now, it has a sweet, delicious, and milky taste. Now, each bun weighs 165 grams when packed in polyethylene plastic and can last up to 6 days at room temperature. On behalf of the Institute and our hard-working technology generators, I would like to sincerely thank all our existing and new technology licensees of Enhanced Nutriban for your continued support in helping address malnutrition among our children and other vulnerable groups. Please allow me to take this opportunity to highlight the supplementary feeding programs of the DSWD, the DepEd, and the National Nutrition Council, who are actually our institutional clients, which made it possible for us to distribute the Enhanced Nutriban to our young children, especially during the time of pandemic. Now, our children can enjoy new flavors, the orange, purple, sweet potato variants. Likewise, we also thank our regional directors for facilitating the adoption of the Enhanced Nutriban and promoting launching events among our various stakeholders, especially the bake shop and bakery owners, cooperatives, and other MSMEs in the respective regions. The UST cannot do this alone. I always say this in my different messages. We cannot do it alone. Tulong-tulong po tayo upang malabanan po ang ating problema sa malnutrisyon at maiahon ang mga batang Pinoy sa malnutrisyon. We hope that every bite of the different variants of the Enhanced Nutriban delivered to every child as well as their families will make them healthier, smarter, and brighter. Now, rest assured that the Institute will continue to develop food technologies for nutritious, safe, and affordable food products that will help address malnutrition and food security. Coming up very soon will be our Nutri-Meal in a Pack, and of course, our cocoa products. The Nutri-Meal in a Pack is really a very compact meal, complete meal for a child. Let us do this together, support each other, collaborate, and of course, inspire each other to touch lives and help improve the health and nutritional status of our young children by bringing science for the people through sound and innovative technologies. Muli po, maraming salamat po sa inyo at tingnan po natin kung ano ang appearance ng ating Nutriban. So stay safe. Maraming salamat po. Over to you, Leia and Charlene. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you din, Doc Agdepa, for a heartwarming welcome message. And I would like to congratulate us, Doc, because, oops, FNRI did it again.
Pamilyar ang kanta na yan, partner. Truly, ang masustansyang Nutriban ay muling binigyan ng kulay upang higit na maging appetizing. On that note, let us give our full attention to the official teaser on Enhanced Nutriban Orange and Purple Sweet Potato variants. Kamusta ang ating mga attendees? Natatakam na ba kayo? Yan ay patikim pa lamang. At this juncture, to give an inspirational message, it is both my honor and privilege to introduce our beloved DOST Secretary, Honorable Fortunato T. de la Peña. The virtual floor is yours, Secretary de la Peña.
Cabinet Secretary Carlo Alexei Nograles, DOST Undersecretary Rowena Cristina Guevara, DOST Undersecretary Renato Solidum Jr., DOST Undersecretary Sancho Maborang, to our DOST Assistant Secretaries and Directors, to FNRI Director Imelda Angeles Agdepa, FNRI Deputy Director Anthony Calibo, former FNRI Director Mario Capansana, other former DOST FNRI officials, DOST Regional and Provincial Directors, the Management Committee members of DOST FNRI, to officials and representatives of the Department of Agriculture, DepEd, Regional Directors and School Division Officers, DSWD, Regional Directors and Feeding Program Coordinators, Department of Trade and Industry, Department of Agrarian Reform, the National Nutrition Council and Regional Nutrition Program Coordinators, to the Cooperative Development Authority, to members of the IATF Zero Hunger Movement, to the Philippine Bakers Association, the Flour Millers Association, the Vegetable Farmers Associations, technology licensees of the Enhanced Nutriban and other food technologies, to our valued Quad Media partners, other stakeholders and participants watching through the DOST-FNRI social media platforms, to the organizing committee of this launching, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga. Heraclitus, a Greek philosopher, once said, "Change is the only constant in life." Over the past 2 years, so much about our work and our daily lives have changed that it is hard to recall at times what normal is. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected the sources of supply and has affected the global economy. It is continuously affecting various industries and sectors, such as the pharmaceuticals industry, the healthcare sector, tourism, the power sector, the information and electronic industry sector, and education, among others. The pandemic has also been disrupting the food sector. Based on the joint statement by the International Labour Organization, or ILO, and the Food and Agriculture Organization, or FAO, as well as the International Fund for Agricultural Development, or IFAD, and the WHO, in 2020, border closures, trade restrictions, and confinement measures have been preventing farmers and agricultural workers from accessing markets and harvesting crops. This causes food supply chain disruptions and reduced access to healthy, safe, and diverse diets. The pandemic has cost some people their jobs and placed millions of livelihoods at risk. Without the means to earn an income during lockdowns, many are unable to feed themselves and their families. For most, no income means no food, or at best, less food and less nutritious food at that. Based on the 2020 Rapid Nutrition Assessment Survey, or RNAS, done by the DOST-FNRI, 3 in 5, or 62.1% of surveyed households reported that they experience moderate to severe food insecurity, and that food insecurity is highest in 7 out of 10 households with children and 8 out of 10 households with pregnant members. The DOST stepped up amidst the pandemic and recalibrated some of its research and development programs to give way to more pressing concerns in the country's fight against COVID-19. Of course, this is while continuing also other activities, being true to its mandate, addressing other socioeconomic concerns using science, technology, and innovation. The DOST Food and Nutrition Research Institute, one of the DOST's research and development institutes, readily thought of innovative ways through food product development to help address food security aggravated by the pandemic. Many of you are already aware that the DOST FNRI has been working hard to provide new variants of the enhanced Nutriban since 2020. We may candidly think that just as the COVID-19 rapidly evolves to new variants, so has the enhanced Nutriban. Unlike the COVID-19 variants, of course, the enhanced Nutriban variants provide economic opportunities to our local farmers, displaced workers, and enterprises through raw material supply for production and distribution. Given the success of enhanced Nutriban, squash, carrot, and yellow sweet potato variants, other locally available raw materials were developed. Oops, may bagong variants ng enhanced Nutriban. Orange and purple sweet potato naman. This development is in collaboration with our DOST Cordillera Administrative Region, or DOST-CAR, under the leadership of Dr. Nancy Bantog. Sweet potato is one of the well-known and extensively cultivated root crops in the Philippines. Earlier studies have cited its promising nutritional quality, mainly its antioxidant properties. These new variants are also nutrient-dense bread products supplemented with orange or purple sweet potato to improve their nutritional value. Like its predecessors, these are ideally formulated and intended for children aged 7 to 9 years old, but can also be enjoyed by the whole family. Behind all this are the rigors of the scientific method and technical soundness that ensure the safety, nutritional adequacy, and sensory attributes of every food technology that is offered for adoption. So what is in it for us? The enhanced Nutriband technology has several direct benefits to the public. It provides additional income to farmers in the regions and business opportunities to MSMEs. Furthermore, the adoption of the technology entails job creation, profit generation, addressing nutrient gaps among children through the DepEd, school-based, and the DSWD supplementary feeding programs, as well as the National Nutrition Council's Tuto Kainan supplementation program. Enhanced Nutriban is also a nutritious option during disasters or calamities and relief operations. One of the instances is when Typhoon Odette struck the country and several licensed adapters converged to supply enhanced Nutriban among the evacuees and affected families in the regions. Also dubbed as a nutrition in Eban, it will help boost and sustain the nutritional status of Filipino children during this COVID-19 pandemic. The role of DOST. For almost 2 decades now, the DOST has been assisting thousands of MSMEs to increase their production and technical capacities and capabilities through the Small Enterprises Technology Upgrading Program, or SETUP, one of the flagship programs of the department. The host agency of the project or technology, like the DOST FNRI, provides technical assistance in terms of the negotiations, feasibility, compliance, training, monitoring, after technology transfer support, and reporting that make up the technology transfer process. The DOST regional offices, including our provincial science and technology centers where the technology licenses are located, also assist in identifying potential licensees, complying with requirements, monitoring, and coordinating with concerned local government units for additional support and reporting. I commend the DOST FNRI for this continuous innovation that impacts the food supply chain from laboratory to the marketplace. Call to action. We are well aware of the current present challenges across sectors, hence we need a whole of society approach. We are calling for technology licenses for the enhanced Nutriban sweet potato, as well as the other food technologies of DOST FNRI. We encourage concerned government agencies, LGUs, private institutions, the academe, socio-civic groups, food industry, and farmers associations and our media partners to join us in this endeavor. You are all part and parcel of the DOST's vision of science for the people. We are counting on all of you as relevant actors and stakeholders to scale up, support, and action. Mabuhay ang DOST FNRI, mabuhay ang DOST, mabuhay tayong lahat. At welcome, Enhanced Nutriban Orange and Purple Sweet Potato. Maraming salamat at magandang umaga muli sa ating lahat.
Thank you so much, DOST Secretary de la Peña, for your words of encouragement. Indeed, the success of Enhanced Nutriban lies in a whole of society approach.
Moving right along, we will be hearing messages from our ever-supportive DOST executive officials and DOST CAR Regional Director. Help me in welcoming to the virtual stage the DOST Undersecretary for Research and Development, Dr. Rowena Cristina L. Guevara.
DOST Secretary Fortunato T. de la Peña, Cabinet Secretary Carlo Alexei B. Nograles, Department Heads, DOST officials, DOST FNRI, family, and of course, our friends in media, ladies and gentlemen, magandang agham po sa ating lahat. It is my great pleasure to join you once again in the virtual launching of the newest variants of the Enhanced Nutriban of DOST FNRI. As you may remember, in 2020, the DOST FNRI conducted research and development for the innovative reformulation of the Nutriban, which became famous among public elementary pupils in the 70s. This bread, which was later launched by DOST FNRI as Enhanced Nutriban, is energy-dense and with high protein, vitamin A, iron, zinc, iodine, and calcium. The Enhanced Nutriban is more delicious, softer, with a smoother texture, and has longer shelf life compared to the original Nutribun. The first variant of enhanced Nutribun was made of squash to offer consumers more options and address the seasonal shortage and high price of squash as raw material. The OST-FNRI embarked on a series of research and development which resulted in the enhanced Nutribun carrot and yellow sweet potato variants launched in 2021. The new variants address the concern on consumers' taste fatigue. The additional raw materials also helped the livelihood of carrots and sweet potato farmers. And today, the DOST-FNRI, with its dedicated R&D team, is again offering us other innovations. The enhanced Nutribun orange and purple sweet potato variants. The enhanced Nutribun orange and purple sweet potato variants are equally nutrient-dense and tasty, like the squash, carrot, and yellow sweet potato variants. These new variants provide technology licensees additional flavors to offer customers and use alternative raw materials. These new variants of the enhanced Nutribun, while formulated specially for school children, can also be enjoyed by the whole family. Similar with the squash, carrot, and yellow sweet potato variants, the enhanced Nutribun orange and purple sweet potato variants are excellent sources of natural fiber, energy, protein, iron, calcium, potassium, and zinc. These have zero trans fatty acids and no cholesterol. The enhanced Nutribun is one of DOST's response to providing innovative, nutritious food products to contribute to the reduction of malnutrition and food insecurity, especially our preschool and school-aged children. These nutritious food products are among DOST's initiative in response to the Memorandum Circular No. 12 Series of 2020 of DSWD, which provides guidelines in implementing the supplementary feeding program during community quarantine or other similar emergencies. This is under the Food Commodity Schemes on Nutrition Emergency of Supplementary Feeding Programs, or SFPs. We are proud to inform you that the enhanced Nutribun is among the nutrient-dense food that can be provided through the SFPs of the DSWD. The enhanced Nutribun is also included in the Tutok Kainan Supplementation Program of the National Nutrition Council, or NNC. The Tutok Kainan Supplementation Program aims to contribute to the prevention of stunting among children 0 to 23 months and by improving the quality and quantity of food and nutrition intake of nutritionally at-risk pregnant women, infants, and young children ages 6 to 23 months old. Tutok Kainan is part of the National Dietary Supplementation Program of the Philippine Plan of Action for Nutrition 2017 to 2022, or PPAN. The DOST-FNRI is actively promoting and marketing the enhanced Nutribun among other government agencies, such as local government units, non-government organizations, private companies, and foundations for inclusion in their respective supplementary feeding programs, distribution of relief packs, and other social development programs. The DOST-FNRI recognizes the need for collaboration to make the enhanced nutrition more affordable and available nationwide. We once again call on prospective technology adopters or licensees, especially bakery owners, to adopt the enhanced Nutribun new sweet potato variants and make these nutritious breads available all throughout the country. Be one of DOST-FNRI's partners in its continued fight against malnutrition, while also providing livelihood and income for farmers, bakery workers, and other employees of related industries. This is one of DOST's initiatives and efforts in sustaining the momentum and success of the enhanced Nutribun in bringing science-based, locally available, and nutritious solutions to food insecurity, malnutrition, and inadequate livelihood opportunities, especially in the rural areas. Rest assured that DOST, with its skilled research and development workforce, will continue to explore and come up with products, technologies, and services that will help improve the nutritional and economic status of every Filipino. Marami pong salamat at isang makaagham na umaga po para sa ating lahat.
All right. Thank you, Yusek Guevara, for your valuable insights and for helping us cascade the meaning of nutrition in Enhanced Nutribun.
Now let us listen to the message from the DOST Undersecretary for Scientific and Technical Services, Dr. Renato U. Solidum Jr.
Cabinet Secretary Carlo Alexei B. Nograles, DOST Secretary Fortunato T. de la Peña, DOST Undersecretary for Research and Development, Dr. Rowena Cristina L. Guevara, DOST Undersecretary for Regional Operations, Engineer Sancho A. Maborang, Assistant Secretaries, and other officials of the DOST, Director 4 and Scientist 2 of the DOST-Food and Nutrition Research Institute, Dr. Imelda Angeles Agdepa, Deputy Director of FNRI, Dr. Anthony P. Calibo, officials from our partner national organizations, DepEd, DSWD, and NNC, representatives from different local government units, former Director of DOST-FNRI, Dr. Mario V. Capanzana, and other former officials of the DOST-FNRI, management committee members of DOST-FNRI, current and prospective FNRI technology licensees, our ever-supportive media partners, mga kababayan, isang makaagham, pinagpala at malusog na umaga po sa ating lahat. Mahilig ba kayo sa halayang ube? Napapansin niyo ba na ang commercially available na halaya ay hindi purong ube? Madalas ito ay hinahaluan ng kamoting kulay ube na masustansya at masarap din, ngunit higit na mas mura. Kaya naman walang dapat ipag-alala. It was around 4 months ago when we witnessed the launch of the enhanced Nutriban yellow sweet potato variant. When we hear the word variant nowadays, it is associated with the COVID-19 mutations, but not in DOST-FNRI. I am delighted to announce to everyone here that the mutation that happened in the laboratory of FNRI is a positive one. That is the reason we are all here, to witness the launching of the new enhanced Nutriban sweet potato variants, namely the orange and purple variants. These will be the 4th and 5th among the roster of enhanced Nutriban variants. According to studies, sweet potato is the richest source of phenolic compound with antioxidant activity, as well as complex carbohydrates, vitamin A, vitamin C, iron, and calcium. The purple kamote variant can boost your antioxidant intake and reduce inflammation, while the orange kamote variant is known to be the richest in beta-carotene among the kamote variants. I'm sure that like what happened after the launch of the enhanced Nutriban yellow sweet potato variant, numerous letters of intent will flood Dr. Agdepa's email. The development of the enhanced Nutriban sweet potato orange and purple variants were also an offshoot of a collaboration between the DOST Cordillera Administrative Region and the DOST-FNRI. DOST-CAR provided some financial assistance to this endeavor. These new variants open a new avenue for our partner agencies, which offers additional options for the feeding programs. It provides varieties of enticing flavors for consumers, as well as alternative raw materials for our baker technology licenses and additional income for our kamote farmers. I trust that this may help cushion the impact of the rising cost of the raw materials like flour for the production of bread. Di po ba ang sarap tingnan? Pero sinisiguro ko po na mas masarap kapag inyong malalasahan. Sabi nga po ng isang kilalang brand, masarap maski walang palaman. Kaya ano pa po ang hinihintay natin? Magsimula na tayong gumawa ng letter of intent nang sa gayon ay sabay-sabay nating lasapin ang sarap at sustansya ng mga bagong enhanced Nutriban sweet potato orange and purple variants. Congratulations to the DOST-FNRI, headed by Director Dr. Imelda Angeles Agdepa, along with the technology generators and technology transfer and marketing team for this very successful launching of the new variants of the enhanced Nutriban sweet potato. Muli po, isang malusog at ligtas na umaga sa ating lahat. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Yusek Solidum. Let me echo Yusek Solidum's words. Magsimula na nga po tayong gumawa ng letter of intent. Nang sa gayon ay sabay-sabay nating lasapin ang sarap at sustansya ng mga bagong enhanced Nutriban variants. Now let's turn over the virtual floor to the DOST Undersecretary for Regional Operations, Engineer Sancho A. Maborang. Over to you, Engineer Maborang.
Thank you, Leia. My morning greetings to first our Cabinet Secretary, Carlo Alexei B. Nograles, our DOST Secretary, Professor Fortunato T. de la Peña, to our DOST Undersecretaries, Rowena Cristina L. Guevara, and USEC Renato U. Solidum Jr., to the DOST CAR Regional Director, Dr. Nancy A. Bantog, DOST FNRI Director, Imelda Angeles Agdepa, and former FNRI Director, Dr. Mario V. Capanzana, to the DOST FNRI Deputy Director, Dr. to the regional directors present, the provincial science and technology directors, to our technology adapters, partner agencies, the Department of Education, Department of Social Welfare and Development, the National Nutrition Council, media partners, and attendees. What a great day to launch the enhanced Nutriband Orange and Purple Sweet Potato variant together with our esteemed and respectable guests. I would like to commend once again the DOST-FNRI for spearheading these initiatives as led by Director Imelda Angeles Agdepa and Deputy Director Anthony P. Calibo. We all know how COVID-19 pandemic drastically affected the health and livelihood of the Filipino people and even worsened our country's problem of poverty, malnutrition, and hunger. But in spite of this very challenging reality, we at the DOST keep our focus towards enhancement of science and technology in societal development and to somehow lessen the burden of the food manufacturing sector. In October of last year, the enhanced Nutriband Super was launched as a result of the continuing initiative of the DOST-FNRI. A heartwarming and positive response came from various micro, small, and medium enterprises or MSMEs, academics, corporations and cooperatives, foundations, non-government organizations, and local government units who express willingness to be our partners, not only for economic gain, but more importantly, to improve the health situation of children in their respective communities. Through the partnership of government agencies and private sectors, we have a chance to elevate the nutritional status of our children, the hope of our nation. Sa inyo pong lahat, I would to visit the Nutridens Food and Manufacturing Corporation here in Pangasinan. And I'm very happy to see that they are producing the Nutridens Enhanced Nutriband and Squash. And I can see that it has contributed to the development of not only the Nutridens Corporation, but to the development of the economy in this part of Pangasinan. And according to Rocky Doctor, the owner, it has also helped our farmers sell their products to our adopter. Today, we also additional need of children aged 7 to 9, though I assure everyone that this can also be enjoyed by people from all ages, like me. It brings me joy also to know that through this seemingly simple bread bun, a staple part of a Filipino merienda, we can give opportunity to the food manufacturing sector, as I mentioned, especially for bakeries and bread makers to sustain their livelihood and provide for their own families and employees. Surely, our initiative and advancement in food technology is a call for our colleagues in service, government agencies, and the business sector to utilize technology innovations to fight the issues on malnutrition and hunger. We may expect the journey to be rough, but may our resilience and perseverance prevail not only for ourselves, but for the good of all. Rest assured that the DOST Office of the Regional Operations and the regional offices, and of course, the provincial science and technology centers are dedicated in achieving this vision. In closing, I want to congratulate and acknowledge the DOST FNRI team for its innovative spirit, together with its consistent and ever-willing collaborator, the DOST CAR, for their relentless work to develop and enhance technologies. Nais ko rin pong ibigay ang aking pasasalamat sa ating mga technology adapters na tuloy-tuloy po na tumutugon sa ating panawagan at hamong ito na makibahagi sa programa ng ating pamahalaan. Patuloy rin nawa nating suportahan ang mga programa ng DOST para sa ikaunlad ng ating sambayanan. Tara na po at tayo ay tumikim ng mga bagong variants ng Nutriband. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pagdalo at naway mabuhay tayong laging malusog at matagumpay sa ating pagsugpo sa kahirapan, paglaban sa malnutrisyon at paglutas ng kagutuman. Magandang umaga po muli sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Yusek Maborang, for your meaningful message and for reassuring us of the support from the DOST regional and provincial offices. At this point, let's hear from one of the prime movers of the Enhanced Nutribun Sweet Potato Product Development, the DOST CAR Regional Director, Dr. Nancy A. Bantog.
To our distinguished guests, Cabinet Secretary Honorable Carlo Alexei Nograles, the lead of the Interagency Task Force on Zero Hunger, DOST Secretary Honorable Fortunato T. de la Peña, DOST Undersecretary for Research and Development Dr. Rowena Cristina Guevara, DOST Undersecretary for Science and Technology Services Dr. Renato Solidum Jr., DOST Undersecretary for Regional Operations Engineer Sancho Maborang, DOST FNRI Director Dr. Imelda Agdepa, DOST FNRI Deputy Director Anthony Calibo, other distinguished guests, our partners, organizers, participants, current and potential technology adopters, good morning. I would like to commend and congratulate the DOST FNRI Research and Development Unit and the whole team led by Dr. Imelda Agdepa for their untiring efforts and dedication to generate the technology. DOST CAR will always support the worthwhile cause of easing access to health and nutrition programs in the countryside through the enhanced Nutriban technology, anchored on our battle cry, Science for the People. Launched on October 15, 2021, the yellow variant of sweet potato e-Nutriban resulted to numerous requests to adopt the technology. This is in addition to the squash and carrot variants. Today, we are grateful for these new two variants, the orange and purple sweet potato variants, and this could not be more than exciting. Oops, may bagong variant ang enhanced Nutriban, orange and purple sweet potato naman. What a catchy and timely theme for this event that is sure not only to pique the interest of our partners and stakeholders, but more so the public at large. Sweet potato is renowned to be a resilient crop that could survive typhoons and is available all year round. Aside from the value adding of sweet potato through the enhanced Nutriban, we are at the same time supporting the farmers to have an alternative market for their sweet potato produce. We hope to count on the academic institutions, cooperatives, government agencies such as DepEd, NNC, and the SWD, the local government units, as well as those in the private sector to support once again our enhanced Nutriban with orange and purple variants to bridge the gap on nutritious food for our children who cannot avail of our previous center-based supplementary feeding program. We continue to call on our existing adopters and the prospective partners from the micro, small, and medium enterprises, especially the bakery companies and even bakeries in the communities, to continue partnering with us and to becoming adopters of the enhanced Nutriban with sweet potato technology. This way, we make these products available to more consumers nationwide at all times. We need more of this kind of collaboration among agencies to continue empowering our bakery workers and farmers. Together, let us unite in achieving our goal of eradicating malnutrition and continuously improve the nutritional status of our countrymen with the help of science, technology, and innovation. Thank you, and a blessed day to all.
As always, thank you, Dr. Bantog, for your message and support to make new variants possible.
And now we will be hearing a message of support. We will get a chance to hear up close from one of the country's new generation of dynamic leaders and a tireless public servant. It's an absolute honor to introduce the Honorable Cabinet Secretary and Acting Presidential Spokesperson, Honorable Carlo Alexei B. Nograles.
Science and Technology Secretary Fortunato Boy de la Peña, Undersecretary for Research and Development Dr. Rowena Cristina Guevara, Undersecretary for Science and Technology Dr. Renato Solidum Jr., DOST FNRI Director Imelda Angeles Agdepa, Deputy Director Dr. Anthony Calibo, DOST FNRI former Director Dr. Mario Capanzana, and to all the DOST regional and provincial directors, management committee members, colleagues from the other government agencies, former DOST FNRI officials, our ever supportive technology licensees and adopters, partners from the media, our key stakeholders, isang masigla at masustansyang umaga po ang pagbati ko sa inyong lahat. I salute our ever reliable partners at the DOST, whose efforts have helped allow us to continue to implement our programs on a wider scale despite the challenges we have been facing. Secretary Boy de la Peña's vision to ensure that no Filipino would ever have to sleep on an empty stomach has been instrumental to the accomplishments we have today. To Director Dr. Imelda Angeles Agdepa, your unwavering commitment to all our zero hunger advocacies is inspirational. I am grateful that the Interagency Task Force on Zero Hunger has the solid support of the DOST and the DOST FNRI in pursuing solutions with the help of science and technology to achieve a hunger-free Philippines. Sa panahon ngayon, higit na kinakailangan nating pangalagaan ang kalusugan ng bawat isa. Dahil ito ang ating depensa laban sa kasalukuyang pandemya. Alam natin na ang problema sa kagutuman at malnutrisyon ay may iba't ibang aspeto, kaya naayon lamang na patuloy ang ating pagsusuri upang makahanap ng mga makabagong solusyon, upang mas mabilis na makatugon at maibsan ang paglawak ng problema sa kagutuman. It was back in July 2020 when the DOST FNRI conducted the soft launching of the e-Nutriban squash variant. Then just after a couple of months, the carrot variant was introduced. In October 2021, the sweet potato variant was successfully launched. The enhanced Nutriban survival, which underwent various researches and implementation strategies, were accomplished while we were also battling COVID-19. This is proof that if we stay focused on our plans and aspirations, all that we set our sights to could be achieved. With the changes we are experiencing in the eating habits or diet of our beneficiaries, it is practical that we also adapt and make our complementary food products palatable and locally sourced. It is for this very reason that the e-Nutriban came into existence. These nutrient-packed energy booster buns are made more delicious, more nutritious, and more appetizing. Kaya naman, swak na swak sa panlasang Pinoy. Higit sa lahat, ito ay siguradong abot kaya ng bawat Pilipino dahil locally available ang mga sangkap. Ang enhanced Nutriban ay isang paraan na upang makamtan ang naangkop na nutritional needs ng mga beneficiaries ng ating mga feeding programs, lalo't naging malaking hamon na maipagpatuloy ang pagbibigay ng hot meals. Locally available vegetables like squash, carrots, and sweet potato have made possible the further enhancement of the Nutribans that we know of. These variants of e-Nutribans are enriched with all natural, highly nutritious vegetables which are equally known to be rich in fiber, energy, protein, calcium, potassium, iron, zinc, and vitamin A, nutrients very much needed by growing Filipino children. Alam natin na ang gulay ay madalas na hindi gusto ng mga bata, but with the e-Nutriban variants available now, we have made vegetable consumption easy and a much enjoyable experience. My kids and I have tasted these e-Nutribans and we can personally say that they are delicious and we're happy to have these as part of our meals. Wink, wink. We are so blessed that here in the Philippines, we have a bountiful supply of crops and vegetables. With the ingenuity of our partners at the DOST FNRI, we are able to discover more potential sources. Today, we are yet again launching the use of purple and orange sweet potatoes for e-Nutriban. Aside from being tasty, both varieties are known to be packed with both soluble and insoluble fiber, which are scientifically proven to lower cholesterol levels. The orange variety is rich in beta-carotene, which helps keep our eyes in excellent condition, while the purple one boosts with anthocyanins, which is a potent antioxidant that also shows promising anti-cancer properties. Generally, sweet potatoes are rich in vitamin B5, B6, thiamine, niacin, and riboflavin. It is easy to grow and maintain them, so propagating these crops is not a problem. Apart from all these, sweet potatoes are known to promote gut health, support the immune system, and may enhance brain function. Sa pamamagitan ng e-Nutriban, Vegetable eating becomes a treat, especially for the kids. Mukha mang mahirap na iwaksi ng tuluyan ang problema natin sa gutom at sa malnutrisyon. Ako'y naniniwala na sa tulong at ambag ng bawat isa, kayang-kaya nating itong magawa. Our 2021 Global Hunger Index with a score of 16.8 compared to the previous year's 19.0 show that we continue to improve. Despite the crises that we have been experiencing due to COVID-19, the 2.2 points change in just a year is very, very significant. We have also decreased our hunger rate to 10.0 based on the recent SWS survey conducted in September of 2021. So we are almost at par with our pre-pandemic rate. These are indications that the programs and strategies we have in place are working. So let us continue being steadfast in our goals and let us continue strengthening our multi-sectoral partnerships because the battle against hunger is our collective battle together. I salute our Filipino entrepreneurs for heeding our call through the adoption of these food technologies. Your help in our advocacies is very much valued, and I hope that more of our stakeholders will be inspired by your commitment. Muli, maraming salamat sa DOST for always championing our cause. Congratulations. Mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Maraming salamat po, Cabsec Nograles. We are truly honored and grateful to you for extending your support since day one. And we are also very pleased to inform you that your request for a purple variant has been granted today. Nagkatotoo na po. Wink wink po, Cabsec Nograles.
Again, thank you, Cabsec Nograles. Ngayon naman, kamustahin natin yung mga participants. Andyan pa po ba tayo? So currently, we have 460 plus Zoom viewers and more than 50 YouTube viewers. Ang tanong, do you want an energizer? Yes, mag-react nga po tayo dyan. So syempre, prepared tayo dyan. We have prepared an intermission number just for you. If you are ready, again, please react with a heart or a thumbs up. Ayan, mukhang ready na sila, partner, no? So sit back, relax, and let's get inspired through a song to be performed again by no less than the DOST FNRI's homegrown talents. Let us welcome to the virtual stage the Hapag-Awit Singers.
Posible kayang labanan ang agos ng paghamon. Walang madapaman, sabay tayong aahon. Posible kayang mabura ang ilangan sa sarili. Ang tapang sa loob makikita, taglay mo ang tubong bayani. Surang laban, huwag magpuro. Pakinggan sa iyong puso ang sigaw na dati ulo. Surang laban, huwag magpuro. Pakinggan sa iyong puso ang sigaw na dati ulo. Posible. Kayang matikman ang isang gintong minimiti. Sagat ng bawat laban, magtatagumpay kang muli. Surang laban, magmumulong. Pakinggan sa iyong puso ang sigaw na dati ulo. Surang laban, pagmumulong. Pakinggan sa iyong puso ang sigaw na dati ulo. Posible. Surang laban, pagmumulong. sigaw na dati bulong. Posible, sunod laban, Pilipino. Pakinggan sa iyong puso ang sigaw na dati bulong. Posible, posible.
Ayan, ang araw na ito ay naging posible dahil sa inyo. What else is in store for us today, partner?
Ayan, so pasensya na po sa technical difficulty. Again, salamat Hapag-awit Singers daw for that moving rendition of the song, Posible. So ngayon, okay.
Joining us all the way here from Cordillera Administrative Region, Region 7 and Region 10 are potential licensees of enhanced Nutribon, orange and purple sweet potato variants to give their messages.
Sounds great, partner. Indeed, we are counting on them to make these variants more available and accessible to the public.
To give a message, may I now call on first the owner of VMM Food Products. Please welcome Mr. Valentino T. Vicera.
Our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Carlo Nograles, our DOST family, co-adopters, ladies and gentlemen. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Ngayon ay napalad na araw dahil sa paglulunsad ng bagong variant ng Nutriban. Ang sweet potato, purple and orange variant. Kami po sa BFN Food Products ay adapter na rin ng squash at carrot variant. Nagbigay sa amin ito ng dagdag kita, gayon din sa aming mga manggagawa. At isang karangalan maging kabahagi ng FNRI sa paglaban sa malnutrition sa pamamagitan ng paggawa ng mga Nutriban. Nadagdagan din ang aming mga kaalaman sa mga iba't ibang pagsasanay na inilunsad ng FNRI sa naging kapakipakinabang sa aming negosyo. Very optimistic po kami na magugustuhan din ng mga bata at ating mga kababayan ang bagong variant ng Nutriban dahil kahit simpleng dilagang kamote pa lang, kinakain na natin. Kaya tiyak na mas masarap ang tinapay na may kamote. Sana po sa mga susunod na panahon ay magkaroon na ng pagsasanay sa paggawa nito para maipatikim natin sa mga bata at sa ating mga kababayan. Maraming salamat po sa pagtitiwala ng DOST Family, FNRI na maging kabahagi sa proyekto ng Nutriban. Maraming salamat po at magandang araw.
And thank you, Mr. Valentino. Nakakatuwa na through VFM Food Products talagang mas makakarating ang Nutriban sa masa.
Tama ka dyan, Ms. Arlene. Now let's hear from another potential licensee, Ms. Jaira Marie Wajagonia, Quality Assurance and R&D Manager of Waffle Time Incorporated. While waiting for the technical team to play the AVP of Waffle Time, magbasa muna tayo ng chat. Hello everyone, good morning from Mlang Breadmaster. Partner, ano pa ang ating mga messages dyan?
Ayan, from AE Enterprises, congratulations to DOST FNRI for the launching of the enhanced orange and purple sweet potato variants.
Ayan, nakakatuwa naman ang message ni Ma'am Tricia Castrodes from Arite, wink wink, Cavsec.
Ito naman from DepEd kay Miss Editha Ubina. Nice packaging, sana all. Congratulations, DOST FNRI. Ayan, so are we ready for the AVP?
August 2020, DOST Region 6 sent us an invitation for a technology meeting on DOST FNRI's technologies, which included the enhanced NutriBond. We then applied as technology adopter on October 2020 and proceeded with the training the following month. We started the production of enhanced NutriBond on the last week of January 2021 and had our first delivery on February. Because of the overwhelmingly positive feedback on our first run, our clients continued to patronize our services. The demand for new types of bread also increased over time, which is why when the carrot variant was introduced, we immediately decided to adopt the product. Now that the purple and orange sweet potato variants are soon to be open for adoption, we are more than thrilled to acquire the technology and serve it to our clients in the next feeding program.
Ako si Daisy Rose Semper. Nawalan ako ng trabaho dahil sa pandemya. Nang naumpisa ang proyektong Enhanced Nutriban ng Waffle Time, isa ako sa mga nabigyan ng trabaho. Laking pasasalamat ko sa DOST FNRI sa pag-develop ng Enhanced Nutriban dahil sa nagbukas ito ng maraming oportunidad sa mga naghanap ng mga trabaho kagaya ko.
Our weekly capacity is about 500,000 pieces, and we were able to supply our clients with approximately 5.5 million enhanced nutribans in a span of 4 months. Our company would like to thank DOST FNRI for giving us this opportunity of sharing our enhanced nutriband journey, as well as the adoption of multiple technologies. Thank you for the development of different variants as we battle malnutrition together.
So again, thank you, Ms. Jaira, the QA R&D Manager of Waffle Time Incorporated. Again, correction, Ms. Jaira po is from Region 6 pala, not Region 7. So again, nakaka-inspire naman ang binahagi nyo sa amin, ma'am. Salamat po.
All right, agree. And at this point, may I call on Ms. Ana Paula Eschong, the proprietress of Mama Nene's Homemade Delights.
Maayad haadlaw. Good morning or good day, everyone. So I am Ana Paula Chong, the Enhanced Nutriband Adapter here in Bukidnon. I am so privileged that the DOST FNRI trusted me and my team for this project. And we just started with this product. This is our main product, the pineapple jam, because as everyone knows, we have here in Bukidnon, we are abundant with pineapple. So we have our arrays of products like this one, the pineapple jam, and we also have our pineapple vinaigrette, pineapple vinegar, and we also have our pineapple chilies and our pineapple pastries like our pineapple ensaymada, and we also have our pineapple cake, and we also have different pastries. And I would like to say thank you to the OST because through them, they have helped us with the MPEX, and dahil sa MPEX, we had our FDA-approved facility. It is because of the help of the MPEX, and we are just so grateful that the DOST have helped us along the way. So because of our FDA approval, it was easy for us to apply for the Enhanced Nutriban. And as a team, me and my husband and our whole team are just so grateful because this project has provided sustainable livelihood for our fellow ITs because I'm an IT. So it has always been a privilege for me, and I am just really so happy that the DOST has entrusted me and the whole team with this project. And unleashing potentials. this project has really unleashed our potential because I have never imagined na pwede pala kaming gumawa ng ganun kadami na buns in just a short period of time because I was trained last July last week, and after July last week, by October, diretso na yung project, October until December, and I was just so amazed that the whole team, kami, with my husband, talagang nagawa namin yung whole project, and we've made like 3,000 to 3,500 buns per day in 60 days, so it's a great success for me and the whole team. And also, I would like to say thank you to the DOST, FNRI, and to the DOST Bukidnon for the unending support since we are also set up adopter here in Bukidnon, and it's just a great privilege for me and the whole team. Thank you for the support and for the unending support of everyone. So that's it. Daghan kaayong salamat from the bottom of our hearts because this project, the Enhanced Nutriban, has helped us in a whole lot of ways. Like we have also helped farmers kasi dito kasi sa Bukidnon medyo abundant yung squash. So maraming farmers din na naka-benefit because of this project. So this is a great God's gift, and I would like to say thank you everybody for especially to the DOST family for all the support and for all the trust, and that's it. Thank you once again.
Right, maraming salamat ulit po, Ma'am Ana, for that encouraging message. That is Ma'am Ana from Mama Nene's Homemade Delights.
And last but definitely not the least, let us listen to the message from the Villa Margarita Catering Services, Miss Mary Ann M. Montemayor.
A pleasant good morning to everyone. Maayong buntag kaninyong tanan. I am Mary Ann Baby Montemayor of the Villa Margarita Catering Services, one of the youngest adopters, definitely not in age, but in length of certification. Alam niyo po, we trained only last November, and we're also certified immediately after our training for the squash variant, followed by the carrot variant. What I'd like to share po with you this morning is that yung pong aming training gave us the opportunity to know some of the very noble men and women behind the enhanced Nutribon technology. Our team po sa Villa Margarita Catering Services salutes our trainers, yung mga trainers po na nakilala namin for their patience, their kind understanding, and kind accommodation of the various requests or questions raised by many of us, the potential adopters. Alam niyo po, they never lost their composure and were always ready to assist everyone. I personally admired the kind of culture pervading in the agency of the OST-FNRI. Why? Because it was all about the sincerity po of helping and putting into perfect practice the technology of the Nutribon production. Alam niyo po, hindi ko talaga ma-contain yung pasasalamat ko that I even had to text Doc Mel to congratulate her team kasi apaw-apaw po talaga ang admiration ko sa professionalism and efficiency of her team. Not to mention the fact that they were very knowledgeable in all aspects of the training and were willing to go the extra mile. Yun po talaga yung importante. Natapos po ang training namin on November 25. And of course, ang inisip ko po then was, kailan kaya kami makakakuha ng order? When can we start putting what we trained into practice? So I prayed and prayed, and an answer to my prayers came immediately a week after when one of my adopter mentor a friend from Maan's Bakery, si Miss Joanne Reyes po, asked me if I am willing to work with her because she has a project together with another friend adopter of from Navales Foods on a project for Nutribon supply to DepEd Region 12, both for the squash and carrot variant. Alam niyo po, sila po, they have been both producing for a year already. So, sino naman po ako na baguhan na makipartner sa kanila. But, you know, the love and the sincerity was there for them to help me, to mentor me, because they just wanted me to try and for me to be inspired because maganda talaga itong proyekto na to. So of course, I jumped at the opportunity, I grabbed it. But syempre po, no, inassess ko rin kung ano yung magiging capacity of the equipments that I had invested on. So based on kung ano po yung mga equipments namin, doon ko rin po prinomesa sa kanila kung ano lang yung kakayanin kong i-commit. I knew po kasi in my heart that, you know, we had a great partnership. I had full trust, faith, and confidence po in the partnership because of the goodness and kindness of Joanne and Vic, Joanne Reyes and Vic Navales. Because yung objective po namin was one. Kumbaga, nag-meeting of the minds po kasi kaagad that, you know, our objective was talagang to ensure that we provide quality Nutribonds. Ang galing-galing po kasi talaga nung natutunan namin, yung technology, saludo po kami sa technology. So, kinakailangan po talaga that in everything that we do, quality po talaga. Kung ano yung natutunan sa DOST-FNRI, yun po talaga ang sundin to the letter. So, yung pong proyekto na yun, called for a production for final delivery December 15, which we met. Kumbaga kahit yun po yung pinaka-height ng kabisihan natin pong lahat, no? Kasi Christmas season po yan. We prioritize po the production. And so we were able to meet whatever was the demand of DepEd Region 12. Until immediately after said contract, naimbitahan po kami to extend our services, no? Kumbaga, linigawan din po kami na please, meron po silang another procurement which required us to work at the height of yung kabisihan namin and yung mga contracts namin for, I mean, other contracts with our other clients dun po sa third week of December dahil yun na po talaga yung close to Christmas. But we couldn't say no kasi pag adapters pala po tayo, yung commitment din po natin kasi sa mga beneficiaries, kailangan po nating panagutan. Ang nakita po namin kasing tatlo, kami po, yung tatlong kumpanya po namin na nagtulong-tulong dito sa partnership na to, ang naisip po namin, kawawa naman yung mga beneficiaries kung hindi tayo papayag na tanggapin itong kontrata na to. So, we agreed, kahit busy-busy po talaga kaming tatlong kumpanya. We agreed because top of mind po talaga yung mga beneficiaries na Pasko, ito na yung parang pamasko namin sa kanila. And alam niyo po, ang pinakamasaya po doon was when we did the deliveries, you know, like I recall po talaga yung isang komentaryo ng isang staff ko na when they delivered, sabi niya, ma'am, alam nyo, kahit ang hirap na dinaanan natin sa production, even sa delivery, kasi malayo po yung lugar, it took us 3 hours, 4 hours to get to the place for deliveries. Early, dawn po ang alis sa Davao just to be able to meet the required time of delivery doon sa Region 12. But sabi nga po ng staff ko, ma'am, alam nyo, when we saw the faces po ng mga bata, yung smile sa mukha nila at yung excitement po nila na nakakain sila ng masarap na tinapay. Alam nyo po, na ma'am, sabi nga nila, na-erase po lahat ng pagod at lahat ng mga pinagdaanan natin na hirap sa production. So, grabe po, yung passion dapat po natin and yung commitment natin as adopters, it really goes beyond beyond the contract, it goes beyond kumbaga the numbers, no? Iba po pag nalaman and nakita natin na napaka-noble pala talaga nung tinatawag na proyektong ito na zero hunger, no? Na kasi it falls under that program na po talaga na nakakapakain po talaga tayo ng mahusay na pagkain. Yung mga first time nga po na nakatikim nito because nung Pasko, I had the opportunity rin po na nag-donate dun sa mga squatters, dun po sa mga orphanage. And nasabi nga po nila talaga na napakasarap. Napakasarap naman itong tinapay na to, no? So they were saying, bakit hindi ito binebenta sa merkado, no? Na ang sarap-sarap na sa isang tinapay pa lang busog na busog ka na. So I'd like to, end my sharing by congratulating and saluting po the DOST-FNRI for such a noble program. Nagpapasalamat po kami na naging adopter po kami. I thank CABSEC Carlo Nograles for giving us, the encouragement to apply as adopter. And I thank Doc Mel and her team for always being there to guide, assist, and inspire us every step of the way. We salute you because this is a very, very, very noble program, and we are here to commit and support you all the way. So, salamat po, maraming salamat po, and God bless you ever, ever richly. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Again, maraming salamat din, Miss Mary Ann from Villa Margarita Catering Services. Grabe, Miss Leia, no? Nakakatuwang marinig na ang layo na talaga ng narating ng Enhanced Nutriban.
Totoo yan, partner. That's why we are glad to have you all here as our partners. We cannot continue this endeavor without your help. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much. Handa na ba ang lahat? Sino po ang Team Purple?
Sino naman ang Team Orange?
All right. Moving to the most anticipated part of the program, let us all witness the official launching of Enhanced Nutriban Orange and Purple Sweet Potato variants with the tagline,
Oops! May bagong variants ng Enhanced Nutriban, Orange and Purple Sweet Potato naman.
may we invite our distinguished guests to open their cameras and join us on the virtual stage. Kindly get your enhanced Nutribon, dear officials. Honorable Fortunato T. de la Peña, Director Maria Catherine J. Mendoza, on behalf of Honorable Carlo Alexi B. Nograles.
Calling also Engineer Sancho A. Maborang and Dr. Maria Corazon Dumlao of DepEd.
Joining us also on stage, Dr. Imelda Angeles Agdepa, Assistant Regional Director Pepita Pekpikan, on behalf of Dr. Nancy A. Bantog.
And syempre, isama din natin sila Dr. Anthony P. Calibo and former DOST FNRI Director, Dr. Mario V. Capanzana.
All right, may we request everyone to open the packaging of both enhanced Nutribon orange and purple sweet potato variants. We can slice or cut each bun into two to show the orange and purple swirls on the inside. All right, let's give our officials some time. Again, we can slice or cut each bun into two to show the orange and purple swirls on the inside. Okay, nakikita po natin, hati na agad ang kay Doc Mario and kay Director Agdepa. Pati rin po kay Ma'am Tita.
Purple.
All right, let's give them some time.
Orange.
Orange and purple swirls on the inside. On my count, we will be raising our enhanced Nutribon, orange and purple variants. And on my cue, we will take a bite. Ready? In 3, 2, 1, let us raise our enhanced Nutribons. Let's show it to the camera. And as a sign of our commitment to helping fight malnutrition, on the count of 5, we will take a bite. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let us take a bite. Alright, napakasarap. Ito ang umagahan ko kanina, Ms. Arlene.
Wow naman, Ms. Lea. Ako nakakatuwa kasi natikman ko rin sa wakas itong ating orange and purple sweet potato variants.
Yes, kamusta po kayo, Secretary?
Hangin ako pag gustong kainin, naiinip na nga ako eh.
Walang
ano naman
range.
pong Yes, ano pong masasabi niyo ulit, Doc Agdepa?
Masarap nga eh, yummy. At least meron siyang very attractive kasi yung violet niya, yung violet swirl at saka yung orange. So at least nabago natin yung features niya. Matutuwa ang mga bata. Tayo nga mga adults na matutuwa eh.
Masarap.
Secretary, ano pong mas masarap? Ito po ba o yung mga iba? Parehas po ba?
Dalawa yung kinakain ko eh. Hindi ko...
Sabi po ng Rehanos Bakery, sarap naman po niyan. Thank you very much. From Man's Bake Shop, thank you and congratulations DOST FNRI. Excited na po kami sa training.
Ganda ng sharing ni Ma'am Marian Montemayor. Ganda.
Actually, November lang po sila, sir. Tapos, hindi po sila kasi naka-comply pa sa PhilJeps. So, just to actually retain yung mga workers na at ibalik yung mga workers na lay off noong pandemic. Nakipag-partner siya sa existing na adapter natin na meron na siyang PhilJeps. So, yun yung kinikwento niya. Natatlo po sila.
Ang sarap. Saan kaya gawa itong kinakain ko?
Sino nag-deliver sa atin? Kasi sir, marami yung production. Hindi kaya dito sa pilot plant. So, nagpa-deliver po kami sa... Kanino ba tayo nagpa-deliver, Leia? Aratel, ba?
Yan, gawa po ito sa ating DOST FNRI pilot plant.
Pilot plant. So, napustulan natin kahapon. Naihabol. Okay.
Pwede bang trabahuhin natin kung paano makakarating ito sa mga supermarket para yung mga matatanda na gusto kumain ito ay makabili. Kasi
ang problema ata sir ay yung space, yung mahal ang space. Kaya
meron akong ipapakausap sa iyo na dalawang malaking owner ng mga
Pero si Ma'am Montemayor nasa na po siya. Nasa yung isang Ayala Mall sa Davao. May gourmet shop siya doon. Naka-serve na rin po ito.
Again,
yung author ng isa nating libro na Science for Innovation will probably help us.
Salamat po. Hello, Dr. Reyna.
Robinson.
Opo. Nandito si Director Reyna ng OCS po tutulungan na naman tayo ulit.
Lagi po, todo suporta because actually talagang masarap yung inutriban. Hindi siya mahirap na ma-promote. I think every time there's somebody who tastes it for the first time, hahanapin niya na siya. So para sa isang nutritious type of bread, napakalaking bagay na meron iba't ibang pagpipilian pagdating sa flavor. At doon naman sa pagsuporta ng ating mga farmers, merong mas maraming pwedeng mag-provide ng raw materials, di ba? Kasi iba-iba sila din ang tinatanim or iba-iba yung klase ng lupa na pwedeng mag-produce ng mga ingredients para doon sa flavor ng inutriban. My hope also is that it becomes available to the regular bakeries aside from those in the malls or where they may be bought by other people who may not necessarily be beneficiaries of our feeding.
Oo nga. Oo. Tama ka, Direk. Oo.
Sana
Si Dr. Mario daw, mag-establish po siya ng bakery ng nutritious products. Diba, sir?
yung kasing ibang mga mall, yung mga supermarket, meron silang sariling produkto, di ba? Yung ginagawa na nila sa loob ng ano.
Parang ganun nga, sir, eh. Dito nga sa SMBF, meron sarili silang bakery ata, eh. Kasi may mga produkto silang bake.
Halimbawa, of course, okay naman siguro banggit. Sa Mercury, sister company nila yung Fortune. Diba? Hindi problema kung sila na yung magpo-produce.
Pag nandito ata si Dr. Mil, kasi partner din namin ang Robinson, sir, eh.
Robinson, may sarili rin sila. Kaya pwede.
Yes po. Good morning po, Secretary Doc Mel.
Doc Mel, di ba? Partner natin ever since.
Kapartner po natin ang Robinson Supermarket. So, pwede po natin, Secretary, i-explore yung partnership na yon. And yung pa pong iba. Kasi ngayon po ang Robinsons, kasama na po niya yung Rustan's Supermarket. So,
nabili na rin nila ang mini stop.
Yes po.
Nabili na. Okay.
Explore na lang po namin.
Hindi ba si Rubina sumulat ng libro natin ang Science for Innovation?
Ay, opo. Kanina po ang almusal ko yung Nutriban.
Hindi ko pa binuksan, Dr. Mil, kasi sabi mo kasi para sa launching.
Ay, ako ho, hindi ko na napigil.
Magugustuhan ito ng mga na hindi children.
Ay, opo, tama po kayong Secretary. Director Rina, na-miss natin si Kabsek, yung violet na gusto niya.
Oo. Siya yung nagsabi na violet din, eh. Pati si Secretary sabi niya, gusto ko yung violet.
Maganda po ngayon, Miss Worlds.
Basta ako unang nag-suggest ng kamote.
Sige po. Thank you. Noted po yun, Secretary.
Totoo po yun.
Yung kahapon, I was in a evaluation panel of a DAP project. Ito yung parang upgrading ng skills for leadership ng mga upper level managers. Ito yung mga ASEC at mga USEC na nag-a-attend ng training nila. Kasama dun sa batch si Director Nancy Bantog at saka si ASEC Donet.
Oo.
Dalawang grupo yung nag-present kahapon. Yung isa, nakapokus sa budgeting process. Kaya DBM ang parang leader doon. Doon sa isa, focus sila sa nutrition. Okay? Ang parang pinaka-leader nila, taga-UP, si Dr. Rebolida. And focus sa nutrition, focus sa kapangan, no? Sabing, ano ba yun? Sa car?
Kapangan bingit.
Opo. Nagtanim ba tayo, gumamit ba tayo ng kamote ron?
Hindi namin alam, sir, kasi ang supplier ng ating kamote ay galing kay Director Bantog, kay Director Nancy. So it might be coming from Kapangan Benguet also.
I am sure na na-influensya ni Director Bantog yung buong grupo to adopt that project tungkol sa nutrition.
Kumuha po siya ng datos natin po tungkol sa prevalence ng malnutrition.
Naalala mo ba kahapon, nag-text ako sa iyo, ano tawag dun sa proyekto ninyo involving private sector?
Opo.
I suggested na yung gawin nila yung kamukha ng ginagawa ninyo na meron talagang private sector na tumutulong through their CSR programs at iba pa.
Okay, thank you po.
Hirap dito, hindi na ako makakapananghali.
Mabigat yan, sir.
Masarap. Sige na.
Sige.
Yun, thank you po sa mga feedback ng ating nakakatuwa na marinig na ang sarap kasi hindi nga lang siya pang bata, mukhang interested na rin pati of all ages.
Meron akong suggestion sa inyo. Kung pwede lang, padala nyo ng tigi-tigi isang box yung ating mga media people na kahit hindi naka-attend ngayon, padala ninyo.
Oo, dati naman po sa'yo nagpapadala tayo after pag kasi yung sa production natin sa pilot plant, di ba Dr. Mil?
Yes po.
Inihahabol po namin. Opo.
Nagpapadala po tayo para po pag nire-report nila ay alam nila kung ano po
anong
talaga
lasa.
yung lasa at
Opo.
itsura.
Pero siguro kulang yung 4 sa isang media person.
Titingnan na lang po namin, Secretary, kung
Pero
ano
noon,
ang
sir, 6. Di ba,
Opo.
Doc Mel, noon,
Yes po.
nagpadala tayo 6, di ba?
Tama po. Tama po, Doc Mel. Tingnan lang po natin.
Kasi kung iuwi sa pamilya, kulang ang 4.
Mag-aagawan pa, no, Secretary?
Sige, 6 na.
Malaking
I-maintain po
bagay.
namin yung
Malaking
6.
bagay.
Sige po.
Siguruhin nyo yung ating mga media people ay makatikim.
Opo. So,
Opo.
3 orange, 3 purple.
Opo.
Thank you po.
Okay na tayo.
Sige, Zarlene and Zarlene and Leia, sige po.
Okay, thank you po again, everyone. And of course, congratulations. Once again, let me introduce naman and recognize the hardworking technology generators who developed the enhanced Nutribun orange and purple sweet potato variants. Please open your cameras to be recognized, and we are also inviting you to the virtual stage. First on our list, the project lead, Engineer Charlie E. Adona. And of course, the project team members, Mr. Richard L. Alcaraz, Mr. John Tarlit, Ms. Carissa T. Saldana, Mr. Rex Castante, and Mr. Filoteo D. Ponte. Ayan, a virtual round of applause please for our hardworking technology generators who are behind the rigorous research and development of all enhanced Nutribun variants.
At least naka-ube siya, ikaw naman naka-orange.
Yes po, Sec.
Ayan, sabi nga po ni Director Serrano, sana all. Kaya kailangang magkaroon na ng licenses para sana all ay makatikim ng purple and orange sweet potato variants.
Yes, I agree, Miss Leia. No? Meron nga dito nagsabi, sana din sila may free taste. Okay. And so, as the saying goes, to every beginning, there is an ending. And now the event has almost come to its end. As we wrap up today's
baka merong
event,
message si Secretary Zarlene. Baka gustong mag-deliver ni Sec ng konting message.
sige po, Doc. Ayan, syempre kanina narinig po natin si Sec FTP sa kanyang remarks ng unang part ng ating program. And ngayon, nakasama natin siya live. May we hear naman live from Secretary Fortunato D. de la Peña.
Muli, congratulations sa ating DOST-FNRI at sa lahat ng kanilang mga licenses para dito sa ating mga bagong variants. Sabi ko nga doon sa speech ko, kung yung pandemic may variant, tayo may variant din, pero this is something that we welcome. And of course, gaya nga ng nasabi ko, ang importante dito ay yung access. Kasi primarily, ang una nating tinatarget ay yung mga bata na sa kasalukuyan ay hindi sila mabigyan ng mga meals na kamukha ng dati ng DepEd at DSWD, ng mga hot meals, kaya kailangan merong substitute. At napakaganda itong naisipan natin na e-Nutribun, at talaga namang masarap, ika nga hahanap-hanapin. Kaya naiisip ko ay kung paano magkakaroon ng access ang mas maraming tao, hindi lang yung mga bata, dito sa e-Nutribun. I don't know whether we can change the shape for older people or kung ano man ang mga innovations pa na pwedeng ma-introduce. And let us not stop innovating and coming up with new products that will really ensure access to ready-to-eat food for proper nutrition. Kasi kahit ano pa ang sabihin mo sa panahon natin ngayon, napakahalaga ng role ng mga ready-to-eat food. Although, siyempre, pinakamaganda pa rin yung magluluto ka, may kasamang iba't ibang klaseng pagkain, may gulay, merong protein at iba pa. Pero aminin na natin na sa panahon ngayon ay napakalaki ng role ng mga ready-to-eat food, okay? Whether it is for our daily life or whether it is for coming up with help whenever a disaster comes. Kasi napaka importante ng pagkain, lalo na kung nagkakaroon ng mga extreme events na mahirap ang access sa pagkain. So ituloy lang ng FNRI ito. At of course, in addition, ay tulungan natin yung mga private sector na gustong magamit ng ating teknolohiya. Alam mo, natutuwa ako sa FNRI nung ginawa itong e-Nutriban na hindi naghangad na magkaroon ng royalties kung hindi maikalat lang at maging accessible ang kanilang teknolohiya para sa nakararami. So muli, congratulations. Ituloy natin ang ating magandang ginagawa, pag-i-innovate, okay, pagpo-produce ng mga bagong produkto at pag-generate ng knowledge na may kinalaman sa nutrition. So yun lang ang masasabi ko. Muli ay congratulations.
Ayun, maraming salamat po ulit, Secretary de la
Are we all back? Good afternoon po sa ating lahat. And we are still not done yet. This is the last topic of our Halal Certification Awareness Seminar. We'd like to remind you po that we want to hear from you. So keep your questions coming in our chat box. May we also request all our licensee to stay after the program po. Again po, after the program po, ay may we request po all licensees to stay po for a special announcement. Right po. Well, meron po bang concern sa Robin's Bake Shop po? Naka-raise hand po ata. Alright po, we'll proceed po. Now, it's an absolute honor to bring again Ms. Marichu to the virtual stage to discuss our last topic for today, Philippine National Halal Certification Scheme of 2018. Ma'am Marichu, take it over po.
Okay. Again, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, allow me to share my screen. Ma'am Maha, nakakita na po ba?
Yes, ma'am. Kita na po namin.
Okay, so let's start po, no? So again, good afternoon, everyone. I will be presenting the Philippine Halal Certification or the Philippine National Halal Certification Scheme of 2018. Okay, the presentation outline, first is I'll be discussing what is halal again, and then benefits of halal, then why halal industry, and then the benefits of halal certification, and then the Philippine National Halal Certification Scheme, the conditions of certification, the general requirements for certification, and then the application procedures and guidelines. Then, of course, the specific requirements for certification, then application procedures and guidelines, as halal certificate audit, and then monitoring and enforcement. So again, what is halal? So halal, under Islamic rule, it means what Allah legislates for Muslims as per the Holy Quran, and they practice or sunnah of the Honorable Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And then keeping it simple to understand, it means it is safe. Halal means safe for use or consumption and allowed by Sharia. Sharia are Islamic laws or rules, sunnah and the hadith of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The revelation on the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in relation to the beliefs, sentiments, and acts of the ordered, whether conclusive or presumptive. Okay, non-halal, kanina na-mention na rin natin, no, the opposite of non-halal is haram. It means not allowed by Sharia, not permitted, not safe for use or consumption for the believer. Again, halal is for all human beings. So the concept of halalan tayyiban was based in the Holy Quran from Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 168. So again, it states that O ye people, eat of what is on earth, lawful, halalan, and good means tayyiban, and do not follow the footsteps of Satan, for he is to you an avowed enemy. So halal always come together with the concept of tayyib. Tayyib means good, pure, wholesome, and assurance of quality, safety, hygiene, and cleanliness. Now, what are the benefits of halal? First benefits of halal, it is healthy. Benefits of halal food is it is healthy. The method used for the slaughter prevents the release of harmful hormones in the animal's body. So there's a scientific basis that more blood drains out from the animals being slaughtered, results in a better quality of meat. So as I've mentioned earlier, catecholamine is the stress hormones na ma-release during the slaughter. Then it is another benefit is it is pure. The practice of draining the blood from the carcass ensures the purity of the meat that you eventually consume. And then the practice of draining the blood ensures that the uric acid gets drained completely. Uric acid can cause issues with your kidney, skin, and blood. Another benefit is it safe. Non-halal meat often contains this acid, particularly in poultry products. And then, of course, again, it is safe because it is hygienic in the manner of preparing, so ensuring there are no impurities in the meat. And then, lastly, it is clean. Another benefit is clean. Incidences of food poisoning and other hygiene-related issues are much lower in halal meat than they are in other types of meat. Again, another benefits of halal it was stated by late Hafiz Masri of Mosque of Mosque of Woking, United Kingdom. It states that if animals have been subjected to cruelties in their breeding, transport, slaughter, or in their general welfare, meat from them is considered impure and lawful to eat, meaning haram. So the flesh of animals killed by cruel methods at Muthiya is Karyon al-Mujatamad, even if these animals have been slaughtered in the strictest manner. So if cruelties were inflicted on them, otherwise their flesh is still forbidden or haram. So of course, nakita natin dito na talagang ang sa Islam, in Islamic belief na talagang yung we really yung sa animal welfare, no, ng we have a strictest we consider the animal welfare. So again, why halal industry? Okay, halal industry as a component of development that is valued in its own right as a religious requirements for Muslim. And then halal industry as an asset that generates wealth and healthy population among Muslim and non-Muslim. So dapat 100% halal, hindi pwedeng 99% lang. Okay, so defining the halal industry is the latest trend in the world market. Muslims and non-Muslims producers go into halal. Then the market size increases at 20% per year with a value of $560 billion US dollar a year. And then the sectors covered are finance, travel and tourism, service and logistics, pharmaceuticals and drugs, cosmetics, animal feeds, and then food. And then, of course, the global Muslim population, it's about 2.8 billion at 1.84% growth rate, spending 16.6% of the global food expenditure. And then for the food sector, of course, it is essential in human life. And when we say it's halal food, it is safe, hygienic, quality, and wholesome product. Now, the major markets of Philippine exports, this is in 2018, no? So major markets of Philippine exports goes to Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Iran, Malaysia, and Indonesia. So looking at the globe, we are lagging behind our sister countries in terms of exports. So Muslims in the Philippines, this is based on the Philippine Statistics Authority in 2017. So there are 6% of the total Philippine population, or about 6 million in 2017. Pato no yung na-mention po ni Sir R.D. Sampo kanina na is 7 million na po. But this statistics shows is still on based on 2017. So Muslims based on the Philippine Statistics Authority, but it was estimated by the NCMF that about 10 to 11%, since some Muslims don't register in the civil registry or not counted. So 93% of the or around 5.6 million resides in Mindanao. So ito yung target natin, no, na mga customers natin for the halal products. And then of course 3.4 million resides in the Barm area. So what is importance of halal industry? Of course, it is a huge global halal market potential. And then of course, increasing domestic demand, economic welfare, and then of course, the Muslims welfare. Now, what are the sectors of halal economy? So halal product and services, that includes the food, the ingredients and additives, and then cosmetics, animal feed, drugs and vaccines, Islamic finance, pharmaceuticals, and then of course yung logistics. Then halal market. So according to Infood Research, the global halal food and beverage market is projected to record compound annual growth rate of 6.05% in terms of value. And during the projected period, and will reach revenue of $875.99 billion US dollars by 2028. And for the market study, 2019 is considered as the base year, and the forecasted period is between 2020 to 2028. So the global market for halal food and beverage is driven by increasing Muslim population, and then of course growing awareness among the non-Muslim population regarding halal food. What are the benefits of halal certification? Ano po ba ang benepisyo natin pag ma-halal certified po tayo? Okay, so ito po yung mga benefits. For Muslims, of course, obedience to the divine command. And then for the non-Muslims, it is the assurance of quality, safety, and hygiene. And then for the industry, acceptance in the global halal market, because it attracts both the Muslim and the non-Muslim consumer. And then of course, product confidence, assurance for Muslim consumer that the products are confirmed halal according to Sharia law, and the hygiene and sanitation of premise is in best condition when the manufacturer produces the products. And then recognized by authority, it is legal, like the FDA, DA, and other regulatory bodies. And then competitive advantage to competitors. So it boosts the reputation of a company, because if they are in compliance of the standard with high market demand, thus generating more revenues, which means increased market value both in the domestic and the global, and then increases in the business opportunity. And increases the business opportunity with a global market value of 1.3 trillion US dollar. So ito po yung mga benefits na pag halal certified po tayo. Okay, I will be discussing the Philippine National Halal Certification Scheme of 2018. So authority and statement of the policy, this refers to the manual which provides general guidelines and procedures for certification by the halal certification bodies in the Philippines as part of the Philippine Halal Export Development and Promotions Program administered by the Halal Export Board to promote the growth and to ensure the integrity and quality of Philippine halal export. So ito po yung manual na gagamitin po ng mga halal certifying bodies po para ma-certify po yung mga food manufacturers. Okay, so again, on October 1, 2018, the Halal Export Board formally adopted the policies, procedures, and guidelines of the Philippines National Halal Certification Scheme. These procedures will be implemented and reviewed in accordance with the IRR, or the Implementing Rules and Regulations of RA 10817, resolved under Resolution Number 1, Series of 2018, to adopt the following Manual of Procedures for Philippine National Halal Certification Scheme of 2018. So, interpretation. The Section 6F of RA 10817 requires halal certification bodies to comply with the guidelines and regulations on the Philippine National Halal Certification Scheme that is contained in the manual. So the guidelines should be read along with the governing laws, regulations, and other relevant standards and guidelines described in Section 3 of the PNHCS of 2018. And whenever any doubts are raised in the interpretation and implementation of this manual, it will be resolved favorably for Philippine exports. What are the governing laws and regulations on halal? So according to the guidelines in this manual, the following rules and guidelines need to be followed. So the RA 10817, or the otherwise known as the Philippine Halal Export Development and Promotion Act of 2016, and implementing rules and regulation, and then the RA 10611, known as the Food Safety Act of 2013, and then the RA 8293, known as the Intellectual Property Code of the Philippines. So another governing laws and regulations on halal are the RA 9296, known as the Meat Inspection Code, as amended by RA 10536, and then the RA 7394, known as the Consumer Act of the Philippines and its implementing rules and regulations. And then another is the Presidential Decree number 857, known as the Code on Sanitation of the Philippines. And then, of course, the Department of Health Administrative Order number 153, or the revised guidelines on the current good manufacturing practices. So, okay. These are the 8 Philippine national, number 8 is a Philippine national standard for halal. So there are 6 Philippine national standard for halal, the PNS 2067, yung na-discuss ko na po this morning, the halal food guidelines, and then the PNS BOFS 139 on halal feeds. Ito naman po yung standard for halal feeds, and then the PNS BOFS 101, the standard for the halal agriculture and fishery products. And then the PNS BOFS 102 for the halal slaughtering process for ruminants. And then the PNS BOFS 103 for the halal slaughtering practices for poultry. And then the PNS BOFS 49, this is the Code of Agricultural Practices, or GAP, for fresh fruits and vegetable farming. And of course, number 9 is other related laws, guidelines, regulations, standards, and their amendments on the halal exports, standards of destination, market, and standards to be agreed by the importer and exporter. So definition of terms, again, what is audit? Audit is an independent, systematic process for gathering and objective evaluation of records, statement of fact, or other relevant information in order to determine the extent to which specified requirements have been met. So, kaya po in-audit po tayo ng mga halal certifying body on our compliance to PNS and other regulations po. And then certification, it means a third party attestation of conformance to standards and guidelines related to products, processes, systems, or persons. And then the consumer products consumer products and services, or consumer goods durables. It refers to the products that are purchased for consumption by the average consumer and the end result of production and manufacturing, and what the consumer will see on the store shelf are ultimately consumed rather than used in the production of another goods. Then cosmetics and personal healthcare products refers to materials and preparations made for oral, external use to clean, changes the appearance and or to improve body and or its odor, or to treat, protect, or preserve them in good condition. So another is food premises or establishment. It refers to any place intended for the preparation, supply, handling, processing, packaging, storage, offer for sale, and sale for any food such as but not limited to a restaurant, food court, cafeteria, bakery shop, cake, pastry shops, fast food restaurant, franchise restaurant, canteen, kiosk, catering, hotel, kitchen, and others. And then the food products and beverages, it refers to product made or produced for human consumption. So again, halal means lawful or permissible under Sharia. And then halal assurance system refers to organizational structure, responsibilities, procedures, activities, capabilities, and resources aim to ensure that products, processes, or services are Sharia compliant. So ito po yung hanapin ng ating halal certifying body. Kung mayroon po tayong halal has manual or the halal assurance system manual. So halal certificate, an official document issued by the halal certification body stating the halal status of products and or services based on the Philippine National Halal Certification Scheme. So example of halal certificate, no, issued by Halal Development Institute of the Philippines or HDIP. Again, the halal certification body refers to a Muslim Filipino people's organization, non-government organization, or foreign Muslim organizations composed of Muslim scholars and professionals providing auditing and certification services, ensuring that specified requirements relating to a product, process, and the system are fulfilled in accordance with the Sharia. So pag nakikita po natin ito ng mga logo sa mga food products, ito po yung mga logos po. Like this one po, sample is the Malaysian halal logo. And then ito po sa Singapore. Ito is sa Turkey, and this is in Thailand. So mga halal logos po ito sila. So Halal Export Board, excuse me, it refers to the Philippine Halal Export Development and Promotion Board created under RA 10817. And then again, Halal Laboratory, it refers to the facility capable of conducting tests and analysis on products and materials to verify their halalness. So we have four as the Regional Director, Dear Sami P. Malawan, mentioned earlier. We have 4 halal verification laboratories here in the Philippines. One is our very own Philippine National Halal Laboratory and Science Center in Coronadal City. And we also have in the UST Calabarzon, in the UST Davao, and in Moscone. Then, these are the halal logo. It refers to the logo issued by the certifying body. So, ito po yung mga certifying bodies here po sa Philippines. So, ito po yung logo ng HICCIP, HDIP, ito po Islamic Dawa, and then ito yung Muslim Mindanao Halal Certification Board, Incorporated, then the Halal Prime, and then yung HIP, and then the Minha, and then the Philippine Ulama Congress of the Philippines. Okay, so again, Halal Management Team, it refers to a group of appointed personnel in an organization or establishment responsible for implementing, monitoring, maintaining the halal system, and ensuring all requirements have been met in accordance with the Philippine National Halal Certification Scheme and other relevant halal standards. So, mamaya po, matakal po din natin ito. No? Kailangan po ito kasi hanapin po ito ng certifying body kung meron po kayong HMT. Halal Management Team. And then halal ritual cleansing, discussed na po yan this morning. So it means cleansing something from Mugalaza. These are the severe najis such as dogs, pigs, and their descendants. Mugalaza najis should be cleansed by using one-time water mixed with soil and followed with 6 times cleaning mutlak by water. So na-discuss na po natin yan kung paano po siya ano po yung process for the halal ritual cleansing. And then, of course, haram, it refers to things or actions that are forbidden or unlawful under Sharia. Then inspection, it refers to the examination of a product design, product, process, or installation and determination of its conformity with the specific requirements or on the basis of professional judgment with general requirements. Then internal halal auditor, it refers to the personnel of the company. Kailangan po na dapat mayroong internal halal auditor, preferably a Muslim with Islamic education background or has a certificate on halal auditing and is responsible in halal compliance of the company. And then logistics, it refers to the services for transfer of goods and or cargo chain services or warehousing and related activities or retailing related to management and handling of food, beverages, and goods. So kasama po sa logistics yung warehouse na dapat po siya ma-certify din or ma-audit din po ng mga certifying bodies. Okay, mashbu, syubaha, syubuhat, refers to things or actions that are doubtful and its status is not definitely known whether it is halal or haram. So ito po yung gray areas. So hindi po tayo sure kung halal or haram. So mashbu po ang tawag doon. Doubtful, questionable, suspected. So doubtful ingredients are the gelatin because we're not sure no kung saan yung source na, either from plant source or animal source or from fish. Kaya doubtful siya. And then emulsifier or the E471 na code na fatty acid, either from animal or plant source pa rin. And then yung rennet can be from animal or microbial or bacteria. So okay lang po siya kung microbial, but for animal, i-check po natin siya kung it is from animal, from halal source po. And then for the animal fats, of course, halal or non-halal animal ang source. Then artificial flavoring and coloring, animal, plant, or chemical siya, base. And then enzymes can be from animal or microbial. And then yung na-discuss ko earlier, the L-cysteine from human hair, duck or chicken feathers. And then yung meat broth, pork, beef, or chicken, from pork, beef, or chicken. And then yung stock is a blend of mixed species broth or meat stock. So yan po yung mga doubtful ingredients or shubha. Again, najis literally means impurities such as blood, urine, feces, and feces. In Sharia law, all impurity that nullifies prayers. So ito po no yung severe najis, yung dogs and pigs, and then yung medium najis, yung blood, vomit, then intoxicants, and then yung light najis is a urine of a baby aged less than 2 years, consuming only mother's milk. And then yung outsource is a business model or contract for the delivery of the product or services to a client by a provider. So for example, na logistics outsourcings like the warehouse and transportation vehicles. For large companies, they outsource yung mga cafeterias, janitorial services, yung tracking, the building maintenance, security, and other services. Then again, for packaging, it refers to the process of design, evaluation, and production of packages. Generally, it can be described as a coordinated system of preparing goods for transport, warehousing, logistics, sale, and end use. Then for pharmaceuticals, it refers to products in the form of finished dosage, including prescribed and non-prescribed medicinal products for human usage, biopharmaceutical, radiopharmaceutical, traditional medicine, dietary supplement, and research medicine that has been registered with Food and Drug Administration of the Department of Health. So there's an halal issue no, on the gelatin use in the pharmaceuticals, especially yung sa mga ito po yung sa mga capsules. So yung gelatin po na ginamit sa mga capsules, kung halal po ba siya. It's either from animal or plant source. Kaya mashbu din po siya. Okay, so the Philippine Halal logo, yung kanina po noon may nagtatanong kung ano po ba talaga yung Philippine Halal logo. So ito po refers to the Halal logo issued by the Halal Export Board pursuant to Section 60 of RA 10817. So the Philippine Halal logo shall be used on products certified for export as halal by the Philippine Accreditation Bureau accredited halal certifying bodies and affix the Philippine Halal logo together with the HCB certification mark if necessary. So it's subject to the rules of the importing country as stated in the guidelines on the use of Philippine Halal logo. So meron pong guidelines, no? You can download it sa internet, yung guidelines on the use of the Philippine Halal logo. Kasi meron po yun siya mga guidelines. Yung mga text po na ginagamit at saka yung mga colors po. Then sa process naman, processes, it refers to the interrelated set of interacting activities which transform inputs to outputs. So ito po yung sa process from preparation, baking, and then yung packing. Then dito na sa transport na po. And Sharia refers to Islamic law derived from the Holy Quran and the Sunnah Hadith, traditions and teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, as primary sources, and ijma, consensus of the Muslim scholars, and qiyas, the analytical deduction, as secondary sources. And again, slaughter means killing halal animal with severing the trachea, esophagus, and both the carotid arteries and the jugular veins, to hasten the bleeding and death of the animal by using a sharp tool with the intention due to Allah, done by a Muslim slaughterman. So slaughterhouse, it refers to the places or premises for slaughtering animals. So here in the photo, no, this is the first AA slaughterhouse in Region 12 based in Cotabato City. Okay, so what are the scopes of the certification? So the Philippine National Halal Certification Scheme implemented under this manual shall cover the following components of the Philippine export industry. So first is on the food products, beverages, and food supplements. And then another scope is the hotel, food premises, and then establishment, cosmetics and personal care products, and then the pharmaceuticals, and then the farm systems, agricultural inputs and feeds, the slaughterhouses, kasama po yung sa scope, and then the logistics, ito po, kailangan po talaga na i-certify din po kung halal po yung mga warehouse, and then yun po yung mga transportation vehicles, i-check po diyan ng HCVs. And of course, others that may be identified by Halal Export Board. Okay, so ano ang conditions of certification? Ito na. So the applicant for certification shall provide relevant documents to the halal certification body. So dapat may valid registration ng, of course, ng Department of Trade and Industry or DTI, for Corporation Securities and Exchange Commission, and then for the cooperatives, Cooperative Development Authority as required, and then from the Municipal Agriculture's Officer, a relevant certification issued to small association of farmers or fisher folks not registered with aforementioned agencies. Of course, meron dapat na tayong valid business license or permit from the LGU or local government unit concerned. And then, applicant is in full operation before an application is made. So, hindi po tayo pwede mag-apply, hindi pa tayo nag-ooperate. Okay? So another condition is applicant shall produce and or handle halal products in compliance with the specified halal standards. And then the applicant shall ensure that the sources of ingredients or raw materials are halal certified or have obtained recognized halal certificate. And then the applicant shall ensure that applications for repackaging must be accompanied with recognized halal certificate for said product. So pag nagre-repack lang po tayo, make sure po na certified halal po yung product na nire-repack natin. And then for the franchises are required to apply for the halal certification, and that no franchisor is allowed to have establishment certified halal unless the franchisor is halal certified. So as such, the halal certification issued to the franchisor does not automatically mean that the franchisee is halal certified. So halal certified franchisor to require all their franchisee to apply for halal certification. So it doesn't mean po na pag yung halal certified yung franchisee niyo, yung franchisee is certified na rin siya na halal, magpapa-certify pa din po siya. Okay, so what are the general requirements for certification? So on the raw materials, ingredients, and processing is, it should be halal and safe. And then raw materials, ingredients are sourced from animals with valid halal certificate. So dapat yung mga raw materials, especially no, kung mga meat po siya or from animals, source from animals, meron po siyang halal certificate. to ensure po na talagang na-slaughter siya, halal slaughter siya. And then, of course, sources of imported animal-based raw materials must have a recognized halal certification of the country of origin. So, i-require po natin yan pag mag-i-import po tayo ng mga imported products, especially on animal-based products. And then, sa raw materials, processing aids, and products menu shall be listed in detail in the application form. So, sample lang po ito, no, nung sa application, halal certified body application form. So, ilalagay po natin yan lahat. May list po yan ng mga raw materials, lahat ng processing aids, at saka yung lahat ng products po na may pinaprocess or minapacture po natin in detail sa application form. Again, another requirement is non-halal raw materials, ingredients are not allowed to be stored in the halal premises. So once po na na-certify na po tayo, bawal na po dalhin itong mga liquor, intoxicants, yung mga pork or its derivatives, lahat po ng mga non-halal raw materials, bawal na po yan dalhin sa premises ng halal certified premises. So sa processing naman, another requirement on the processing, products applied should be produced consistently with updated production records. So ano po yung na-produce natin should be consistent to the production record. Hindi po yung pwede yung iba yung nasa production, iba po yung pina-process natin. So yan po dapat consistent po yun kasi yan po i-check ng halal certifying bodies. Then during the preparation, handling, processing, packaging, storage, or transfer of products, they shall be in compliance to the requirements by the Sharia and remain clean, as well as to comply with the good manufacturing practices, the good hygienic practices, the hazard analysis, and critical control points as may be applicable. And then again, sa processing, no mixing between raw materials, products with non-halal materials, sources, or those with uncertain halal status. So, hindi po pwede na nakalagay po sa mga fridge or sa mga freezers, halo-halo na po, mix na po yung mga non-halal. Like yung mga pork, and then nandyan po yung mga may chicken or may mga vegetables or fruits. Like, especially sa ito pag-prepare, nandyan halo-halo na. So, hindi po pwede yan. No mixing po. No mixing of raw materials. Or in the event na halal certified na po yung premises ninyo, hindi po pwede na may magdadala po na say for example lang worker na ay pwede pa na lang niya, ipasok na lang niya dun sa freezer or sa fridge yung mga non-halal product na dala po niya. So hindi po pwede yun. And then another, sa logistics, you shall be dedicated. No, dedicated for halal products only. So, dedicated lang po, na-mention ko na po yan kaninang umaga, yun sa PNS, na dedicated halal products only. And then, of course, yung sa driver should practice the good hygiene practice. And then, of course, mga personal belongings, no bringing of non-halal materials like yung pork or its derivatives, and then mga intoxicants. And of course, yung sa logistics, and yung sa mga warehouse, dapat po dedicated po sa mga halal products lang. And then, the use of equipment, utensils, and other tools for processing made from haram animals are not allowed. So, meron po mga brushes na using pig hair. So, mas safe na po na gamitin na po yung ganitong klaseng brushes, rubber brushes. Kasi yung may mga ganito po na, yung ganitong klase po na mga brushes, there are brushes na they're using pig hair. Okay, and of course, yung equipment, then yung mga utensils. So, dapat hindi po siya nagamit to mga non-halal products. Okay, sa packaging naman and labeling, every packaging label should be printed prominently, clearly, and indelibly. So, again, no, hindi ako nagpo-promote ng bagoong dito. So, just as an example. So, the packaging label shall contain information according to the specified rules, guidelines, and related standards of the DOH Administrative Order 2014-0030, Series of 2014, which among others are as follows. Of course, the name of the product, ito yung bagoong, and then the halal logo, issued by an accredited halal certification body, or the Philippine halal logo as may be applicable according to the section 13 of this manual. So dito po no, Ito po, IDCP ata itong logo na ito. And then net content shall be stated in metric measurement or SI units. So ayan na, 500 grams. And then the name and address of the manufacturer, importer, and or distributor and its trademark. So nandyan po yung meron manufacturers, no, name at saka address. And then complete list, of course, the ingredients, and then lot, identification numbers, expiration date, the food allergen, with nutrition fact, no, and the country of origin for imported products. And then ito, sa labeling and advertising shall not contravene with the principles of Sharia. Examples are the indecent photos. So hindi po pwede ganito yung ating mga packaging, no? Labeling natin na may mga sexy, no? Because these are indecent photos. So it will contravene to the Sharia principles. So again, wala naman po halal certified, no, na pork. And of course, halal bacon, wala namang halal bacon. And there's no such thing as halal beer. Kasi po, intoxicant po siya. So, non-halal po siya. Okay, and then packaging and labeling. So, the Philippine logo cannot be used on the promotional products in conjunction with the non-Islamic religious festivals or together with the non-Islamic religious emblem. And then no brand, product, trade name should use the word halal. Name of product does not use the word halal. And names with elements of religion and God. And the packaging material shall not be made from materials which are classified as najis and must comply with the packaging requirement as stipulated in the various PNS on halal and other relevant standards as may be applicable. For the hotel food premises and establishment naman, the hotel's food premises establishment compound shall be fenced or have a control mechanism to prevent pets or wild animals from entering or remaining in the factory production and dining area, among others. So, reminder po, no pets allowed or no animals po allowed in the premises. Okay, so equipment use shall be free from najis, any hazardous materials, and does not result in side effects to the product produced. Likewise, brushes made from animal hair are not allowed. So better, ito mga animal hair ang ginagamit. So better po na hindi po natin gagamitin. And it will substitute na lang po into yung rubber brushes. Yan yung kanina na na-discuss din po natin under the PNS. Ito po no, yung mga packaging materials na may najis kasi pwedeng mag-migrate. Yung mga sa photo na nakikita natin no, is the newspaper, nakabalot yung fries. So pwedeng mag-migrate yung mga toxic, yung mga inks po dun sa food. And then, of course, yung mga plastic, in the plastic wrapper po sa mga candies, nakarap sa candies, which are possible na yung mga toxic chemicals will migrate to the food. And then the arrangement of equipment and goods in the hotel's food premises establishment shall be neat, tidy, and safe during working operations in producing the product. Okay. And then workers are not allowed to live in the processing area. If it is necessary, living quarters for the workers shall be in a separate building or have a separate entrance from the processing area, or if it is in the same building, and have a mechanism to control the movement of workers. So may mga factories po no, na minsan doon na po natutulog yung mga workers. So hindi po siya pwede. And then non-halal food, beverages, and other materials sourced from non-halal items are not allowed to be brought into the processing area of the factory, halal storage, kitchen, and section of the food premises establishment. So yan po yung mga bawal po na dalhin, yung mga intoxicants, no? At saka mga pork or pork derivatives sa processing area nito. And then the food premises establishment shall have an effective control system from contamination of animal rearing centers, storage plants, and premises that process non-halal materials. So the premises shall be effectively segregated and well insulated din sa mga pig farm or its processing activities to prevent contamination through personnel then and yung equipment. Then at least 1 kilometer minimum distance of physical separation. And then liquor and materials sourced from liquor is strictly prohibited to be in the processing area. So hindi po pwede na yung mga intoxicants. So ito yung sample na sa ano nga ito, yung fruit cake, di ba ginagamitan siya ng wine as one of the ingredients to prolong the shelf life. So, hindi po pwede yan siya. Non-halal na po siya. Okay, so workers and personnel naman, workers shall practice code of ethics and comply with the relevant laws and regulations. And then for the sanitation system, the environment shall be clean and its cleaning schedule shall be properly monitored and regulated and free from pollution. So again, as a GMP pa rin naman po ito, no, sa good manufacturing practices, kasama naman po itong sa sanitation. And then equipment use must be clean, and in sanitary, it must not be made entirely or in part from animal and shall be religiously cleansed if used or in contact with severe najis or najis mugalaza. So, yan po yung mag-undergo po siya ng ritual cleansing. Okay? Then applicant shall have records of regular pest control system conducted by the company itself or contracted externally. And again, the cleaning schedule shall be prepared and properly monitored. So may mga monitoring schedule po tayo for cleaning. And then for the records naman, applicants shall maintain a proper file to keep related documents which can be referred to when inspection is conducted. So dapat ready po yung mga records natin in case po na hanapin po na mga halal certifying body during the audit. And then workers' basic amenities and welfare, the management shall, ibig sabihin kailangan, shall provide basic amenities and ensure that the workers' welfare is taken care of, including suitable ablution and praying area for Muslim workers, permission to perform the daily mandatory, the Fardu and the Friday prayers for Muslim workers. So every Friday po yung congregational prayers po ng mga Muslims. So the company should allow the Muslim workers po na magpe-pray pa during Friday prayers. And then of course may changing room and then yung pantry. For the training naman, the management, another requirement is the training. The management shall provide periodic and adequate training program to all employees on relevant halal subjects and standards development, and must ensure that all workers have attended halal-related trainings at least once a year. So that includes yung the trainings requirements, the Philippine National Halal Certification Scheme, and then of course the PNS, and then yung food safety and hygiene, and then the HACCP training. Di po pwede na yung may-ari lang ang may alam or na-train on halal, especially yung mga food handlers po natin, dapat po ma-train po talaga sila on halal to ensure po yung integrity po ng halal food na pinoproduce po natin. And then the supervision and monitoring, the management shall ensure that all activities, actions, and critical control points stipulated in the halal assurance system is well implemented, supervised, and monitored to ensure compliance to this manual and other relevant standards, and to ensure that all actions are properly documented and recorded. Again, for the supervision pa rin and monitoring, as part of the monitoring, holders of halal certificates should regularly submit samples of certified products for halal verification and testing. So you may submit your halal food samples for testing to our very own Philippine National Halal Laboratory and Science Center based in Coronadal City, and to other halal verification laboratories in DOST Calabarzon, DOST 11, and Mosque Farm. Then for the tools and elements of worship, tools and elements of worship are not allowed in the processing area. So bawal po dalhin po yung mga tools and elements of worship, starting from the receiving area of raw materials to the finished product, storage area, and serving plates. Now for the outsourcing agreement, companies opting to outsource part of their processes in producing the products and services shall comply with the following minimum conditions. So first, the product service provider is duly registered as a legal personality with valid HACCP or AAA plant and other production and manufacturing permits and certification. And then the company and the product service provider must ensure that the product manufactured provided complies with this manual and other relevant halal standards. And then the company must subject the product service provider for audit and inspection by the competent authorities under HCB, whichever is applicable. Okay, now what are the specific requirements for certification in accordance with the scheme? So scope of the halal certification will and might vary depending on the size of the enterprise, large and or multinational corporation, medium, small, micro enterprise, or MSME, based on the criteria of TTI. Then the board and the senior management of the applicant for certification are primarily responsible for ensuring compliance with the following specific requirements for certification. So again, to formulate and implement an appropriate halal assurance system of the company, including an internal halal assurance team, if applicable. So ang management po no ang responsible po dyan. Again, hire appropriate number of Muslim workers, if applicable, to work full-time in the area of operation subject of certification. So, say for example, meron kayong 3 shifting. So, every shifting every shift, meron dapat Muslim worker po doon. Excuse me. So, submit samples of finished products for halal verification or testing at least once a year. Then application procedures and guidelines in accordance with the scheme. Okay, first is to all application for halal certification shall be submitted directly to the halal certification bodies. So direct na po kayo no sa mag-a-apply sa HCBs, and then applicants must inform the HCB of the change in the information given in the application. As such, approval from the HCB must be obtained prior to any change, addition of, kung meron tayong mga changes or mga addition tayo sa menus or the products. And then of course, yung sa raw materials, may mga changes, nag-iba yung ating suppliers of animal-based products and ingredients. And then kung may Muslim staff tayo, and then any amendments to the size and layout of the premises. So lahat po yan, pag any changes on this na mention, you need to inform the HCB. Then applicants must apply for halal certification of all areas in the establishment to ensure that the entire process is covered according to the scope provided under Section 5 of this manual. So lahat po ng area, hindi po pwede na doon sa processing. So from receiving hanggang doon na po sa packing and then so transport na po. Lahat po yan, kasama po yan. And the certification renewal application shall be submitted at least 3 months before the expiry date of the active certificate. So kung mag-expire na po kayo, malapit na, so 3 months before, dapat you need to renew na po. At you need to renew na po sa mga halal certificate HCBs po. And then any renewal application submitted less than 1 month before the current halal certificate expiry date will be treated as new application and shall be subjected to the prevailing application fees and to audit certification process. So better na 3 months before na mag-expire, you need to renew na. Kasi pag less than a month na, you will be treated as a new application na. And then completed application will receive a letter requesting payment for certification fee. So fee paid is not refundable. Okay. Then the halal certificate issued by the PAB accredited HCB remain as the property of the issuing HCB or halal certification body. As such, it must be returned within 1 week upon request of the issuing HCB following the expiry of the certificate and or during the collection of newly approved certificates. So the certificate and or any part thereof is not transferable. Okay, so property pa rin po siya ng HCB, yung certificate, halal certificate. Halal certificate issued by HCB is valid for 3 years. So 3 years naman pala, no? So subject to annual periodic audit. Pero meron kayong i-audit po kayo, may annual audit po kayo. And then within the 3 years. And then the halal certificate issued by the HCB may be suspended, revoked, rejected, or renewed as may be applicable depending on the assessment and evaluation of the HCB in accordance with this manual and other relevant halal standard. Then the original and the valid certificate shall be displayed at all times at the address stated on the certificate. It shall not be displayed outside the certified premises. As such, photocopied or expired halal certificate must not be displayed outside the premises. So, say for example, meron kayong mga branches, ang certified lang ng halal is sa branch 1, hindi po pwedeng gamitin yung certificate na yun sa branch 2. Kailangan pa rin i-certify ulit yung branch 2. Okay, so certificate holder may request for additional copies of its certificate from the issuing HCB at a stipulated administrative fee, and which will be determined by the HCB. Okay, so in case of the lost halal certificate, the certificate holder must submit an affidavit of loss and must copy furnish the issuing HCB. So in the event of any breach or violations of the terms and conditions of the halal certificate issued, including those required of this manual and or with relevant halal standard, the issuing HCB reserves the right to revoke, suspend, or withdraw the certificate issued, and it must be returned to the issuing halal certification body within a week after receipt of notice. And then the certificate holder is responsible in ensuring that the halal certificate issued is well kept and not abused in any manner. So, okay, so ang audit, ito na po yung audit process. So, applicant must be fully operational. As I mentioned earlier, no, dapat fully operational before any certification audit can be conducted. So, the scope of audit process will cover the following items. So, first, ito po yung hahanapin, no, documentation, and then yung company profile. And then dapat meron kayong internal halal control system. And then the raw material, ingredient, and the processing aid, yung mga list po ng raw materials po natin. Dapat po siya may mga halal certificate po. And then of course yung equipment natin na hindi po siya, yes, yung na-mention po natin sa PNS at saka dito na din po sa PNCS, yung mga equipment po na which was contaminated with mergers, so i-check po nila yan. Then of course the packaging and labeling, then yung storage, and then yung processing, then yung transportation. Kaya po na-mention kanina, yung transportation vehicle, dapat po siya na dedicated lang po siya for halal products. And then of course yung mga workers. And then sanitation system and premise cleanliness, the waste disposal management, and then the premise of or the compound. Then the HCB, against audit process pa rin, HCBs shall inform the applicant of the schedule of the halal certification audit in advance. The repeat audit will be conducted if and when necessary. So applicant must fully assist the HCBs at all times. All necessary documentations and records have to be produced during the audit process. So yan po, ipo-comply po natin ano po yung hinahanap po ng mga HCBs. So, process to be undertaken during the certification audit. Of course, may opening meeting and then review of documentation. And then, of course, yung ocular, the site inspection na. And then, check back of audit trails and verifications and then further documentation checks. And then, the final evaluation of the findings by the auditor. And then, of course, the closing meeting. So halal team members who have been authorized by the company or owner are expected at the opening and closing meeting. So yung mga halal team, no, dapat nandun po during the meeting, audit meeting, so that corrective actions will be acted upon if and when non-conformities are found. So at least maalalaman na po ng mga halal team members kung if ever na may mga non-conformities, and then for them to have the corrective actions. And then a report will be issued by the HCB within 3 working days upon completion of the site audit. So after 3 days, ma-receive nyo po yung report ng audit report po ng HCB. So depende po yan sa kung gaano nyo po kabilis ma-comply. Kanina may nagtatanong kung gaano katagal lang pa-certify. So, depends po yan sa during the audit. Kung mako-comply nyo po lahat, kung ano man ang findings may mga corrective actions pa dapat na gagawin. So kung gaano nyo po kabilis yun ma-comply, so ganoon din po kabilis ang halal certification. Then for the monitoring and enforcement naman, all halal certificate holders or anyone who use any halal statement, label, logo are subject to monitoring and enforcement by the PAB-accredited HCB or the Halal Export Board, whichever is applicable. And then HCB and the holder of the halal certification must have a contract stating that the requirements specified in this manual shall not be violated. So meron kayong contract between the HCB na it should not be violated kung ano man yung contract nyo. And then all inspection by HCB for monitoring and enforcement may be conducted with or without prior notice subject to standard operating procedure adopted by the HCB. So dito po ito yung monitoring na ginagawa ng mga HCBs. So meron po silang mga magkakandak po sila ng mga inspection or monitoring. Minsan hindi po mga surprise po na mga inspection. So again, sa monitoring enforcement, there are 3 categories of offenses subject for monitoring and enforcement. So meron tayong serious offenses serious offenses that have violated or will directly violate the Sharia and are immediately subject to the revocation of the halal certificate. So pag ito po yung na-violate natin, may mga serious offenses po tayo, automatic po na ma-revoke po yung halal certificate po natin. And then another category of offenses is the major technical offenses that can lead to suspension or revocation of halal certificate after due process and investigation. And then the major corrective offenses naman, findings of non-conformance stated in the audit report which requires corrective actions from the holder of halal certificate within 15 days or any other time frame as may be determined by HCB from the date of receipt of the audit report. Then halal certification will be revoked if and when the applicant is unable to correct the offenses within the time given unless extended timelines have been granted by the HCB. So kailangan po yung mga corrective actions natin, makakomply natin within the time specified by the HCB. Okay, so what are the serious offenses? So one is the confirmation of status by HCB and competent and Islamic authorities on product, ingredient, equipment under miscellaneous as haram. So pag na-confirm po ng mga HCBs na yung isa po sa mga ingredients or mga product natin or mga equipment are haram or non-halal, talagang marirevoke po yung inyong halal certificate because it is a serious offense. And another serious offense is using haram material, ingredients, among others, after receiving halal certificate. So, pag once po na may halal certificate na po tayo at na-verify po yan ng mga HCBs na gumagamit pa rin po kayo ng haram materials or ingredients, so it will be subject for revocation po ng halal certificate po natin. Then another serious offense is halal ritual cleansing was not performed after equipment were interchangeably used between halal and non-haram and haram ingredients. So dapat po kasi yun nga mag-undergo tayo ng halal ritual cleansing. Otherwise, pag na-check po yan ng mga HCBs at na-prove nila, so marirevoke po yung ating halal certificate. So another serious offense is the processing of improperly slaughtered or dead animal. Okay, so yun na yung mga botcha, no, o na mga ingredients natin like sa mga halal ay sa mga animal products po natin, pag dead na po yung animal or it's not properly slaughtered, so another serious offense po siya. And then another is the use of stunner which may cause death of animal. Kaya nga po, it was recommended na din po sa PNS na hindi na po talaga rin recommended ang mga stunning method. Since nga po pag once po na namatay yung animal during sa stunning, it is considered as dead animal na. So magiging non-halal na po siya. And of course, during the stunning, it should be strictly supervised by a Muslim worker. Again, the major technical offenses. Ano naman ang major technical offenses? So, first is relocation of premise factory without informing the proper authority. So, in the event na naglumipat kayo, nag-relocate yung mga factory ninyo, so na hindi na na-inform ang HCB. So another po na major technical offenses which is subject for revocation ng halal certificate. And another is the change of management, a name of company without informing the authority. So dapat ini-inform po natin yung HCB kung nag-change man tayo ng management or yung pangalan po ng ating company. Then another, an unauthorized slaughterman and halal checker. At pag malaman po nila na hindi po authorized yung mga slaughtermen na gumagawa po dun sa during the slaughtering. So another major technical offenses po. And then of course, stunning for animals is not in accordance with the requirement of the standard. Yan yung stunning, no? And then stunner is controlled by a non-Muslim worker. So another major technical offense po na dapat kasi controlled by a Muslim worker. And then another, bringing in haram material into the premise or company which holds Philippine halal certificate. So as I mentioned earlier po, no, dun po sa general requirements po, yung bringing of non-halal materials in the premise po na certified halal certified holder na po yung company. And then another is the using of prohibited material which are enforced under the Food Safety Act and related laws. And then number 8 is change of additional supplier, producer which has not obtained halal certification. So pag meron kayong additional or may changes po kayo sa supplier na hindi po wala pong halal certification. So another major technical offenses po siya. And then change of additional supplier, producer which does not obtain halal certification from a recognized HCB. And then use of halal logo on products which are not certified. Okay, so pag may mga halal logo po sa products natin na hindi po siya certified. Kasi pag, say for example po sa isang company, marami kayong products, tapos hindi po siya certified, ginamit niyo po yung logo na yun. So another major technical offenses po yun. And then forging of halal certificate or misuse of halal logo, another major technical offense. And then lending or giving of the original halal certificate to another company or premise. So, bawal po yun, no? Yung pagpapahiram ng halal certificate to another company na hindi po talaga halal certified. And then, again, the alteration of the information on the halal certificate. Pag inalter nyo po yung sa halal certificate, say for example po, dinagdagan nyo ng products na hindi naman dapat halal certified siya, hindi siya na-certify ng HCB at dinagdag yun, inalter nyo yung halal certificate, so another major technical offense po siya. And then, 14 is none or not enough Muslim worker in the processing area kitchen as required in the procedures. Ito na po, no? So, yun yung sabi ko, pag the event na meron kayong, say for example, 3 shifting, so every shift po dapat meron po siyang Muslim worker po to ensure yung integrity po ng processing po ng halal products. So, use and display of expired halal certificate. So, another technical, major technical offense po siya. Pag expired na po at dinidisplay nyo pa, ginagamit nyo pa siya. So, it's a major technical offense. And then, tools, elements of religious worship are placed in the processing area kitchen. Na-mention na rin natin yan sa requirements. So, hindi po siya pwede. And then, of course, mixing storage of halal and non-haram material together. Kanina na example, say for example, nagmi-mix na siya sa freezer, sa fridge, or sa storage room, yung mga halal at saka non-haram material. So, major technical offense pa din. And then, of course, non-compliance with any related halal standard. And then, failure to comply with corrective action for major corrective action. So, pag hindi nyo po na-correct or na-comply, may corrective action for major corrective offense po. Okay, so may another naman na offense is the major corrective offenses. So in accordance to this manual, including the relevant standards and laws, the inspector, enforcer, and auditor shall give appropriate warning to correct violation, including but not limited to the following. So ito yung mga major corrective offenses, no? So yung premise cleanliness, then equipment cleanliness, then workers hygiene, environmental cleanliness. So pag nakita po na lahat po yan, di po kayo nagko-comply, it's a major corrective offenses na. And then in accordance, again, major corrective offenses, yung pest control, other offenses related to hygiene and sanitation, and then yung failure to produce documents requested by inspection officer. Kaya po dapat prepared po yung mga documents natin, no, during the audit. Kasi pag hinanap po yan at hindi po nyo ma-produce, so another major corrective offenses. And then changes and additions of raw material manufacturers which has no halal certification. So may mga changes po, no, dun sa mga or additions of raw materials po na walang halal certification. It's a major corrective offenses. Ito na po yung nagtatanong kanina this morning, what are the halal certification bodies? So ito na po yung halal certification bodies in the Philippines. So as of now, there are 9 halal certifying bodies here in the Philippines. So company name is the Halal International Chamber of Commerce and Industries of the Philippines Incorporated, or the HICCIP. Address is in San Juan, Metro Manila. So the global market recognition is in Singapore, Malaysia, Japan, Indonesia, and of course domestic. And then yung status is recognized but not yet accredited by the Philippine Accreditation Bureau. So ito po yung kanilang halal logo. And then another HCB is the Halal Development Institute of the Philippines, or HDIP, located in Malabito Street, Cubao, Quezon City. So global recognition is in Indonesia, Malaysia, and domestic. Again, recognized but not yet accredited by PAB. So ito po yung kanilang logo. So the Islamic Dawah Council of the Philippines, or IDCP, based in Escolta, Manila. So global recognition, market recognition is in Kuwait, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, UAE, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, China, Japan, and domestic. So again, recognized but not yet accredited by PAB. And then ito po yung logo nila. So usually sa mga products po dito, marami po sila na certify. And then another HCB is the Muslim Mindanao Halal Certification Board Incorporated, based in Cotabato City. Global market recognition is in Thailand, Singapore, and of course domestic. Again, recognized but not yet accredited by the Philippine Accreditation Bureau. So ito po yung halal logo nila. And then Mindanao Halal Authority, or MINHA, based in General Santos City. They are recognized in Thailand and domestic. Then global market recognition nila in Thailand and domestic, and then status is recognized but not yet accredited by PAB. So ito po yung kanilang logo. And then another HCB is the Islamic Advocate on Halal and Development, Marawi City, Lanao del Sur. So wala silang global market recognition, but they're recognized for domestically. And then the status recognized but not yet accredited by PAB. And then another is the Philippine Ulama Congress Organization Incorporated. Ito po yung kanina, no? Yung si Sir from the CDO. Address is in San Juan City. And then global market recognition is in Thailand, Malaysia, and then domestic. And then of course the status recognized but not yet accredited by PAB. Ito po yung halal logo nila. And then the Alliance for Halal Integrity in the Philippines Incorporated, or the AHIP. This is based in Taguig City. And then domestic lang sila, recognition, then recognized but not yet accredited by PAB. Then yung logo is ito po. And the Prime Asia Pacific, based in Taguig City. The global market recognition is in UAE, and then accredited, sila lang po yung accredited by the Philippine Accreditation Bureau. So ito po yung kanilang logo. Okay, those halal certification bodies in Japan. So pag nakita po ninyo ito sa mga products, ito po yung mga halal logos po nila. Sila po yung mga certification bodies in Japan. And then in Pakistan naman po is ito po, mga halal logos. Okay, yung Malaysia. And then ito naman international certification bodies. Again, Malaysia, and then Thailand. Ito po yung mga logos nila. So examples of halal food and beverages na halal certified, yung Alzaki, available at sa Robinsons. And then ito po yung ito na product, Ango. And then the Sadul, then Del Monte, San Miguel Mills, the Universal Rubina, the Nestle, Yakult, Selecta, Zesto, and then yung Master sardines. And then yung sa halal food and beverages naman is the Makati Shangri-La, the Halal Guys, the Arya, sa Robinsons, merong Arya, and sa Malate, and then the Alhana Mediterranean Restaurant, and then yung Albatra. References. Again, the slogan of the DOST Halal SMT program, Halal is not just for Muslims, but for everyone. Jazakallah khairan for your attention. Thank you po.
Maraming salamat po, Miss Marichu, for wonderfully discussing the topic po. We learned a lot po, no, yung mga requirements and conditions for certification, the application procedures, yung mga pwede nila pong ma-violate, and we also learned po na yung market size po pala ng halal ay nag-i-increase po ng 20% per year with $560 billion per year na value. Okay po, we're now open po for questions. Mukhang wala pa po tayong questions sa ating chat box, but we're encouraging everyone po to please to participate po sa ating seminar and ask question. So maybe po while waiting po for the questions, I'd like to build up lang po, Ma'am Marichu, dun sa question po nung isa nating participant kanina. Yung sabi niya po, bakit maraming logo at iba-iba po? Dito po ba sa Philippines, katulad po nung pinakita nyo, yung mga certification body po, talagang iba-iba po sila ng logo?
Yes, ma'am. Kanya-kanya po sila ng logo po. Yun po yung talagang gagamitin nila. Dapat po na gagamitin sa mga label. Once po na na-certify kayo ng mga certifying bodies po na yung logo po nilang gagamitin nila. Ito po sa domestic. But yung sa pang-export, yung logo po kanina, yung sa halal, yung sa Philippine logo po, halal logo po natin for export. Or depende din po sa yung importing country po, paano po yung mga requirements. Either yung logo natin with the halal certification body po.
Noted po, Ma'am Marichu. Thank you. Tapos meron din po palang recognized but not certified po na mga certified bodies po sa ating na nagsa-certify ng halal.
Opo, as yung kanina po na na-mention po, it's the Philippine Accreditation Bureau po ang nag-a-accredit po ng mga certifying bodies na nagsa-certify ng products for export. Pero for domestic lang po, it's the NCMF. Sila po yung nag-a-accredit ng mga certifying bodies po na nagsa-certify ng mga products for domestic lang po.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much po, Ma'am Marichu. We have question po from Bake Master, si Miss Angela Reyes. Is the testing of product for halalness is required during audit? Thanks po.
Okay. Part po siya sa certification, yung sa laboratory analysis po. So for example po, yung halal certification body, yung mga raw materials, yung in doubt sila, pwede po silang mag-take ng sample for the laboratory analysis po.
Kailangan din, so kasama po talaga yung testing, no, Ma'am Marichu, to
yes,
emphasize.
part po talaga siya ng certification. Anyways, dito naman po sa DOST, we have 4 HBS po, as I've mentioned. Dito po sa amin, sa Philippine National Halal Science Center po. And then, of course, sa DOST Calabarzon, and then sa DOST 11 at saka sa Mosbarn po. 4 yung HBS po dito sa Philippines.
Thank you po, Ma'am Marichu, po for sharing din po na meron po tayong 4 pong testing po dito. Another question po is from CMN Sons Food Products po, si Miss Joanna. How long and how much po yung estimated cost? Para po sa certification siguro ito, ma'am. Ay, ma'am, you're on mute po.
Depende po yan siya sa, as yung kanina na-identify by the DTI kung bilang siya sa micro, sa small or yung mga large companies. So may mga rates din po yung mga certifying bodies po. Depende po yun sa certifying body. Anyway, yung sa kanina po na binigay ko, pwede naman po sila mag-i-inquire kung estimate dun kung magkano po ba talaga. So wala din po ako talagang idea, ma'am, for the magkano po talaga ang charges nila.
Okay. Ayun po, yung mga binigay po ni Ms. Marichu kanina ay yung list po, pwede tayong mag-inquire po dun sa mga certification body po ng Halal. Ang next question po ay from Sir Esmael Abdul. Why most of HAB or hub are recognized by other countries but not recognized by PUB?
Again, ma'am, yung question?
Why most of the hub or HAB are recognized by the other countries but not recognized by PUB?
Yun na po kasi, before po kasi, ma'am, is nagde-direct na yung mga HCBs sa recognize na sila, nagpo-comply kasi sila sa mga standards or halal standards po ng other countries. Like yung na-present ko kanina, meron sa Malaysia and then Thailand. And then itong because of yung R8 and 880 natin, 817 is required na po ang PUB na mag-accredit po sa kanila. So nauna na po sila na recognize ng mga other countries. Pero sa ngayon, rini-require na po din talaga ng sa PUB po na magpa-accredit po sila. For export po pero for the domestic, it's the NCMF pa rin ang nag-accredit sa mga HCDs.
Thank you po, Ma'am Marichu, po for clarifying po yan. And another question po, Ma'am, from Miss Faith Babier. Ano daw po yung difference between recognized and accredited by PUB?
Recognized lang po sila but still hindi sila accredited. Hindi pa rin po sila pwedeng yung magsucertify ng product for export. Mag-undergo pa rin sila ng accreditation. Recognized lang sila as certifying body pero iba pa rin yung accredited. Pag accredited ka, yun lang yung pwede na magsucertify ng product for export.
Ibig sabihin po ba nun, ma'am, kailangan po, kung mag-export po sila, dun po sila dapat magpa-certify dun sa accredited na po ng PUB?
Yes po. Tama po yun.
Thank you very much po, Ma'am Marichu. And another question po from the Paragon Air Corporation po, si Sir Ryan Arausa. Sa bakery po ba, dapat po lahat ng variety ang ipaparegister po ng halal? Ano po, is talking about variety of breads po.
Lahat po ng product nila.
Yes po.
Ba? Yes, ma'am. Lahat po yan. Once na magpa-certify po kayo, lahat po ng product na pinoproduce dun sa premises na yon. Pero paglabas na doon sa premises nila, say for example, meron silang ibang branch na doon ginagawa. Like kunwari, say for example, sa amin meron kami na-assess na yung product nila, bakery products sila. So may mga kunwari, ensaymada or any products po. No? Tapos yung kanilang mga burgers sa ibang, which is they're producing non-halal. So hindi po pwede yun na doon nila ipapaproduce sa the same premises. So lahat po ng products na yun na nandun pinoproduce sa same premise na ipapahalal nila, dapat po talaga na ipapacertify po nila yun.
So, ibig sabihin po, ma'am, kung meron po silang 8 na products, yung 8 din pong yun ipapacertify po nila?
Opo, yes ma'am, opo. Kasi hindi naman po, usually, although magkakaiba no, na ng product, iba-ibang ingredients din. So possible na yung ibang ingredients doon, may mga mushroom. So, kailangan sila na ma-certify pa din.
Okay po. Thank you very much po, Ma'am Marichu, po for clarifying po yung ating questions po ng ating participants. Meron pa po kaya tayong participants na gusto pa pong mag-tanong or mag-clarify po kay Ma'am Marichu tungkol po sa ating halal accreditation or certification? Siguro po, Ma'am Marichu, nakita ko po kanina na meron pong major technical offenses po yung number 14 po na none or not enough Muslim worker. Meron po bang ratio dapat ang Muslim worker po at yung mismo pong buong population po ng worker para po maging halal certified yung isa pong company?
Ang critical naman kasi dito, ma'am, during lalo pag sa processing, ma'am, no, yung dapat nandoon talaga may Muslim worker po doon sa during sa processing at saka yung sa raw materials. Yung receiver po yung nagbibigay kasi sila po yung mag-identify talaga na dapat halal po yung mga ingredients na gagamitin.
Pero wala po, ma'am, na set ratio po kung ilan
Wala
po
naman
dapat.
It depends pa rin na ang mag-identify pa rin po niyan sa ratio or ano bang need talaga doon is the HCD. Sila po yung mag-identify. So, say for example, marami nang pinaprocess. So, iba-ibang, say for example, ma'am, yung 8 na products. So, magkakaiba yun ng worker. So, kung kailangan talaga na 8 na workers, na Muslim workers, just to ensure the integrity. So, kailangan ng 8. So, it's still the HCD po ang mag-identify kung ano po talaga yung need. Kung need po talaga na may Muslim worker po for yung production po or sa processing.
All right po, ma'am. Thank you very much po, Ma'am Marichu, for answering all those questions. It looks like po na we've covered all the questions of our participants po. And to our participants po, we appreciate your gusto to clarify things. And kung meron po tayong questions after po nating umalis dito sa event or matapos, please do not hesitate to send us a message and we'll forward it to our speaker, kay Ma'am Marichu.
Okay po.
Ma'am Marichu, is there anything else po na you wanted to say or you wanted to cover po before I wrap up?
Yun lang po, ma'am, yung we are encouraging po the manufacturers to engage into halal manufacturing of halal products, since nga po as I've presented po no sa PNS and then of course sa PNSCS na it is a huge market po ngayon at sa global trend. So i-target po natin, mag-increase po yung ating revenues pag halal products po yung i-produce natin, because we are not only targeting po yung Muslims but non-Muslim as well, since po ang halal is assurance of safety and then hygienic, produced in a hygienic manner po. So yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you very much po, Ma'am Marichu, for your valuable insights and for answering those questions po. We appreciate you being here. Muli po, maraming salamat po sa inyo. At last po, to conclude this Halal Certification Awareness Seminar, I am glad to welcome Dr. Anthony P. Calibo, the Director 3 of DOST-FNRI. Dr. Calibo, magandang hapon po.
Good afternoon po sa inyong lahat. Pasensya na po at nakamute pa po ako kanina. Isang makaagham na hapon sa ating lahat, and I would like to acknowledge the valuable presence of the following officials. The Regional Director for DOST Regional Office Number 12, Engineer Sammy P. Malawan. Of course, our very own Director 4 and Scientist 2 of the Food and Nutrition Research Institute, Dr. Imelda Angeles Agdepa. The Chief SRS and the Chief of the Technology Diffusion, Science and Technology Services Division, Dr. Milford Gonzalez, and the Supervising SRS of the Technology Transfer Commercialization Section of the said division, Mr. Alexis Ortiz. Also, our distinguished resource person, Ms. Marichu Sinulindin. The SRS2 Technical Services Division of the DOST Regional Office Number 12. Other officials from our DOST family, especially from the different provincial science and technology centers of the DOST Regional Office Number 12. Distinguished guests, technology licensees, seminar organizers, and employees of the DOST FNRI, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to all the participants for your active participation in this Halal certification awareness seminar, and to those behind the scene that made this event possible. On behalf of the DOST Food and Nutrition Research Institute, I would also like to sincerely thank our Regional Director for DOST Regional Office Number 12, Engineer Sami Malawan, for his inspiring message of support. Our salutations also to our distinguished resource person, Ms. Marichu S. Sinulinding, SRS2 of DOST Region 12, for sharing her knowledge on the Philippine National Standard 267-2008 and the Philippine National Halal Certification. Memorandum Order number 201, issued by the Office of the President on December 23, 2005, directs the Department of Trade and Industry, or DTI, as the lead agency, with the able support of the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Health, the Department of Science and Technology, the Department of Tourism, and the Office of Muslim Affairs to harmonize all government programs related to halal in order to ensure compliance with international standards and the effective implementation of halal export trade development program. In support of the DOST to the said Memorandum Order number 201, signed by Secretary of DOST, Secretary Fortunato Boy de la Peña in 2018, and pursuant to the DOST mandate under RA 10817, the department shall develop and implement a halal program with 4 components, namely, number 1, knowledge transfer, number 2, research and development, number 3, enhancement of halal verification capabilities in support to halal assurance systems, and lastly, human resource development. The DOST FNRI, as the lead government agency in food and nutrition research and development, and as an attached research and development institute of the Department of Science and Technology, responded to the Halal DOST program under the component of knowledge transfer. DOST FNRI's Business Development Unit, or BDU, spearheaded the technology transfer and commercialization of various DOST FNRI innovative food technologies. Many of our technology licensees and micro, small, medium enterprises are required to undergo certification from an accredited halal certification body and comply with the appropriate Philippine national standards for halal to be one of the suppliers in the halal business industry. The Philippine National Standard 2067-2008 provides general guidelines to the food industry on the preparation and handling of the halal food, including that of food supplements. This also serves as a fundamental requirement for food products and food trade in the Philippines. This standard should be used together with acceptable food safety systems, such as the Hazard Analysis Critical Control Point, or HACCP, and its prerequisites. This webinar also provided us information on the National Halal Certification Scheme, as shared by our distinguished resource person, that will serve as guide in the accreditation of food technologies and provide Philippine products of high quality and that are globally and culturally compliant to the global halal ecosystem. I am very confident that you learned relevant information from this awareness webinar. Likewise, I hope that this webinar will encourage our DOST FNRI licensees to ensure the quality and cultural sensitivity of their products to be more competitive and acceptable to almost all types of consumers in the borderless global market. Before I end my closing remarks for today, let me again express our sincerest gratitude to our very wonderful and engaging resource person, Ma'am Marichu Sinulinding. I've learned a lot listening to your lecture, and indeed, we can really elevate the standards to make our food technologies and our technology transfer ready products to be halal certified and to be halal compliant as well. I'd like to also congratulate our Chief SRS and Division Chief of the PBSTSD, Dr. Neil Gonzalez, for again another successful webinar conducted from morning till afternoon. I'm sure this has steered many of the interests of our FNRI YouTube followers on social media, increasing our likes and shares as well. And likewise, even to our kababayans who are all over the world, who are also halal consumers. I think they're all over the world, globally present among the Filipino population. And of course, our facilitator, moderator for today, Ms. Maha, thank you for filtering all those questions and accommodating those that can be answered right now. I'm sure there are a lot of them, but due to time constraints, we are unable to entertain all of them. But I think you may go to our website, on Facebook, on Twitter, and do send us a message for any queries about this halal certification awareness webinar. Again, to our DOST colleagues all over the country who have joined us, maraming salamat po. Muli, isang makaagham na hapon sa ating lahat. At maraming salamat po at patuloy po tayong mag-ingat. Naway nadagdagan pa po ang mga nakikita po nilang role ng ating pong ahensya sa larangan po ng food and nutrition tungo po sa paggugunita ng ating pong 75th Foundation Anniversary. Ito pong naralapit na buwan po ng Hulyo 2022. Mabuhay po tayong lahat at ating pong tangkilikin at itaguyod ang produktong certified po na halal in accordance to the national standards as shared by our speaker. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay at mag-ingat po ang lahat.
Thank you very much po, Dr. Calibo, for concluding our seminar po. And thank you din po for encouraging all our licensees po to adopt din po or to be halal certified po para sila rin po ay globally and culturally sensitive po ang kanilang mga products. Maraming salamat po, Dr. Calibo. Before that, we also want to award the certificate of appreciation to Ms. Marichu. Let me share my slides. The Republic of the Philippines Department of Science and Technology Food and Nutrition Research Institute presents the Certificate of Appreciation to Marichu Pisa Lipada, Sinolodi, for sharing her valuable knowledge as resource person during the Halal Certification Awareness Seminar held on March 16, 2022 via Zoom, given the 16th day of March 2022. Signed by Dr. Imelda Angeles Agdepa, Director 4 and Scientist 2 of DOST-FNRI. Again po, maraming salamat po for joining us this afternoon, and reminder po sa ating mga participants, sa ating licensees and adopters to stay po after our photo op. Now po, may we request everyone po to please open your cameras for another photo opportunity. Po. Mag-cue po ako when it's time to smile para hindi po ngalay yung ating mga jaws. Alright po, let's smile even though po we have the mask on. Alright po, ready po? 1, 2, 3, smile po. Okay po, next panel. 1, 2, 3, smile po. Alright, mukhang yun lang po yung ating mga panels na naka-open. Again po, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. And reminder po ulit sa ating mga licensees and ating adopters to please stay we'll have a 3-minute break po and then we'll proceed po for the announcement po. Ma'am Marichu, maraming salamat po.
Thank you din po, ma'am, for the invitation.
We will be back po in 3 minutes for the announcement po sa ating mga or sa atin pong mga licensees and adopters. Thank you very much po, Dr. Calibo, for joining us this afternoon. Bye-bye po, sir. Maraming salamat po.
Please standby po ulit sa ating mga licensees. Ayan. Break lang po tayo 3 minutes. Thank you po.